I know that the whole House will agree with me about the importance of remembering the 6 million Jewish people murdered during the Holocaust, alongside the millions of other people killed as a result of Nazi persecution, as well as those killed in more recent genocides, Cambodia, Rwanda, Bosnia and Darfur. Members will have an opportunity to make further contributions during the debate on Thursday. For now, I know that colleagues will want to join me in thanking the Holocaust Memorial Trust for the important work it does. Yeah. We now come to questions of the Chancellor Exchequer. Chris Godwin.
Number one, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Innovation is a key driver of long-term economic growth, higher productivity and indeed improved living standards. That's why this government is investing more in R&D and why we're committed to maintaining the generosity of R&D tax reliefs. We do remain open to new and innovative debt instruments and review options regularly, but clearly new instruments need to meet a range of criteria, including value for money.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the 1940s, refugees fled the Nazis and built the atomic bomb. They pioneered a method of public research and development which has powered US economic dominance ever since. The EU Safe Defence Bond Fund offers us a similar transformative opportunity. 20 billion invested in defence R&D could expand our economy by 100 billion. Will we join our Canadian and European allies, end our economic stagnation and together defend the free...
I could see that you want to round up, but this is more a statement than a question. You're telling the history, quite important, but I'm sure there must be a question coming now. I've got a lot of other people to get in. Chris.
Will we invest in the EU Safe Defence Bond Fund?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the honourable member for his question. Indeed, it's an issue that he and I have discussed previously, and we are due to meet to discuss it later this month, and I'm very much looking forward to that discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merseycare NHS Trust has plans for a mental health research and development facility at McGill Health Park in my constituency. It would be world leading. Would the Minister meet with me to discuss how the Treasury might support investing in such an important research and development project, not least as it is fundamental to the Government's plans for improving healthcare?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend raises an important point, and of course this government is investing an extra £29 billion in our National Health Service. I would of course be happy to meet with him to discuss it further.
Justin Sullivan.
Mr. Speaker, question number 2.
Chancellor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very sorry to see your leg in such a way. With permission, Mr. Speaker, I would like to answer the question together, this question together with questions 6 and 13. We are committed to driving growth everywhere. The budget ensured that Scottish public services are fairly funded, with an extra £820 million for the Scottish Government through the Barnett formula, on top of a record settlement in June this year. We're also investing in transport for city regions and £5 billion in deprived neighbourhoods through the Pride in Place programme, with some of that money going to Scotland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the fantastic news that Edinburgh and South East Scotland will receive £37.8 million from the new Local Growth Fund supporting infrastructure, business support and skills development. However, I hear consistently from businesses that they struggle to recruit people with the skill sets needed to grow their operations and fuel economic growth. So can the Chancellor set out how this investment will reach beyond the cities to tackle the acute skills shortages in my constituency of Bathgate and Linlithgow?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for that question. and her commitment to her constituency. It's right that the money is allocated through the regional economic partnerships in Scotland, and I have absolutely no doubt that my honourable friend will make the case for her local area. These regional economic partnerships have already worked together to deliver the integrated regional employability and skills programme in Edinburgh and South East Scotland, including helping people in her Bathgate and Linlithgow constituency.
Mafude.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Ministers will be all too aware of my campaign to unlock improvements at Moor Farm Roundabout, as it currently holds back growth across the North East and causes misery to local people on a daily basis. Now, the government has rightly taken steps to ensure that my region gets its fair share of investment for changes to the Green Book and place-based business cases. But will the Chancellor please meet with me ahead of the road investment strategy to ensure we finally get this long overdue investment in a critical piece of North East infrastructure?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. I know that she has been a tireless campaigner for the Moor Farm roundabout, which does hold back growth and prosperity, and it holds back both commuters but businesses too. I will continue to work with her, and I know that the roundabout is now being properly considered for inclusion in the road investment strategy, and I'm happy to meet with her to discuss that further.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Ayrshire Growth Deal was allocated £103 million of UK government funds. This has potential to make a real difference to our economic prospects. Despite clear potential, the delivery on the ground remains far too slow in turning round real progress. What action can the UK government take to drive momentum, sharpen the strategic direction of the deal and ensure Ayrshire finally sees the benefits of this investment?
Hear, hear.
I thank my honourable friend for her question. This Labour government is investing over £250 million in economic development and regeneration in Ayrshire, including through their Ayrshire Growth deal, but not just through that deal. My colleague is a great champion of Ayrshire, and I look forward to working with my honourable friend and also with my good friend Anna Sawa in the months and years ahead to deliver for the people of Ayrshire and right across Scotland.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. There's a report this morning from the Jobs Foundation which says that the energy sector in the north east of Scotland is on a cliff edge. Robert Gordons have estimated that 400 jobs will be lost every week. Given the importance of that sector, not just to Aberdeen or to Edinburgh West, but to the Scottish and the UK economy, will the Chancellor think about providing the regional development support that the Scottish Government is failing to do?
I thank the Honourable Lady for that question, and at the budget we published the North Sea oil and gas plan, and also announced the end of the Energy Profits Levy at the end of this Parliament, giving certainty that the levy introduced by the previous government will come to an end. At the same time, we're supporting the transition to new jobs in new industries right across Scotland, including in Aberdeenshire, because the opportunities to transition to jobs in clean energy are very real, and we need to make sure that those jobs come to Scotland.
Gregory Campbell.
Mr Speaker, I know the Chancellor would say that the Northern Ireland budget was one that was an exceptionally good one, but would she agree with me that particularly in three instances, policing, education and health, there are extreme circumstances pertaining at the moment? Will she at least get into some discussions with the First and Deputy First Minister in Northern Ireland to see what can be done to alleviate the problems that are coming towards us?
My right honourable friends, the Northern Ireland Secretary and also the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, are in discussions with the Northern Ireland Executive on some of those additional pressures that they are facing at the moment. We're working through those plans and we'll have more to say on that shortly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Regional funding must not come at the expense of local authority funding, and all devolved funding must recognise the realities in the places where funding is needed. And yet, under the so-called Fair Funding Review, Herefordshire Council is going to see a reduction to 78% of current levels of UK central government funding in just 3 years. And the government has removed the remoteness adjustment for anything except social care. But of course, rurality matters for bin collections and school transport, all other aspects. So will the Chancellor look again at the Fair Funding Review, which is unfair for so many places like Herefordshire,
review that and ensure that remoteness is properly adjusted for in the calculation?
My understanding is that MHCLG are still consulting on this, so the Honourable Lady and other colleagues will have a chance to feed into that consultation. But in the spending review, we put an extra £600 million into supporting local authorities after the years of austerity under the Conservative government. And whilst the previous Conservative Prime Minister said that he would take money away from poorer areas and give it to Tunbridge Wells, we are indeed investing more fairly in the areas that need it most.
Richard Ford. Question number 3, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I should like to answer this question together with number 4, 9, 10, 14 and 16. There have been a number of questions on this topic, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure there'll be more later today, as I will be making a statement to the House this afternoon on a package of support in relation to business rates with a particular focus on pubs. As previously announced, Mr. Speaker, we're introducing a support package worth £4.3 billion to support ratepayers seeing increases in their business rates bills.
Ford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Joanna Watson runs hotels in Sidmouth, the Elizabeth Hotel and the Kingswood Hotel, and she is essentially facing a 20% rise in her business rate costs. Joanna's bills don't reflect what she actually earns. They stay high all year round, even though there are months like these in winter when income completely collapses. The government legislated for a 20p reduction in the business rates multiplier for hospitality, and that created an expectation it would be used. And I hear the Minister saying he will make a statement this afternoon. Will he also consider the plight of hotels, such as those in Sidmouth? Yeah.
We have considered the challenges that hospitality businesses and businesses on our high streets have faced, Mr. Speaker. That's why we put in place the £4.3 billion of support at the budget. But we do recognise that there are concerns as to how hotels are valued for business rates, and that will be one of the items that I'll be talking about in the statement later today.
Paula Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a very speedy recovery for you and your leg. I recently visited the wonderful Aura Salon in my constituency and spoke to the owners, Victoria and Janice, who have owned the business for 24 years and are the hub of their local community. They've invested and trained numerous young hairstylists and now find that their business rates and VAT is crippling them, meaning they can no longer take on apprenticeships. Victoria and Janet told me that the VAT rate they pay is unbalanced compared to other sectors that claim back VAT. Can the Chancellor please advise what can be done to help salons like Aura and others who are part of our Save Our Salons campaign? And is there any plans for an affordable apprentice scheme in the hairdressing sector?
I thank my honourable friend for the work that she is doing to champion salons and the beauty industry in her constituency and elsewhere. She raises the issue of VAT, and she will know that VAT is a broad-based tax, and in fact it's our third largest revenue raiser, raising 180 billion last year, and that's vital revenue that pays for our public services. There are, of course, lots of issues in relation to VAT and the differential treatment depending on how salons decide to set themselves up and pay their employees. These are important issues, and of course, in the usual way, we will consider tax changes in the run-up to future budgets.
Sir John Whittingham.
Number 9. We're linked. Can I ask the Minister, I recently visited the Ship Inn in Burnham on Crouch, which has a few hotel rooms, as well as Peabury's, a tea shop in the High Street. Both are looking at existential threats as a result of business rates. So can he say whether the package he is going to be announcing later is going to benefit them as well?
To the honourable member, I would say that I don't think Mr. Speaker would like me to preempt the package and the announcements that will be made later today, what is or isn't in it. But the honourable member has given me the opportunity to reiterate the fact that at the budget, for the first time, we have implemented differential rates of tax, differential multipliers, meaning that the smallest high street businesses now pay meaning that the largest businesses now pay 33% more than the smallest high street businesses in terms of their tax rate. That is a big differential that wasn't there before, and that now is because of the big reforms that we made at the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my Oxfordshire constituency of Didcot and Wantage, pubs including the Fox Inn in Denchworth, the White Hart in Harwell and the Fox and Hounds in Uffington are vital to their village communities, yet they face significant business rate increases from April. Now, given that the Chief Executive of the Valuation Office Agency told the Treasury Select Committee that ahead of the budget, the VOA warned that over 5,000 pubs will see their business rates double, can the Minister tell the House why they decided to press on and create such uncertainty for our hospitality sector in the budget?
Mr. Speaker, the government will have more to say a bit later today when it comes to pubs and the support that this government can provide for them. I would say, though, that because we knew that the revaluations were being implemented from the 1st of April, that's precisely why we came forward with a significant package of support for all businesses across the economy, and we introduced some significant reforms to lower the multipliers for businesses like the pubs that he mentions in his constituency.
Sir Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Sheffield Central, businesses continue to face disproportionately higher pressures, with ever-increasing running costs that are stacking up and a drop in footfall. Businesses like the Gamers Guide Cafe and the Durham Rainbow Pub tell me that they need much more to be able to survive the dip in foot traffic. So can the Minister set out how he is reducing pressures on high street cafes and pubs, and will he consider targeted relief to ensure viability for the hospitality businesses?
I thank my honourable friend for her question and for the representation she provides for her businesses and constituents in Sheffield. One of the important things to note about the business rate system is that there are many, many businesses on our high streets, many smaller businesses, who pay no business rates at all. 1 in 3 businesses continue to benefit from small business rates relieved, and an additional 85,000 benefit from reduced bills as this tapers. And one thing that we announced at the budget I think will be really helpful for small and independent businesses is that we've announced an additional 2 years of small business rates relief for those that are expanding into a second property to support them to be able to grow and to expand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chelmsford has a vibrant nighttime economy. Just last Sunday, I spent the evening at a fabulous local music venue called Hotbox, right in the heart of my constituency. Venues such as Hotbox represent important cultural and social spaces for smaller cities like mine, but many are now at risk due to government recent changes to the business rate system. New analysis puts the average increase in the hospitality business rates bill in Chelmsford at nearly £23,000 over 3 years. For many, that's impossible to absorb. Another family-run business in Chelmsford that's been going for 25 years will see their monthly rates more than double from April. They've said they will simply have to close their doors if this goes ahead, resulting in 40 people losing their jobs. So will the government implement the 20p discount it has already legislated for and let all businesses in retail, leisure and hospitality get the support they need?
I have got the idea, Mr. Speaker, and the key thing to note here, Mr. Speaker, is that there is a significant difference between the change in the rateable value and the change in the business rates. This year, we have stepped in to cap the increases for bills at £800 for those coming into the system for the first time, or for most high street businesses, the increase will be 15%. The very largest will see increases of 30%. Mr. Speaker, that's the steps we have taken. When the Liberal Democrats were in government, they chose to increase VAT on businesses up and down the country.
That's from West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and could I wish you a speedy recovery. Could the Minister say something about music recording studios, the church recording studio where Annie Lennox recorded Sweet Dreams Are Made of This? Could he give me a sweet dream this evening and tell me that my music recording studio is going to be fine?
Mr. Speaker, I am very fond of my constituency neighbour in Barnet, who has the privilege of sharing a part of Barnet with me in terms of her parliamentary representation. There will be news this afternoon, Mr. I'm just trying to find my words, Mr. Speaker. I hope that the microphone picked that up. We will be making further announcements this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, specifically focused on pubs, but I do understand that there are businesses all across the economy who will have seen increases in their rateable values since the pandemic, and that's precisely why we've stepped in with the support package that we have.
Well, Rivaz.
Here's another one. What assessment has the Minister made on the impact of high street, the really small independent bookshops? This is the year of reading. We want them to stay open, not close.
I thank my honourable friend for her question. The really small bookshops up and down the country many of them will not be paying any business rates at all because they will be in receipt of small business rates relief. Of course, there will be some in some parts of the country that will have seen either their rateable values increase or because of the government's decision to slowly wind down the temporary pandemic support that will see an increase in their bills, but we're capping those increases this year and in subsequent years in order that that transition can be manageable for those businesses, because of course we want to support bookshops on our high streets. They are incredibly important, along with all the other high street retailers, Mr Speaker, up and down the country.
James Wilde, Shadow Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The Chancellor promised hospitality firms she would lower their taxes, but her business rate raid is hammering every town, village, city and high street. And this is not just an attack on pubs, it's hotels, cafes, music venues and many more that are being hit. It's 2 months since the budget caused huge worry for these businesses, and we await details of this latest U-turn. But the key question is, does the Chancellor get it? Does she get that it's not just pubs, it's hospitality, leisure and retail businesses that need support because of her terrible choices?
Mr Speaker, members opposite do not get it, because when they were in government, they set out plans, Mr Speaker, to remove the temporary pandemic rates relief overnight in 2025. That would have been an increase in business rate bills overnight for businesses on the high street of 300%. We have taken a different and fairer and more proportional approach, phasing out the pandemic relief over a slower time period and extending it into this year too.
Daisy Cooper, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and wishing you a speedy recovery. We know that pubs have been badly hit by these business rates changes, but it's businesses right across retail, hospitality and leisure that have made investment decisions and hiring decisions based on the expectation raised by this government that they would get a full 20p discount on their business rate multiplier. Mr Speaker, it is these businesses, music venues, restaurants, soft play centres, hotels that are the high street shops that communities most love. Do ministers accept that anything less than the full 20p discount for retail, hospitality and leisure will leave the 3 to 5 year business plans of these high street businesses in total disarray?
Mr Speaker, we announced a 5p reduction in the multiplier on top of the 7p or thereabouts reduction that was taking place as a result of the revaluation more broadly. And, Mr Speaker, that's a £900 million transfer of underlying rates liability away from the smallest high street businesses towards the online giants and the largest properties. When the Liberal Democrats had the chance, when the Conservatives had the chance, they kept the tax rates the same. We have introduced significant reform. We started the work of that reform at the budget, and of course we will continue conversations in the months ahead.
Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm afraid that businesses up and down the country know that the government raised their expectations and then dashed them. But this whole sorry saga has been an absolute shambles, and the question remains, why was it that ministers were so blindsided when the VOA has confirmed that they were providing data drops over a period of 12 months? Will ministers use the opportunity in 90 minutes or so to answer all of the questions that opposition MPs have asked to explain what they knew and when?
Yes, happily.
Joe White.
Question number 5, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, the government provides a wide range of loan support for SMEs through the British Business Bank. This includes the Start-up Loans Programme and the Growth Guarantee Scheme, the latter of which recently supported over 4,000 businesses and over 65,000 jobs right across the country.
Joe White.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I recently met Matthew Pendleton, who owns Appetizer Dog Treats, a high-quality dog treat company, a company that grew legs because processed dog food made his pet dog violently ill. Matthew now needs the finances so that he can continue to expand, employ more staff and get Appetizer on the National Pet Food Map. I want to see businesses like this succeed in my area, and Matthew's small ask is, will the government step in with the offer of an underwritten loan?
Mr Speaker, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for her question. She is, of course, a tireless champion of businesses in Bassetlaw, and I wish her a happy birthday for yesterday as well, Mr Speaker. The recent spending review, the government extended the growth guarantee scheme, enabling £5 billion worth of loans over the next 4 years. This will support businesses like those my honourable friend mentions, and I'd be more than happy to meet with her to talk about how her constituent might further access this support.
Real.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, of-a-kind technologies like drift energy in Bath face serious investment challenges and difficulties accessing grant funding under any government department. Drift are groundbreaking renewable energy innovators that could rapidly scale and contribute to the UK's energy independence. What is the government doing to ensure that especially first-in-kind technologies receive the support they need here in the UK rather than being forced to go abroad?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the honourable member for her question. As she may well know, at the spending review we increased the financial capacity of the British Business Bank to £25.6 billion, and there are a number of ways in which the British Business Bank will support those like the company that she refers to.
Chair of the Select Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As well as the British Business Bank, the National Wealth Fund is a crucial part of where taxpayers' money is important for investment, and I welcome the Government's response to the Select Committee's report on this issue. But could the Minister give some indication about when the National Wealth Fund will have the ability to borrow from private markets in order to increase its independence, funding for infrastructure, and get the taxpayer off the hook?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the right honourable member for her question. It's absolutely right that we have increased the amount of funding going into the National Wealth Fund. My understanding is we haven't set a date as to the specific question that she refers to, but I'm more than happy to write to her with further information to the extent it exists.
Tim Farron.
Mr. Speaker, has the Minister done an assessment of what proportion of funds given out through grant funding through the British Business Bank are going to the smallest of businesses? 1 in 4 people in the workforce in my constituency work for themselves. And I wonder to what extent she is working to ensure that smaller businesses, those employing 10 people and fewer, which is the very bedrock of our economy in the lakes and the dales in Cumbria, even know about the availability of these loans and can be talked through the difficult process of applying and receiving it so we can invest in rural communities like ours, where, as I say, so many of those people in the workforce are working either for themselves or for a very small business indeed.
Mr. Speaker, the government's policies vis-à-vis businesses as a whole support businesses like the ones that the honourable member refers to in a whole range of ways. But as to specifically businesses in his area, I can tell him that the growth guarantee scheme, in relation to the businesses that it supported recently, 80% of that deployment was outside London.
Lord Murphy.
Question number 7, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rising living standards are the ultimate goal of economic policy, and living standards are rising after the unprecedented fall seen during the last Parliament. Specifically on my honourable friend's question, the latest data shows that the average person's real disposable income is £800 higher than in the final year of the last Parliament.
Murphy.
I thank the Minister for his answer. As he says, the last Parliament was the worst on record for living standards. So my constituents, many of whom the cost of living is the #1 issue, welcome the action to freeze rail fares, delivering £350 on average, £150 off energy bills, and the groundbreaking commitment today to cap ground rent, which I know we will be hearing about later today. But will the Minister confirm that this government will continue to strain every sinew, clear every obstacle and use the power of government to cut the cost of living and raise living standards for my constituents over the course of this Parliament?
Well, my honourable friend is a powerful campaigner on this issue, consistently week after week, raising the issue of living standards for people in Basingstoke. And he's also particularly right to highlight the key role of energy bills in this. The budget took levies off energy bills to save families £150 on average next year, and this is part of wider measures that will directly cut inflation by 0.4 percentage points, further supporting living standards by making it easier for banks to cut mortgage rates and giving businesses the confidence to invest. Energy bills cut, ground rents capped. Change promised and change delivered.
Oh, Jim Chan.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Minister very much for that answer? Can I ask the Minister what assessment that the Minister and Government has made of the recent trends in household living standards across the United Kingdom but in discussion with the Minister relevant in Northern Ireland, and what steps his department can take to, in conjunction with those regional administrations, to ensure that the Executive in Northern Ireland can support households facing rising costs. I know the Minister has got lots of answers. Give us an answer on this one, please.
We always give the Honourable Member an answer, and I mean always. In every single one of these sessions. Government ministers spend a lot of time, particularly the Northern Ireland office, speaking to ministers in Northern Ireland, because he's absolutely right to say that the cost of living crisis is not one that has affected just one part of the United Kingdom, it's all parts of the United Kingdom. And just as one example, the 6 interest rate cuts we've seen since the general election have already made a big difference to those coming up to renew their mortgages in Northern Ireland.
Richard for the Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Persistently high inflation and fears that things will get tougher for their children are top issues for the British public. But the OBR's assessment of Labour's plans was, quote, growth in real household disposable income is projected to fall to around 0.25% per annum, well below the last decade's average. Minister, why is the sum of all this government's economic policies condemning the British public to such a despairing prospect?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is what is called leading with your chin. The MPs opposite were in power in the last Parliament, which saw living standards fall by 2.9%. They have already risen under this government by 1.5%, because we are turning around their mess day after day after day.
Deb Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 8, please.
Minister.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I would like to answer this question with question number 22. Mr. Speaker, investment in our railways is a crucial part of our plan to unlock economic growth in every nation and region of the UK. Just earlier this month, my Right Honourable friend the Chancellor announced our plans for Northern Powerhouse Rail. This transformational programme is backed by up to £45 billion of investment in the long term, which will be key for unlocking economic potential across the north.
Deb Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People across Lichfield, Burntwood and the villages are delighted that this government has funded the Midlands Rail Hub project, meaning a doubling of the number of trains from Lichfield to Birmingham every hour. Ministers could go even further, though, by investigating the reopening of the Derby-Burton-Lichfield line, including a stop in Olrywas for the National Memorial Arboretum. Despite warm words from my predecessor, no business case exists for this. So can the Minister confirm that this Labour government is not done investing in transport in the Midlands, and will he look again at the Derby-Burton-Lichfield line?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for highlighting the value of the Midlands Rail Hub, which we invested in at the spending review. And of course, we are determined to invest more in transport in the Midlands. And indeed, at the spending review, the government committed to investing £4.4 billion there through Transport for City Regions. My honourable friend is a great advocate for services that will benefit his constituents, and I will ask the Rail Minister to respond about the specifics of the line that he raises.
Alice Magnell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the investment this government has made in rail, including East-West Rail, but there are still several projects that would hugely benefit passengers and the local economy in the East. Those include upgrading the Trouse Swing Bridge near Norwich and, of course, Ely and Hawley junctions. So would the Chief Secretary meet with me and other colleagues from the East of England to discuss how we can advance these key infrastructure projects for the East of England?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question. And of course, East-West Rail is a transformational project, Mr. Speaker, that will unlock economic growth and housing. Just yesterday, I was very glad to host a representative from East-West Rail at an infrastructure roundtable at the Treasury with my Right Honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government. My honourable friend is another powerful advocate for her local area, and I will happily discuss this with rail ministerial colleagues and get back to her.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I met with Lawrence Bowman, the Chief Executive of SWR, and I'm keen to make sure that all the government's changes take positive effect in Salisbury and South Wiltshire, so that track signal and stock can be improved. Will the Minister make sure that there is a suitable reference board along the commuting line up into Waterloo, so that when his business plan is delivered, there won't be any delays when he has to interact with local authorities, a concern that he raised with me last week?
Well, I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for raising the concerns of the services affecting his constituents, and I can assure him I'll look into these and get back to him.
In room.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Topical line in North Devon has seen a massive increase in footfall. However, the line is often closed because of the lack of infrastructure upkeep. Will the Minister meet with me to discuss various funding opportunities, because it's a rural line and it's very, very vital for those students to get into Exeter and for people in those job opportunities, which I know the government are all about job growth.
Very good. Employment
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman is absolutely right. We are all about job growth, and I fear I'm going to be quite busy after this set of questions in taking up projects from different constituencies. But that's absolutely right, because all of us want to make sure that we've got better investment, particularly in transport infrastructure for our constituents. So I can assure the honourable gentleman I'll look into this and get back in touch with him.
Sir James.
Question number 11, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to answer this question together with question 22. Energy bills, Mr. Speaker, are too high, and Britain is too dependent on the roller coaster of gas prices. That's why the autumn budget reduced the cost of levies on energy bills to save households £150 on average from April this year.
Sir James.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased that the government is sticking to its pledge on reducing energy bills, as he rightly points out, with an average of £150 coming off annual bills this April. Does the Minister agree this is a good start, but will he also continue to work across Department to ensure we make further progress on the cost of living in this Parliament?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. People do need to see inflation come down, and that is what the OBR and the Bank of England forecast to happen. On energy bills, as she said, our plans will save households on average £150 from April, something she has campaigned for from over the past 18 months. And I'm pleased to say that energy companies have confirmed that their savings will be passed on to those with fixed tariffs. In terms of going further, I should add that we've also extended the £150 warm homes discount to a further 2.7 million of the poorest households.
And the Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I very warmly welcome the Chancellor's announcement at the budget to scrap the eco scheme, bringing down energy bills by £150 on average and supporting the some 5,000 households living in fuel poverty in my constituency of Shipley. This disastrous Tory-designed scheme, Eco4, cost £1 billion per year, and yet 98% of the external wall cavity installations were faulty. So can the Minister set out what further action he and the Chancellor are taking to reduce energy bills and to ensure that energy companies put people over profit?
Well, my honourable friend is entirely right. The Conservatives didn't just leave Britain dependent on the roller coaster of gas prices. They left families paying almost £2 billion actually on their bills for their failed energy efficiency eco scheme. The chair of the PAC described its failings as the worst he'd ever seen. This is a fuel poverty scheme that cost 97% of those in fuel poverty more than it saved them, and it damaged thousands of homes. So we are scrapping the eco scheme and we are cutting families' bills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A new report by the Prosperity Institute is highly critical of the government's net zero policies and its adverse impact on the broader economy. My constituents' fuel bills continue to soar because of the government's reluctance to use more traditional sources of fuel. Will the Minister commit to raising this with the Energy Secretary because such ideological-driven policies are having an adverse impact on my constituents' bills?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, energy bills are too high because the Tory party left us dependent on the roller coaster of gas prices. Wholesale gas prices today remain more than double what they were at the start of 2020. If the party opposite think that is some kind of advert for staying on gas forever, they're living in cloud cuckoo land.
Well, go on there, Shadow Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, we've already heard this morning that businesses are suffering hard from business rates going up and from national insurance contributions going up. But on top of that, according to the Office of National Statistics, the energy bills of non-energy intensive industries such as hospitalities and retail have increased under this government by up to 10% in the last year. Now, on this side of the House, we're proposing our cheap power plan, and that would save energy bills on small businesses by up to £5,000 a year. What's the Minister doing to try to help small businesses with their energy bills?
What this government is doing is actually getting on with building the energy infrastructure this country needs. What this government is doing is not going back to the 11% inflation seen under the party opposite. And what this government is doing is supporting small businesses, because he's absolutely right. The honourable member is absolutely right on one thing, which is high energy bills are not in the interests of British industry, and that is why we are getting on with fixing the energy system we inherited.
Lynn Jones.
Question 12, please.
Chancellor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is absolutely determined to get back all of the money lost through COVID, fraud and corruption. That is why I appointed the COVID Corruption Commissioner when I became Chancellor, and I can report that we have already brought in £400 million that the previous government gave up on.
Lillian Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has recouped £400 million in COVID fraud and error, with HMRC recovering a massive £1.3 billion, as well as aggressively pursuing the firm linked to Baroness Moan, PPE MedPro. Does my right honourable friend agree that this government's relentless recovery action demonstrate that it's only under Labour that this money is recovered from fraudsters to do what it should, and that's to fund our public services?
Sadly, I can't comment on any individual case, but I am absolutely determined to get that money back, because that money belongs in our schools and our hospitals and our public services, not in the pockets of Tory friends and donors.
Alison Taylor.
Question number 17, Mr. Speaker, please.
Oh, brilliant. Well done, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, it's definitely right to say that the FTSE 100 performed strongly in 2025, during which it rose faster than key benchmark US and European stock markets, and it hit 10,000 points as we entered the new year. The UK, Mr. Speaker, is one of the world's leading global financial hubs, and this government is committed to the sector's enduring leadership.
Alison Taylor.
Does the Minister agree with me that cutting paperwork and speeding access to capital will provide a valuable boost to companies looking to list their shares on the London Stock Exchange? Is she hearing that from companies she is meeting with? Because that's what I've been hearing while I've been out engaging with business in Scotland.
Mr. Speaker, I can confirm I am indeed hearing that, and last week's introduction of the new prospectus rules will mean faster execution, reduced complexity and a simplified route to capital raising. And together with the 3-year UK listing relief announced at budget, these initiatives will make the UK the most attractive destination for companies to start, scale, list and stay.
I'll look back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just one pure technology company is now listed on the FTSE 100, and budget measures such as cutting VCT tax relief will discourage companies from listing on the UK exchanges. Why is the government driving away growth and investment?
Mr. Speaker, the entrepreneurship package within the budget was incredibly important, and the aim of that package, which includes the UK listing relief, the 3-year stamp duty holiday that I referred to, is designed to make the UK the best place to start, scale and list a company.
Mr. Margot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Chancellor has been very proud that the UK FTSE 100 index has passed through the £10,000 barrier, citing that this is an endorsement of her policies. But does she not realise that this still leaves the FTSE 100 index on lower valuations than comparable markets, and that in any event, over 80% of the earnings of the FTSE 100 index are generated outside the UK? Is it not clear that the FTSE 100 performance is despite this government's policies, not because of them?
Mr. Speaker, I really could not disagree with the Shadow Minister more, I'm afraid. And he's constantly talking this country down. The reforms, the package of reforms that this government is making to our capital markets are strengthening our capital markets, and they are beginning to bear fruit.
Good job.
Question number 18, Mr. Speaker.
Chancellor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the Bank of England has overall responsibility for returning inflation to target, this government are taking the action that we can. £150 of energy bills from April this year, freezing prescription charges for the 2nd year in a row, and freezing rail fares for the first time in 30 years. As a result, the OBR forecast that inflation will be 0.4 percentage points lower in 2026-27 than it otherwise would have been.
Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Chancellor for that answer. On Friday, I visited Primark in Staines, in my Spelthorne constituency, where the team, led by Luke, are doing a fantastic job in creating a vibrant retail experience. However, the British Retail Consortium have said that the Chancellor's jobs tax is actually pushing up prices and raising the cost of living. That same British Retail Consortium is also saying that the Employment Rights Bill will also be inflationary. So when did the Chancellor stop listening to business?
Well, I was at Primark just ahead of the budget, where we announced that we were going to take action on low-value imports, something welcomed by Primark and also many other retailers who are undercut by foreign importers who are not paying customs duty on what they bring into the country. So far from working against business, we are working in conjunction with business to grow our economy. Our economy exceeded expectations for growth last year, and I'm confident we will do the same this year too.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives may want to talk down Britain, but Bournemouth is building again. A £350 million expansion at JP Morgan Chase following the Chancellor's visit, £100 million by AFC Bournemouth, a £50 million airport upgrade, £26 million on Bournemouth and Poole College, £500 million on Royal Bournemouth Hospital development, and new land at Wessex Fields to build key worker housing and medical research. Will the Chancellor continue to prioritise stability and bringing down costs and the free trade that we need in our world so that we can continue to protect and expand these investments into Bournemouth?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that question. You didn't mention the beautiful Bournemouth Pier that we visited together in August and enjoyed a very nice ice cream. But you mentioned JP Morgan, who have announced record investment into their Bournemouth campus, where they are employing a shed load of apprentices as well to help them to grow their business. And after the budget this year, JP Morgan have announced a new building in Canary Wharf. Well, maybe the opposition front bench don't like apprentices, but this government do, and that is why we are backing them.
Topical.
Topical 1, Mr. Speaker.
Chancellor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has a plan to grow the economy and reduce the cost of living. The plan is the right one for Britain. We are cutting the cost of living, cutting the national debt and creating the conditions for growth in all parts of our country. We've had 6 cuts in interest rates since the general election, reducing typical mortgage costs by £1,200 a year, secured record levels of inward investment and trade deals with countries around the world. The FTSE has hit record highs, and while other countries are increasing barriers to trade, I was in Davos talking to allies about how to reduce them. Our economic plan is the right one to build a stronger and more secure Britain, and I am focused on delivering it.
Mr. Speaker, whilst I'm looking forward to the Minister's statement a little later on, I'd like to push him, if I may. I recently visited one of my local pubs, the Masonic Arms on Lark Lane, which is a fantastic venue, and met Guy and Amelia. Currently, the overall sector picks up 2.8% of the overall UK business rates nationally, but only has 0.5% of the turnover of UK businesses. This is clearly not a fair tax for pubs and is a result of a uniquely skewed business rate system which actively penalises many pubs. What long-term steps can the Minister take to help pubs like the Masonic Arms and the wider hospitality sector?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and she will know that we have permanently reduced the multiplier for business rates for retail, hospitality and leisure. But my honourable friend, the Exchequer Secretary, will be setting out more detail of support for pubs later today. We are determined to support pubs that are often the lifeblood of so many communities, but also to support all of our retail, hospitality and leisure sector. We are putting more money in people's pockets by cutting energy bills, by cutting train fares and ensuring getting people back to work so they've got more money to spend on the things they love and not just the essentials.
Shadow Chancellor Smelsdrine.
Well, Mr. Speaker, could I begin by associating this side of the House with the Chancellor's comments about your leg? We wish it well, Mr. Chancellor. Mr. Speaker, we are waiting with interest to hear the details of the latest U-turn on business rates this afternoon. But if the briefing is to be believed, it will be far too little, too late. The Chancellor simply does not understand the desperate situation so many of our pubs are in. And what many pubs are asking is, why did the Chancellor choose to spend billions more on the benefits bill instead of providing proper, permanent business rate support?
Mr Speaker, when the Right Honourable Gentleman was in government, 7,000 pubs closed under the previous government. We have permanently lowered the tax rate that retail, hospitality and leisure pay. And when I became Chancellor of the Exchequer, we faced a situation where all of the COVID support was going to disappear overnight. We've put £4.3 billion of taxpayers' money into supporting our retail and hospitality sector, including pubs. But we recognise the distinct problems that pubs face, which is why, unlike the previous Conservative government, we are setting out more support.
Well,
Mr Speaker, they just don't get it. And of course, it's not just pubs, Mr Speaker, it's the whole of the high street that is massive increases, some of well over 100%. Shops, restaurants, hotels. Where is the help for them?
Mr Speaker, some of the numbers that are bandied around by the Right Honourable Gentleman don't reflect the reality, because they don't reflect this transitional support, the £4.3 billion of support that we've put in to taper those increases in business rates. But I don't think anyone in this House seriously believes that temporary support during the pandemic should continue infinitely. It would not be the right thing, and it would not be affordable for other taxpayers to do that. That's why we are tapering gradually the support with a £4.3 billion support package in the budget and some more targeted support for pubs later today. But I would just remind the Honourable Gentleman that he could have taken action when he was in government. Instead, there was a cliff edge with no support for pubs or indeed any other sector of the economy.
Thank
you, Mr Speaker. The 3-year local government's funding settlement is a welcome return to long-term planning. And we see that Newcastle City Council faces a 34% rise in adult social care costs, compared with only a 15% rise in core spending power, taking more and more money away from so many services that my constituents depend upon. Would the Chancellor work across government to consider changes to the adult social care funding formula and/or increase to the recovery grant so that Newcastle City Council can meet the costs of social care, adult social care?
Well, as my honourable friend set out, there are significant challenges in adult social care, and we've already made available an extra £4.6 billion, including funding to start to implement the Fair Pay Agreement. As my honourable friend will probably be aware, Baroness Louise Casey is leading an independent commission to build consensus on reform, and its first phase will report this year with a focus on how to make the most of existing resources.
Thank you, Mr
Speaker. While the Chancellor was enjoying her trip to Davos last week, inflation went up, as did unemployment, reversing the progress of the previous Conservative government. Did the Chancellor or her cabinet colleagues pick up any ideas in Davos that would reverse these trends, support our businesses and high streets, and end the hiring recession her budget has caused?
I'm not sure whether the Honourable Gentleman thinks that the Chancellor of the Exchequer shouldn't be in Davos, but I think it is important that the Chancellor is there banging the drum for Britain, bringing investment to Britain. Whilst I was in Davos, we secured new investment for Britain, worked with our allies on securing new trade deals for Britain, because whilst the opposition like to talk our country down, we're getting on and delivering a lower cost of living and higher economic growth.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. A recent Sunday Times investigation found worrying evidence that multiple businesses run by the Reform leader of Durham County Council had failed, and they had failed owing hundreds of thousands of pounds in tax, national insurance and an unpaid COVID loan. Would the Chancellor agree that this is just more evidence that, just like the party opposite, Reform cannot be trusted with other people's money?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for bringing this matter to the House's attention. I can't comment on individual cases of COVID fraud and issues of tax, but I would say he wouldn't be the first member of Reform who took a fraudulent COVID loan. Just in time. I'm not sure whether he's still the shadow Chancellor or not. Thank you.
Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Given the Chancellor has just confirmed that today's U-turn will only support our hard-pressed local pubs,
Could I ask her what message she has for independent restaurants and coffee shops like Bones in Twickenham that are struggling to survive, let alone grow?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, when the Liberal Democrats had the chance, what did they do? They put VAT up on hospitality businesses. Here they are, coming up with ideas, Mr. Speaker, without plans to pay for them, wanting to increase borrowing over and over again, rather than make sure we support businesses in a fair and sustainable way over the years to come.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents are fed up of seeing more and more dodgy bob shops on Hagley Road, Harborne and neighbouring Bearwood High Street. Can the Chancellor say what the government is doing to tackle money laundering and other financial crimes involving dodgy shops blighting our high streets?
I couldn't agree more with my honourable friend, and that's why at the budget I announced, on the basis of many representations from colleagues, including my honourable friend, a comprehensive set of measures to crack down on illegal high street activity. We want our high streets to thrive, but these illegal businesses that are selling counterfeit goods and often harbouring more dangerous criminal activity have got to be cracked down on, and that's why we put money into it in the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vast swathes of Bridport, Bedminster, Maiden Newton, Yetminster, Thornford, whole parts of West Dorset are currently underwater. Dorset and Wiltshire Fire Service are doing an amazing job of rescuing residents, whether trapped at home or in cars. Unfortunately, in the long-term funding settlement, Dorset and Wiltshire Fire Service will suffer a £1.2 million shortfall because the Treasury's underlying assumptions are incorrect. Will the Chancellor agree to meet with me so we can show you why this is a problem for them?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I start by thanking the emergency services in the honourable gentleman's constituency for all their work, making sure people are kept safe and they're responding to the challenges people face with flooding. We are determined to support public services across the board, and that is why the decisions my right honourable friend the Chancellor has taken at previous budgets and at the spending review mean that we have sustainable funding for our public services in all parts of our country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I thank my right honourable friend for bringing us record investment, financial stability and repeated interest rate cuts. But does she share my astonishment that the Reform Party is not only welcoming treacherous Tories who did so much to wreck our economy and public services, but is actually entrusting them with economic policy?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and the honourable member for Clacton is warmly welcoming people who spent 14 years undermining public services, who wrecked the economy, who botched Brexit, and who then got booted out by the British people in 2024. And Mr. Speaker, their latest recruit was so bad she managed to get sacked by Liz Truss.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I heard the words of the Minister to the Honourable Member for Shipley in relation to Eco4, but the reality is the vague promise in the Warm Homes Plan to put right poor quality work under Eco4 feels like empty words to those constituents of mine in North East Fife affected. Will the Treasury look at the only viable option to this disastrous scheme, which is a redress one?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question, and it is an important one because there had been too many people let down by the scheme put in place by the party opposite. I'm sure she would have seen the announcement last week by the Energy Secretary setting out £15 billion Warm Homes Plan to make sure that the work upgrading the quality of British homes continues in the years ahead, particularly for lower income households, but for all households across the piece. And she'll also be aware that the ongoing remediation work will be taking place as part of that scheme.
Andy Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ben Houchin's Teesworks saga has seen over £500 million of taxpayers' monies funneled to enrich a few business people, while the opportunity for a sovereign wealth fund investment programme has been squandered. Can the Minister advise me as to what steps are being taken to ensure there is meaningful investment for economic growth and development on Teesside?
Mr. Speaker, this government is backing investment in Teesside to create the good jobs that my honourable friend's constituents deserve. I know that Teesside is very well placed across a range of sectors to lead in our country. For example, £4 billion is going into the UK's first carbon capture, usage and storage cluster in Teesside, including the world's first at-scale gas power station with CCUS.
Bobby Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 10 years ago, this place introduced
legislation stopping banks from applying tax deductions after paying out compensation for wrongdoing. Now, lenders are set to pay out billions of pounds in relation to the motor finance scandal, but they will be able to reduce their tax bills because most of these companies have channeled their money via subsidiaries. So does the Minister agree that this is not in keeping with the spirit of the law, and will they do something about it?
Mr Speaker, the Honourable Member refers to the motor finance redress situation. We are, as you would expect, monitoring that very closely, and we want to see it resolved in an efficient way that provides certainty for consumers and for firms as well. As the Honourable Member knows, seeking to change the rules on corporation tax would deviate from our commitment to certainty and predictability in the tax system as set out in our corporate tax roadmap.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I wish you a speedy recovery. I welcome the economic steps that the Chancellor has taken against Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, and I encourage her to go further. Does she, however, agree that the British public can only have confidence in our sanctions regime if those in political leadership across all parties, including the Shadow Attorney General, have an ongoing involvement in advising Russian oligarchs?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Like many, I was staggered at the reports that Mr Abramovich has appointed senior counsel, including the Shadow Attorney General, in relation to proceedings in Jersey. I cannot speak for the opposition. I had many years of that. But our focus remains on ensuring there is no further delay in the proceeds of sale from Chelsea Football Club reaching humanitarian causes in Ukraine. If Mr Abramovich fails to act quickly, this government is fully prepared to pursue legal action to release the funds. We know whose side we are on. We are on the side of the Ukrainian people and of Britain's national interest.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. More than 80% of households in Bromley and Biggin Hill have at least one car or van, which is significantly higher than the average in Greater London. So the decision to remove the 5p fuel duty reduction hits them particularly hard. And this is the latest in a slew of measures against motorists, including increased congestion charging and the ULEZ charge, which is really hitting them in the pockets. Why does the Labour Party continue to use motorists as a cash cow?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We have extended the temporary 5p fuel duty cut until the end of August 2026. And then, Mr Speaker, rates will then gradually return to early 2022 levels. The planned increase in line with inflation will also not take place. That will save the average driver, Mr Speaker, £49 next year compared to previous plans.
Rachel Musk.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. While pubs may have a large lobby, we know that it's the independents which power our local economy. In looking through the spreadsheets on business rates for our independent businesses after the relief has been applied, I've got businesses in my city who are going to be seeing an increase up to 93% in their business rates. Can the Minister say what engagement he has had with small independents to ensure that they're safeguarded with the relief that he's about to announce?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It is important to note that at the moment there is a 40% relief in the system for smaller and independent businesses, and over the coming years, as a result of the transitional relief protection we put in, that will be phased out. I think, just as the Chancellor said earlier, it is reasonable, and members across the House will agree that by the end of the decade, it wouldn't be right to have the temporary pandemic support still in place.
Hello.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I won't challenge you to a corridor race today, but good luck with your leg. I wrote to the Chancellor on the 8th of January with the support of 7,000 businesses, small businesses, not just pubs, but businesses from across the spectrum. Their concerns about not only the rate revaluations, the vicious tax rises that they've now had to suffer, but also the effect of the cost of the Workers' Rights Bill. When can the 7,001 of us expect a reply?
Mr Speaker, I am regularly replying to letters and parliamentary questions from the Honourable Member and members on all sides of this House.
Antonio Ball.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There are many SMEs in advanced manufacturing supply chains in my bit of the Black Country. Does the Minister agree with me that successfully implementing our industrial strategy is vital to securing the growth through small businesses that we need to get British industry back on track?
I thank my honourable friend for that question and the work that she does to champion small businesses and all businesses in the Black Country, and particularly in her own constituency. Advanced manufacturing was one of our industrial strategy sectors where we have huge strengths as a country and where we are determined to support them to grow and fulfil their potential.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What does the Minister say to childminders in Melton and Syston concerned about potentially increased administrative burdens and cash flow pressures as a result of changes under making tax digital for businesses over 50,000, which scrap the blanket 10% wear and tear allowance, replacing it with a requirement for line-by-line item accounting, with them having to pay up front and claim back later?
I thank the honourable member for his question. This is an important issue that is of concern to childminders. I have replied to correspondence, I think, to the honourable member and to others in this place on this topic. I would be happy to talk with members about it. I do think the change is proportionate and reasonable, and we have engaged closely with the sector to make sure that the burden will be proportionate for those who are affected by it.
Sarah Coombs.
Thanks to the policies of this Labour Treasury team, receiving £1.5 million to smarten up our towns. Does the Minister agree that local people should have a say in how this funding is spent? And will they encourage local people in Rowley, West Bromwich and Albury to fill in my survey about how we spend this government cash?
I very much encourage the people in my honourable friend's constituency to fill out her survey. The Pride in Place money that we are allocating across some of the most deprived parts of the country will make a huge difference in regenerating local areas left behind by the previous government. And I would encourage everyone in all of our communities to get involved and shape those plans, because those plans can only be improved by direct contact with the people who will stand to benefit from them most.
Caroline Burnham.
Mr. Speaker, Link have just doubled down on its decision not to grant Totnes a banking hub, despite the Prime Minister telling members at PMQs that every community that wants one should have one. So will the Chancellor now agree to review the criteria for banking hubs so that people have access to face-to-face banking services, not just access to cash, when the last bank turns its back on its customers and leaves town?
Mr. Speaker, the Government of course recognises the importance of in-person banking services as well as access to cash, as the honourable member and I have discussed. In-person services, as she knows, are provided through traditional bank branches, banking hubs, post offices and by other means as well. I will continue to monitor the situation and as she knows, I've listened very carefully to the concerns that she has and I'm happy to do so again.
Callum Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this month, the House of Lords Financial Services Regulation Committee on Private Markets published a report on private markets highlighting the potential risks to economic stability, and the Bank of England have also undertaken a stress test of the ecosystem. Can the Minister set out what actions she is considering taking with regulators to strengthen transparency and oversight of private markets so that we can mitigate any systemic risks?
I thank the honourable friend for his question. He's right that the rise in private markets has brought benefits, including to growth and financial stability. We've discussed that many times in the context of pensions, but it does come with new potential risks. The Treasury and regulators have increased their focus on those risks in non-bank sector in recent years and played a leading role in the response to emerging non-banks risks internationally, which I'm sure he is aware. In particular, the government emphasised in the November remit letter to the Bank of England's Financial Policy Committee that the committee should continue to consider risks in private markets, and we are considering the House of Lords Committee recommendations and will respond in due course.
Smith.
Mr. Speaker, at the weekend, Storm Ingrid caused the seawall at Dawlish to collapse in 2 new places. We wait to see the damage caused by Storm Chandra today. Both are once again exposing the vulnerability of the main rail line to Devon and Cornwall, which is vital for the local economy. Given the reported lack of a Treasury emergency reserve, can the Chancellor guarantee contingency funding for any urgent and unplanned resilience work required and not covered by a fiscal event?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for raising the situation in her constituency. And of course, we work with all departments across government, have had their budgets set to include contingency, to include known pressures. One of the ways in which we've manage the spending settlements differently from the previous government is that all individual departments must recognise the fact that unexpected pressures will come along. They need to prepare for them and make sure they have robust plans to respond when things occur.
Chris Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In South Shore Park, my constituency, has got the highest concentration of deprived communities and also the most deprived ward in the country. We've developed a local people's plan which will work to regenerate the area. So will my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, agree to meet with me to discuss this plan so we can regenerate the most deprived area in this country?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and we were pleased to be able to allocate Pride in Place funding to my right honourable friend's constituency in recognition of the levels of deprivation, and along with policies like getting rid of the cruel two-child benefit cap that the previous government introduced and investing record amounts in social housing. This government are delivering for the people of Blackpool, and I'm very happy to meet with my honourable friends.
Dave Dugan, final question.
My constituents restored the Ailith Hotel from near dereliction to an outstanding venue for dining, drinking and as a hotel. But they are smothered by the compound burden of VAT, rates, wage costs, duty increases, ENICs, energy costs and the squeeze on spending. That's why in December there were 8,000 fewer jobs in hospitality compared with November and 20,000 compared with September. Will the Chancellor consider reducing VAT on hospitality to the 7% it is in Germany, the 9% it is in Ireland or the 10% in Spain or Italy?
What I suggest is that the people of Scotland ask who was in charge in Scotland the last 2 decades and kick them out at the next election and give Labour a chance.
Right, that completes questions. Let the front bench change over. Order. Before we come to the statement on commonhold and leasehold reform, I once again note for the second day in a row my disappointment about briefings to the media before important announcements are brought to the House. As the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee recently stated, making the most important statements in the first instance to Parliament means doing so before they're made to the media, not at the first available opportunity thereafter. These are the government's own rules in its own ministerial code, and it must do better. I'm defending backbenchers on both sides. They've been elected here to hear it. Sky News and BBC is not the way that we do business. If there are issues of market sensitivity, or indeed any other sensitivities, ministers are welcome to seek advice from my office or the clerks on how the best balance of these sensitivities might legitimate or need to update me before the media. We've got to work together on this. The message is clear. I'm not in charge of the code, the Prime Minister is. He needs to take the code more seriously. We come to the statement. Minister Matthew Penny.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My department always strives to ensure the House is updated at the earliest possible opportunity, and I note and appreciate fully the points you've made and ensure they're passed on to my ministerial colleagues. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a statement on the government's draft Commonhold and Leasehold Reform Bill. We made a clear and unambiguous commitment in our manifesto to act where previous governments had failed and finally bring the feudal leasehold system to an end. We did so on the basis of a firm conviction that it is only by extinguishing fully the historical iniquities on which the present leasehold system rests that we can ensure that the dream of home ownership is made real for millions of households across the country. Today, the government has published and laid the Commonhold and Leasehold Reform Bill in draft for pre-legislative scrutiny by the Housing, Communities and Local Government Select Committee. This ambitious piece of legislation will modernise property law, deliver a fair and efficient modern housing market, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, transform the experience of home ownership for millions of leaseholders across the country. The draft bill includes the following key provisions: a new legal framework for commonhold to reform and reinvigorate this radical improvement on leasehold ownership, a statutory restriction on new leasehold flats to ensure that in future common hold is the default tenure. A new process for converting to common hold from leasehold to make conversion easier so more homeowners can enjoy this improved form of ownership. The abolition of leasehold forfeiture and its replacement with a fairer system of lease enforcement. The repeal of draconian powers relating to rent charges on freehold estates, and the capping of ground rent for older leases at £250 per year, changing to a peppercorn after 40 years. Let me expand briefly, Mr. Speaker, on each of these core measures, beginning with common hold. As you know, Mr. Speaker, common hold is a modern home ownership structure that is widely used around the world. It is not merely an alternative to leasehold ownership, but a radical improvement on it. At the heart of the common hold model is a simple principle. The people who should own buildings and who should exercise control over their management, shared facilities and related costs are not third-party landlords, but the people who live in the flats within them and who have a direct stake in their upkeep. Common hold ensures that the interests of homeowners are preserved in perpetuity. It transfers decision-making to them so that homeowners have a greater say over how their home is managed and the bills they pay, as well as the flexibility to respond to the changing needs of their building and its residents. Mr. Speaker, for a variety of reasons, common hold failed to establish itself following its introduction in 2004. As a result, there are fewer than 20 common hold developments in existence today, and the 2002 legal framework is hopelessly outdated. The provisions in the draft bill build on the publication of our common hold white paper in March last year, which confirmed the detail of our common hold reform programme and responded to the Law Commission's thorough and expert review of common hold law. The result is legislation that will reinvigorate common hold through the introduction of a comprehensive new legal framework that will enable common hold to be used in the widest possible range of settings. To ensure common hold becomes the default tenure as our manifesto promised, the draft bill also includes provisions to ban the use of leasehold for new flats. Once enacted, this will ensure that other than in exceptional circumstances, all flats are provided as common hold. These provisions will work in tandem with the ban on the use of leasehold for new houses contained in the Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act 2024. Alongside the publication of the draft bill today, we're publishing a Moving to Common Hold consultation, seeking input from industry and consumers on precisely how we implement the new ban. The feedback received will ensure we can proceed with a smooth transition to common hold for new developments, while at the same time protecting the supply of new homes and determining whether there is a case for any justified exemptions. The draft bill also includes measures, Mr. Speaker, to make it easier for existing leaseholders to convert their buildings to common hold. The existing law already sets out a process for conversion, but it is one that requires consent from everyone with an interest in the block. This sets an unacceptably high bar and means that common hold is not achievable if even a single unit owner, lender, or the existing freeholder objects. The draft bill will introduce a new process for conversion, one which brings conversion into line with wider enfranchisement processes and will make conversion possible if at least 50% of qualifying leaseholders agree. Mr. Speaker, while the previous government's Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act does provide leaseholders with important rights and protections, on these benches we have always maintained that it was a distinctly unambitious piece of legislation that left untouched serious problems, including the disproportionate and draconian threat of forfeiture as a means of ensuring compliance with a lease agreement. For too long, outdated forfeiture laws have allowed landlords to threaten people with losing their home and hard-earned equity over small debts of as little as £350 or any amount if left unpaid for 3 years. The draft bill contains provisions to abolish forfeiture and replace it with a modern, proportionate lease enforcement system that addresses breaches fairly with appropriate safeguards and judicial oversight. Mr. Speaker, you'll know that before Christmas we launched 2 comprehensive consultations seeking views on how best to implement new consumer protections for homeowners on freehold estates and the ways in which we might reduce the prevalence of privately managed estates over the coming years. To further enhance protections for homeowners on freehold estates, the draft bill will also repeal enforcement powers that apply to estate rent charges on them. These powers, often difficult to find in deeds and poorly understood by buyers, can lead to rent charge owners taking possession of or granting a lease over a freehold home as a result of small sums outstanding. That is not just unfair, it creates real barriers to home ownership and property sales. We will remove these wholly disproportionate and outdated remedies for enforcing rent charges by repealing sections 121 and 122 of the Law of Property Act 1925, including estate rent charges. Mr. Speaker, the Government is acutely aware that the cost of living remains a pressing concern for leaseholders across England and Wales, and that those who remain subject to unfair and unreasonable practices need urgent relief. That is why last summer we consulted, jointly with the Welsh Government, on strengthening leaseholder protections over charges and services. That consultation included proposals to reform the Section 20 major works procedure, increase transparency over service charges, and enhance access to redress through the relevant provisions in the Act. We thank all those who responded to the consultation and will set out details of how we intend to implement the measures in question as soon as possible. However, the Government is determined to go further to alleviate the cost of living pressures facing leaseholders. In our manifesto, we promise to tackle unregulated and unaffordable ground rent charges. The draft bill honours that commitment. As the House will know, historically, ground rents, which often entail no service being provided whatsoever, were of low or nominal value. However, over the past 2 decades, a practice has developed of freeholders, including high and escalating ground rent clauses in leases. Such clauses are causing leaseholders considerable financial strain, and some are unable to sell or remortgage their properties as a result. The draft bill will cap ground rents at £250 per year initially, changing to a peppercorn after 40 years. This will provide immediate financial relief for leaseholders with high and harmful ground rents, while the longer-term change to a peppercorn cap will eliminate the two-tier market between new and older leases, delivering a fair and efficient modern housing market. These reforms will necessarily have effects on existing contractual arrangements and investments, something which this Government does not undertake lightly, Mr. Speaker. However, the Government has a clear mandate to tackle unregulated and unaffordable ground rent charges, and our approach has been designed to strike a fair balance between the interests of leaseholders, freeholders and investors, maintaining the reputation of the UK as a safe place to invest. Finally, Mr. Speaker, as I've made it clear to the House on previous occasions, the last Government's Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act contains a number of specific but serious flaws that prevent certain provisions from operating as intended and that need to be rectified via primary legislation. While not included in the draft bill, our intention is to rectify those flaws in primary legislation. Among other things, this will allow us to commence the 2024 Act's enfranchisement provisions, making it cheaper and easier for leaseholders to extend their lease or buy their freehold. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, the publication of the draft bill today is a historic moment. It marks the beginning of the end for the feudal leasehold system that has tainted the dream of home ownership for so many. I look forward to working closely with the Select Committee as they perform their invaluable role in scrutinising carefully this draft legislation, and I encourage honourable members from across the House to engage with it and the accompanying consultation on banning new leasehold flats. Mr. Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Minister Gareth Bacon.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for his remarks and for advanced sight of his statement. Progress on leasehold reform is to be welcomed. Labour promised this when they stood for election 18 months ago, so it is about time they got on with it, as the previous Conservative government had started to. Mr. Speaker, the previous Conservative government began the process of fundamental reform to the existing system of leaseholds by making it easier to extend a lease or to buy a freehold, increasing the standard lease extension term to 990 years, and giving leaseholders greater transparency over their service charges. His Majesty's opposition remain committed to giving leaseholders a fair deal, want householders to have security for the future, and will continue to hold the government to account on this. Now, the government made big promises at the last election to leaseholders. Do they believe that this bill is the summit of their ambitions? And what about the 2024 Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act? What are their plans to implement secondary legislation? There are opportunities to improve leaseholder situations that are available to the government now. Why have they not implemented these changes? Surely, if they were serious about reform for leaseholders, they would have picked up the 2024 Act and run with it, rather than doing nothing until now. The Minister has just said, and I quote, "I have made clear to the House on previous occasions the last government's Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act contains a small number of specific but serious flaws that prevent certain provisions from operating as intended and that need to be rectified via primary legislation." He then goes on, Mr. Speaker, while not included in the draft bill, our intention is to rectify these flaws in primary legislation. Perhaps the Minister could tell us what these flaws are. And if the government have already identified them, why are the corrections not included in the forthcoming bill? Surely now would be the time to rectify them. So if not now, when? And I would be remiss not to comment on one of the central principles of housing reform. There actually needs to be some housing in order to reform it. The Labour Mayor of London is delivering the lowest house building in London since 2009, while Labour's national housing delivery is nowhere near where it needs to be to meet their 1.5 million homes target. What are Labour doing to ensure that there are strong incentives to build more. Where is the second planning bill that they have briefed out to the media that they will need to introduce because of their failure to get the planning reform right first time? Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party is pro-development, which is why we have announced both a plan to review the London plan to improve on the Labour's failings in London and to ensure national development is done on a brownfield-first approach. Now, it is true, Mr. Speaker, that ground rent is an additional cost to leaseholders, but it is reported that the Chancellor of the Exchequer is against capping ground rents because she believes it will deter pension fund investors. What does the Minister have to say to that? Mr. Speaker, the government are claiming that this will reduce people's bills, and of course that would be welcome. But if leaseholder ground rent bills are simply replaced by soaring council tax bills, with some local councils now facing more than 30% rises in council tax due to the government's grossly unfair funding review, how will people be better off? In Inner London, which has a high proportion of leasehold flats, and councils there such as Wandsworth, Westminster and Kensington Chelsea are facing the double whammy of staggering rises in council tax and a council tax surcharge on top. Are the government in fact claiming to cut one cost on the one hand, but knowingly replacing it with even more costs on the other? Mr. Speaker, I would be grateful if the Minister could answer these points in his reply. We will scrutinise the government's forthcoming Common Hold and Leasehold Reform Bill, and we will hold them to account on their promises on leasehold reform and housing. We look forward to studying the details and to the debates that will follow.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I note the initial positive tone from the Shadow Minister in welcoming the bill, and I'm slightly reluctant, Mr. Speaker, on what is usually a matter of cross-party consensus to be too critical of the Shadow Minister. But it is a little bit rich to criticise this government, given that the previous government cherry-picked reform in a way that was at odds with the Law Commission's recommendations to treat all three of their reports as a holistic package, and has left us with an act that, as I said, Mr. Speaker, we have to make a series of changes through primary legislation to fix just so that we can implement the provisions that remain. So I won't take any strictures from the honourable gentleman on ambition when it comes to leasehold reform. On the 2024 Act, I say very plainly to the Shadow Minister, we've switched on a number of the Act's provisions already. Immediately on coming to office, we enacted a series of provisions on rent charge arrears, on building safety legal costs, on the work of professional insolvency practitioners. On the 31st of October, we enacted further building safety measures. On the 31st of January, we switched on the two-year qualifying exemptions for leaseholders. In March, we switched on the right to manage provisions, and we are working at pace to take forward the rest of that very significant package of secondary legislation was required, although some parts of those provisions, Mr. Speaker, do require us to make those fixes to the bill that sadly the previous government left us with. The honourable gentleman mentioned housing supply again. I'm going to take lessons from a party which torpedoed housing supply in the last Parliament, Mr. Speaker, by making a series of anti-supply changes to the MPBF, including the abolition of mandatory housing targets. And the honourable gentleman's criticism could be taken a little bit more seriously if his colleagues did not week in, week out come to me objecting to housing applications and telling me how our reforms will make it more permissive in their local constituencies. We're getting on, Mr. Speaker. We're taking forward the reforms to the leasehold system that are already on the statute book. We're bringing forward through this bill the wider reforms necessary to bring that system to an end, and it will be to the lasting benefit of millions of leaseholders across the country.
Chair of the Select Committee, Florence Eshelome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I start by paying tribute to the Minister for his hard work on getting us to this stage. I think there were a few occasions, Mr. Speaker, where the Minister saw me and he went the other way, because I think he knew what I was going to ask him, and we wouldn't be here without his tireless work. I also want to highlight what the Minister said in terms of this being a cross-party issue and paying a tribute to the former member for Worthing West, Sir Peter Bottomley, for his work in chairing the APPG leasehold. For far too long, many leaseholders up and down the country have been caught up in this medieval system leaving them with soaring rents and unreasonable fees. People who bought their homes in good faith, seeing that nightmare now transpiring. And it's right that the government finally bringing a change that will help millions of people up and down the country. The ministers agreed to support our inquiry with the necessary evidence. Can the minister confirm that he will support us by providing the government's response to the 2023 ground rent consultation in the coming days, so that we could get a better understanding on how this underpins the government's decision to cap ground rents at £250. Mr. Speaker, there's some things that we were expecting to see in this draft bill, yes, I have read it, which includes the Law Commission's unimpediment recommendations on enfranchisement and the right to manage for many people. Lord Beth's recommendations on this, on managing agents. Lord Beth has called for a regulator for teeth with proper enforcement. Can the Minister clarify what work the government is doing to ensure that this will be in the final version of the bill, or where, if they will be addressed elsewhere? The Minister also outlined a rough timeline for implementation. Could we get more clarity on when we expect to see this, so that those leaseholders up and down the country who've been waiting for a long time will finally get the help that they desperately need?
Minister.
I thank my friend, Mr. Speaker, the Chair of the Select Committee, for those fair and pertinent questions. Let me answer them each in turn. Mr. Speaker, we published a whole series of documents at 7 a.m. this morning, including the copy of the draft bill, but that also included a policy document setting out our rationale for the £250 per year ground rent cap, but we will of course make available other information, evidence and documentation to the Select Committee as needed and at the earliest possible opportunity. When it comes to implementing other Law Commission recommendations made in their 3 reports, Mr. Speaker, the Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act 2024 implemented a significant number of the Law Commission's enfranchisement recommendations, a very small number of its right to manage recommendations, and none of its common hold. We can't do everything in this bill. Honourable members who've had a chance to look will already seen it's a very large number of clauses already, but we are committed to enacting those remaining recommendations relating to leasehold enfranchisement and other recommendations over the course of the Parliament. In terms of implementation, Mr. Speaker, different provisions will come into effect at different points in time. For example, the rent charge provisions I've described in my statement, we aim to switch those on quite soon after royal assent. Other measures will require secondary legislation. The ground rent cap we expect to be in place in 2028, but we will work with the Select Committee, as I said, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that they can do the fullest and most robust job possible when it comes to giving this bill the enhanced scrutiny it deserves.
Give the name, most Liberal Democrat spokesman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Liberal Democrats welcome the introduction of Common Hold Framework, abolition of leasehold for new build flats, the end of forfeiture. All these are positive steps in the right direction. Our manifesto has been calling for an end to unfair residential leaseholds since Lloyd George called it blackmail in his 1909 People's Budget. But while I welcome those measures, we should be going much further. The Secretary of State himself this morning called ground rents money for nothing and a scam. So why should leaseholders continue to pay £250 for nothing? The government's proposals need to go further. For freeholders trapped in the fleecehold of unscrupulous property management companies, the blackmail of the great property rip-off is set to continue. There is nothing that will cap those charges in these proposals. And since residential leaseholds will still be with us for some time, millions of leaseholders need better protection from landlords' costs being passed on to them. They need capping of excessive service charges like £400 to change a light bulb and £4,000 to mow the grass. And help is needed for those trapped in unsafe and defective buildings, hundreds of thousands who are excluded from the building safety regime. Will the Secretary of State, therefore, will the Minister take forward Liberal Democrat proposals and immediately abolish residential leasehold charges, set ground rents at a peppercorn now, and regulate property and estate management companies as recommended in the BEST report, and cap unreasonable service and estate management charges?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Liberal Democrat spokesman for those questions. I also share his passion. He often mentions Lloyd George. I share his passion for Lloyd George's radicalism on property law and other measures. Let me address the specific points he raises, Mr. Speaker. During the passage of the Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act in 2023, I think it was, I was clear that my instinctive preference when it comes to ground rents was for a peppercorn cap, fully eliminating ground rents, and the changes we are making ensure that after 40 years that change occurs. But having considered all the analysis and advice available to me as a minister, including the evidence gathered in response to the previous administration's 2023 consultation, I believe the policy we've set out is the right one. It is clear that an immediate peppercorn cap would carry significant risks, including some which might impact upon leaseholders. And the government also recognises there's a significant difference between regulating the creation of new leases and intervening to effect existing contracts and investments. On the functioning of the cap itself, Mr. Speaker, I just want to make clear this is a maximum cash cap. If your lease is below £250 and doesn't include escalating clauses, your ground rents will not rise to £250. If your ground rents are over £250, you will see at the point that these measures are brought into force an immediate reduction. That, as I say, will benefit millions of leaseholders across the country. It's a huge cost of living intervention, and I hope the House can come behind it as the most just and proportionate way of addressing unregulated and unaffordable ground rent terms. On service charges, lastly, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman will know we ran a consultation last year on how we can standardise service charges, how we can increase transparency around service charges to ensure that leaseholders can better challenge the reasonableness of service charges at tribunal. But we don't intend to bring forward a cap, not least because doing so could actually harm leaseholders, particularly those in enfranchised buildings who might need to raise sums beyond the cap to carry out essential maintenance works on their buildings.
Angela Rayner.
Speaker, can I start by thanking my honourable friend for this extremely welcome statement, because I know personally first-hand how much he's put into this. However, we know, Mr. Speaker, that vested interests have repeatedly resorted to lawfare to block such measures and may do so again. And we've already seen the scaremongering, Mr. Speaker, begin with outrageous claims that this will impact on life-saving building safety work. So can my honourable friend reassure me that the government will not waver in the face of such threats, but stand firm and ensure the will of this Parliament prevails? And I take exception from the opposite benches who did nothing on rent camps for the time in Parliament.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I very much thank my honourable friend for her kind words. She was an incredible champion for this reform agenda, for this piece of legislation, when she served as Secretary of State. On the matter of vested interests, you can take, Mr. Speaker, as I hope the House has, from the government's robust defence of the legal challenge brought to the 2024 Act by a group of claimants who are owners of freehold and other revising interests of dwellings, that the government will robustly defend the legislation. The High Court, incidentally, Mr. Speaker, comprehensively dismissed that challenge, allowing us in due course to take forward the relevant provisions. And I simply say to my honourable friend, as she is well aware, and she embodies this herself, taking on vested interests, opposed to change, to bring about improvements in the lives of working people is what Labour governments do.
Who is clocking?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, as a leaseholder myself, I do understand the issues that they face, and I look forward to carrying out the pre-legislative scrutiny that the MHCLG committee will do. The conveyancing process also needs to be looked at, as I'm not sure that solicitors and managing agents actually point out historical service charges, whether the property's got a sinking fund, how much service charges have gone up. Can he reassure me and my constituents that that process of when you buy a leasehold property will also be looked at within this legislation?
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question. I have a lot of respect for him and his service on the Select Committee. He's got a lot of expertise in this area. I'd say two things. We published 2 consultations on the home buying and selling process to try and modernise that process. We're looking at some of these issues as part of that. But on service charges in particular, one of the reasons we had to go out and consult with quite a complicated and technical consultation on how we implement the 2024 Act's service charge provisions is precisely because it is complex. There's a lot of factors we've got to deal with. The response we've received, the incredibly useful feedback we've received to that consultation, will shape how we take those measures forward. But I want to be clear, we are talking about how, not whether we take them forward, and I want to see them brought forward as the earliest possible opportunity, because we absolutely know, Mr. Speaker, the impact that high and rising service charges are having on leaseholders across the country.
Navandra Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, people in Stockport and Greater Manchester have suffered for many years with poor service and unfair treatment by managing agents. So can I ask the Minister if the commitment today by the government to protect leaseholders marks a break from years and years of weak regulation by the coalition partners and then the Conservatives?
Well, we did see, Mr. Speaker, a considerable amount of deregulation under the coalition government and its successors. I will give the government credit, as I have done, for bringing forward the 2024 Act. It does include some limited relief for leaseholders, some new rights and protections, but we need to take forward and finish the job, as I made clear in opposition we would. We are, as I said, consulting on changes to increase protections over service charges. Incidentally, that same consultation, Mr. Speaker, included a number of proposals recommended by Lord Best in his 2019 report on the regulation of property agents, including the introduction of mandatory qualifications for managing agents, but we're clear that that consultation and the measures within it is not the final step in the regulation of managing agents, and we'll continue to reflect on the various other recommendations made in Lord Best's report.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the chairman of our select committee, I've not read the full piece of draft legislation that was published at 7 o'clock this morning, and I can confirm that she was feeling a bit unloved whenever she saw the minister running away from her. In terms of the actual statement, I think the minister referred to the ground rents and the transition from 250 to zero peppercorn being effective in 2028, I think you may have said in the previous answer. Could he just clarify for the House, at the point it becomes effective, will he look to be backdating it, or do tenants as of today have to continue to pay their bills up until the point the legislation is effective?
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question. The House, of course, can help us speed up the progress of this bill. I only make a rough estimate of 2028 based on the time it will take for this bill, once it's passed its draft phase and the scrutiny of the Select Committee are given it, that it's been introduced in its final form and that it gets through both houses, of course. Then we have to switch on the necessary secondary legislation. Up until that point, people should continue to pay their existing ground rents, but at the point we bring those measures into force, as I say, the cap will apply. And for lots and lots of leaseholders around the country, I'm sure he's got many, who are paying onerous high ground rent terms way above £250 a year. At that point, that will be an immediate financial relief that will be hugely beneficial to them.
Catherine McKinnon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since I was first elected in 2010, I have seen the misery caused for constituents on Great Park, in Moorfields, in Grove Park, high ground rents, hikes in service charges, threats of forfeiture, and a total lack of accountability of the maintenance companies. So I strongly welcome today's announcements. I truly thank him for listening to these calls, but many will still find themselves living in existing leasehold houses, and they will remain trapped in this old, unfair and very frustrating system. So could the Minister explain to them, as they are asking me, what the government will do next to support them?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm more than happy to have a separate conversation with my honourable friend about the specific conditions that pertain to leasehold houses. She will know, of course, that the 2022 Act made a number of changes in that area. In general, Mr. Speaker, I'd say the following. We want to, once our reform agenda is enacted, arrive at a situation where existing leaseholders can choose to remain in leasehold ownership, but taking advantage of the new rights and protections made available to them, including that cheaper and easier enfranchisement process if they want to extend their lease or buy their freehold. Or, Mr. Speaker, convert to common hold, which is why it's so important that we have now in the bill an easier mechanism to convert to common hold, which we are clear, and as I've said in the statement, is not only an alternative to leasehold ownership, but a radical improvement on it.
Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the introduction of this draft bill, and obviously as a member of the Select Committee, look forward to scrutinising it. I wonder if the Minister will make available to the committee evidence around the peppercorn rent and the 40-year requirement, I suspect to do with investor confidence, and if that could be brought forward. But my one overarching feeling with this bill, and I know it will be in my inbox when I get back to my office, is that people across the country would have expected to see action in this bill on service charges. Yeah. That's what we get contacted about consistently, about managing agents not performing their duties and charging too much for it. This bill was meant to be presented at the back end of last year, and I know that the government concluded a consultation in September. You want it to service charges to be addressed as soon as possible. Will we be able to get an additional clause in this draft bill?
Can I just gently say to everybody, I want to get everybody in, but I can't do it if people are going to make longer contributions. And I know there's a 40-year clause, and I don't want to hit it today. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. Very clearly, this draft bill can't do absolutely everything, and it is the government's considered opinion that when it comes to service charges, because not least we don't intend, for the reasons I've set out, to implement a service charge cap, that we don't need provisions in this bill, that the provisions in the 2024 Act will do the job. But help is on the way, and I want to ensure that those provisions are switched on at the earliest possible opportunity.
Clive Betts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'm going to congratulate my honourable friend on the magnificent job he's done with this legislation. And also my honourable friend, the chair of the Select Committee, who's pushed him and bothered him all the way down the corridors for months on end. It's now 8 years since the last Select Committee looked at this matter and recommended radical reform of leasehold. Could I say to my honourable friend that right honourable friend, one of the challenges in my constituency is still those individual householders who try to buy their freehold and find that their holders, the freeholders, will not even respond to their requests and then push them through complicated and expensive procedures to actually get their entitlements. Can he give us an assurance that that process, that procedure will now be simplified and cheapened?
Minister.
Thank you. I thank again my honourable friend for his kind words about my role in developing the bill. I can say to him very plainly, yes. If he looks at the consultation on service charge protections that we released last summer, there are proposals in there specifically addressing non-litigation costs and other measures. But it is our intention to ensure that when it comes to the enfranchisement process, it is, as I said, not only cheaper but easier for leaseholders to make use of those new rights and protections if they intend to buy their freehold, Mr. Speaker, or extend their lease.
Will Foster.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased the government have finally published their plans to reform the leasehold system, and I look forward to scrutinising it as part of the Select Committee. In my constituency of Woking, we have a range of issues with property management companies, whether that be mismanagement at the Clock Tower in Maybury or the proposed 30% increase in service charge at Brookwood Farm. All of those are unacceptable. Please can the Minister explain why he's not using this bill to end the wild west of unregulated property companies?
Yes.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, we launched 2 comprehensive consultations before Christmas, both in respect of how we switch on the consumer protections for those living on freehold estates that are set out in the 2024 Act, and more widely how we end the prevalence of private management arrangements of the kind I think he is referring to. Again, this bill doesn't have to do everything, but relief is on the way through those new consumer protections for those living on freehold estates who suffer from management companies levying unfair charges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate my honourable friend for resisting the call from those who have exploited leaseholders for far too long and capping ground rent. I welcome the assurance that we are moving from the outdated feudal system of leasehold to a proper common hold future to give the full rights of ownership to leaseholders. But he will know that those who have taken money for no service or for poor service will resist this with all their might. And I would ask him to address in particular the loophole that may still exist for enfranchisement when developers put up a new building with the proportion of commercial property in its base, specifically to stop them making that loophole.
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for that question, Mr. Speaker. We both served on the Bill Committee of the now 2024 Act and discussed many of these issues, and I can assure him we've given consideration to all of them. But he is right. We are now on a path, Mr. Speaker, to a common hold future. As I've said, this is a radical improvement on leasehold home ownership. And in general, why we will obviously ensure that leaseholders who wish to remain under leasehold ownership benefit from new rights and protections. It is our intention as a government to try to persuade as many leaseholders to convert to common hold and to enjoy the benefits it provides as possible.
Rebecca Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by thanking the Minister for his statement today, and I also want to thank him for all his support
with respect to the issues we've had on Park 25 in Red Hill. I very much appreciate that the Minister has taken residents' concerns very seriously. Can I ask what of these changes will be most beneficial for my Park 25 residents in Red Hill? And can I also ask him whether he's given any more thought to my suggestion around mandatory adoption of communal land by local authorities going forwards?
Minister.
Of the provisions, I must say, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is hard to know without getting into the detail of the circumstances of her particular constituents which of these measures will benefit them most. If they are subject to high ground rent charges, then the cap on introduction will benefit them hugely. If they have suffered from the threat of forfeiture, which is, as I've said, a draconian, disproportionate means of enforcing lease terms, they will benefit. They'll benefit in a myriad of ways from the Act.
Darren Paffy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank and congratulate my honourable friend. Like thousands of long-suffering leaseholders across Southampton Itchen, I warmly welcome what has been announced today. In Sapphire Court development, residents have already been paying more ground rent than the cap, with a plan to double that. Thanks to the action of this Labour government, that will not be happening. So can the Minister say how soon Southampton's leaseholders will get the rights, the protections and the securities that they've been waiting long for and that they deserve?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. As I've said in response to previous questions, it's the government's intention to ensure that this draft bill and the final product that eventually comes forward after the scrutiny provided by the Select Committee is made law as soon as possible so that we can get these new provisions benefiting leaseholders. I'd say to him in general terms on the ground rent cap, no one will pay more from the ground rent cap we are introducing. Millions of people will pay less. Approximately 770,000 to 900,000 leaseholds with ground rents over £250 will see savings in this Parliament, with others seeing savings in greater amounts in Parliaments to come.
John Glenn.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the news on the capping of ground rents for existing contracts, and I thank the Minister for the time he gave me last year. But he will recognise that many city centre developments require ongoing investment from pension funds. Could he say a little bit more about how his announcement will not spook the city, and he will ensure that there continues to be a flow of investment into our high street?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and it is a fair and reasonable one. The government considers the intervention we are making through this draft bill on ground rents to be a justified and proportionate approach to the specific problems leaseholders face as a result of high and harmful ground rents. We're introducing these reforms, as I've said, to deliver on specific commitments in our manifesto and in the context of a significant number of wider reforms to the leasehold market. We've carefully weighed the different options to meet our manifesto commitment on ground rents, and we've taken investors' concerns into account when developing this policy, which we believe strikes, as I've said before, a fair balance between leaseholders, freeholders and those invested in ground rents. But we recognise these reforms will have a significant impact on freeholders and investors. As I've said, we consider this, though, a justified and proportionate response.
Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I should declare that I am a leaseholder. And I welcome very warmly the Minister's statement today, particularly on common held as a co-op MP, something we've been campaigning for a long time, and the cap on ground rents is actually in sight. But there are issues in my constituency where a lot of my leaseholders are shared owners, and I wonder if the Minister can tell us now, or if he not, could write to me with detail about how that might impact some of the changes. And also, could he reassure us that there will be some government support, a hub of advice or pointing people in the right direction about how to move from where they are to common hold because of the complexities of doing that?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for that question. I'm more than happy to write to her about the issue of shared ownership specifically. She should know through our £39 billion social and affordable homes programme that we're making improvements to shared ownership as a tenure model. More widely, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can assure her that in terms of the provisions in this bill, they will benefit leaseholders in her constituency in the way she makes clear, Madam Deputy Speaker. But again, I'm happy to have a further conversation with her to get into the details perhaps of how the reforms will benefit her and what advice leaseholders can draw on, including the government-backed Leasehold Advisory Service.
Mike Martin.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister for bringing this bill to Parliament and broadly welcome the provisions within it. Particularly this idea of conversion from leasehold to common hold I think is excellent. I do note that by my count there are about 4.8 million leaseholders in England. Does the government envisage driving this process so that people are empowered and encouraged to take that process forward? And when does he think that we'll get rid of the last leasehold in England?
Well, I think leaseholds will exist for some time to come. Indeed, people in various buildings may not, for whatever particular reason, wish to convert to common hold, but it's absolutely our intention to make it easier to do so and to encourage as many leasehold homeowners to make that change as possible, because, as I've said, it's a radical improvement on leasehold ownership, not just an alternative to it.
Ben Coleman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Residents in Chelsea and Fulham have experienced years of poor service and unfair treatment from managing agents. So I know how pleased they're going to be by this government's determination to do absolutely the right thing by leaseholders after years of sadly weak regulation under the Conservatives. And may I take this opportunity to say to my honourable friend how much residents in Chelsea and Fulham are looking forward to the further steps on service charges and managing agents that he's outlined. More, please.
We are absolutely committed, Madam Deputy Speaker, to strengthening regulation of managing agents. As I've said, some proposals were set out in the consultation on protections for leaseholders on charges that we released last summer, but there is more to come.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, the hundreds of thousands of freeholders up and down the country who are locked in a financial arrangement with unaccountable estate management firms, I think will be very frustrated by today's statement because it does focus solely on leasehold. So can I ask the Minister to very clearly set out the next steps to tackle this enormous travesty that involves leasehold and estate management companies?
Minister.
I've got to correct the Honourable Gentleman. It doesn't solely deal with leasehold, as I made clear in the statement, Madam Deputy Speaker. The draft bill will repeal sections 121 and 122 of the Law of Property Act 1925, which ends the disproportionate remedies which give rent charge owners access to a draconian enforcement regime on freehold estates. But we are doing more, as I've said. Those two consultations launched before Christmas, in particular to give new consumer protections to those living on freehold estates, and I hope you take part and respond to that consultation.
Dame Leah Griffith. Much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, the capping of ground rent at £250 will give certainty and relief to leaseholders in Llanelli who face unpredictable and unjustifiable hikes in ground rent and for whom the reform simply cannot come soon enough. So can the Minister give us a bit more detail about the timetable for the bill and ensure us that he will do everything he possibly can to ensure that the cap can be brought in as soon as possible? Esther.
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and I absolutely agree with her. She will have constituents, as I have, Madam Deputy Speaker, subject to high, unfair ground rent charges, in some cases escalating ground rent charges, particularly those that are inflation-linked. And people across the country can see those ground rent charges stack up to very significant amounts, and they will benefit from this cap when it's implemented. The cap on ground rents may take, we estimate, approximately 12 months after royal assent to introduce, but that is all subject to parliamentary timings, and if there is cross-party support on this issue, as there has been in the past, we can all work together to ensure that the bill makes speedy progress.
Carla Denyer.
Madam Deputy Speaker, leaseholders in Bristol Central are being ripped off. I am disappointed that the government won't be enforcing peppercorn ground rents immediately, although a £250 cap is an improvement and the movement towards common hold is really welcome. But there are big problems for leaseholders that are still unaddressed. So will the Minister please commit to tackling the soaring insurance premiums that have left homes unmortgageable and therefore left leaseholders trapped, unable to sell, unable to move in the wake of the cladding scandal?
I detected an unusual amount of support in that question from the Honourable Lady, which I very much welcome. On this specific issue of insurance charges, there again was a consultation switching on some of the provisions in the 24 Act that relate to insurance commissions. I'm more than happy to write to her to set out further detail, but we need to again bring those into force, and it remains our commitment to do so at the earliest possible opportunity.
Lauren Sullivan.
Oh, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Sorry.
just like to thank the Minister for the statement. And while, as he's pointed out, that this cannot all be fixed in one go and that there are other levers that he's going to be pulling in place for the leaseholders, can you just give some reassurance to the leaseholders in Gravesham that have experienced this poor service, that this is about rebalancing the power, so actually those leaseholders are protected going forward?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. It is absolutely about rebalancing between leasehold and freehold interests on any manner of these provisions we're discussing in the draft bill. Freeholders have been in, often, I take the example of forfeiture, an unassailable position of strength vis-à-vis leaseholders, and that is what we're trying to address by introducing it, and I thank her for.
Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hesitate to add to the Minister's interest, but he will know that we do have existing protections of some sort for leaseholders and freeholders, as right as he is to want to go further. I have residents in the Cooden area of my constituency who have been sent letters by a company called Asset Investment Limited demanding thousands of pounds to, they say, regularise covenant breaches, which to me seem very unjustified and have some of the hallmarks of these unregulated charges that leaseholders have faced in the past. I think this is probably an issue that affects MPs across the House. Would you be so kind as to meet with me to see if we can explore how we might address this issue as well?
Minister.
I will happily meet with the honourable gentleman, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I've said, it's our intention as a government to end unjust and discriminatory practices that leaseholders are suffering from. And what we intend to do over the course of the Parliament, as I hope I've made clear, is to end finally and once and for all this iniquitous system. And that will take some time. It can't happen overnight, but that is our intent. And leaseholders across the country, including those in his constituency and my own, will benefit from that.
Dame Chion Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And let me congratulate my honourable friend in freeing so many of my constituents from the historic and indeed feudal injustice of the leasehold system. And let me urge him to ignore the clarion complaints of those freeholders who predicated their business model on the continued exploitation of working people through extortionate ground rents. Now, the Minister is familiar with the predicament of my constituents unable to extend their leasehold or buy their freehold because of the actions of the Mary Magdalene and Holy Jesus Trust. What hope can he offer them?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is right. There will always be vested interests who resist reform of the nature we're trying to take forward. There will also be always, Madam Deputy Speaker, naysayers out there for whom nothing we do is ever good enough. But this package as a whole, as I've said, will end the leasehold system in its entirety. And in a single Parliament, I think that will be a huge achievement for this government. And we will succeed on that basis where other governments have failed. On the specific issue she raises, I'm aware of it. We've had many discussions about it. The provisions to address that issue are not in the draft bill, but my officials and I are in serious consideration to how and where we resolve the matter that my honourable friend has championed for so many years.
Leila Moran.
Deputy Speaker, I, of course, welcome this bill, but can I take this opportunity to urge the Minister to go further faster on these rip-off service charges? This is the thing that's clogging up my inbox, so much so I've got a service charges forum that I'm holding in Oxford in a few weeks' time. There's one group in particular that I do think is underprotected, and that's social housing tenants. He'll know that in the 24 Act, there is more transparency over their service charges, but they don't have anywhere near as strong a hand as others in seeking redress. So would he agree to meet with me following this forum so that I can relay to him the issues that my constituents are having, particularly the social housing tenants?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I can feel the glare of my private office as I agree to meetings across the House, but I'm happy to do so. The matters that she addresses are in the consultation we brought forward last year. It is an incredibly technical consultation and matter to standardise and make more transparent service charges across the country. We're not uniform in any way as things stand, but as I've said, we want to introduce those protections as soon as possible.
Josh Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And today I'm thinking of one of the very first constituents I saw at one of my surgeries who was trying to sell one of her leasehold properties just to help fund the care of her mother. So will the Minister take this opportunity to reassure my constituent that this Labour government is on her side and is doing all it can to free her and others from what has become a nightmare?
Minister.
I can say to my honourable friend, we are on her side, and it is because so many leaseholders across the country are suffering from unjust and discriminatory practices that we have to overhaul and ultimately end this feudal leasehold system.
Josh Babarindi.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Eastbourne's leaseholders are being ripped off.
The current leaseholder landscape has bred an industry of property management companies like Firstport and Eager States that prey on powerless leaseholders by charging eye-watering service charges, opaque calculations of them, and bullying residents into submission. And in failing to cap service charges, and without the 2024 transparency rules in place, these reforms today still leave thousands of local leaseholders unprotected. When will the Minister finally crack down on exploitative property management companies?
Well, I've made clear to the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we've already set out proposals to strengthen the regulation of managing agents, but those proposals we've set out are not the summit of our ambitions. There is more to come. And I'd say to him just generally in the House that managing agents will play an even more important role as we progress towards a common hold future, and we've got to therefore end that abuse and poor service from unscrupulous managing agents that so many leaseholders face.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his diligent work on this issue? I know we all appreciate his expertise. So too will my constituents in Walthamstow, who are leaseholders with Clarion, and who in the last year have seen their ground rents go up from £200 to £650, and now this year to £857, including an admin fee. What can the Minister say to reassure my constituents that there will not be loopholes in this cap? We will ensure that all charges are included in the £250 limit.
Well, it is certainly not our intention, Madam Deputy Speaker, to allow any loopholes into the legislation, which is precisely why we have brought forward a draft bill rather than a final product, because such is the complexity and technical nature of the reform we're enacting here, that additional and enhanced scrutiny that the Select Committee will provide will be invaluable.
Tessa Munt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Minister's announcement, and I know it will bring some joy, particularly with the further announcements he's going to make later in the Parliament to many of the residents in my part of the West Country. Can I draw his attention to the housing with care sector? I am not talking about those communities that are gated and have a caretaker or somebody who cuts the grass, but actually places like the charity, there's the Monica's Trust, St Monica Trust, who do some affordable rent, some shared ownership, but mostly they provide leasehold purchase, and there's a guaranteed buyback and resale, which enables them to have some sort of way of updating their contracts for their residents and maintaining their affordability. They're really concerned about having an unnuanced ban on new leasehold care-led retirement living apartments, and I wondered what consideration he might have been given to the housing with care sector having some protection and his attention.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the draft bill includes, as published, exemptions that mirror ground rent exemptions for new leases entered into since the 30th of July 2022, based on that previous Act of Parliament. But we will consider through the PLS process whether other exemptions would be appropriate for a small number of leases granted for specialist purposes. But I can assure her I have given consideration and will give further consideration to the matter she raises.
Luke Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since being elected, so many constituents have raised with me the absolute nightmare of being trapped in leasehold and fleasehold. So can I wholeheartedly welcome and congratulate the Minister on the action he's announcing today, particularly capping ground rent, ending leasehold flats in the future, and also the transition to common hold. On the transition to common hold, previous governments have made attempts to make this easier. Could he say a little bit more about what this government is doing in this bill to ensure that this government will ensure that transition rather than failing as previous governments have done?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. For various reasons, common hold failed to take off after its introduction in 2004. The legal framework is now hopelessly out of date. That's why we have to reform and reinvigorate common hold as a tenure. But when it comes to conversion, we want to put in place an easier conversion mechanism. We've given a great amount of thought to the Law Commission's recommendations in this area, and our approach has tried to strike the right balance to ensure that we meet those objectives. But my honourable friend is more than welcome, and I hope he does, contribute to that draft scrutiny bill process outside of the Select Committee.
Monica Harding.
Thank you,
Madam Deputy Speaker. In my constituency of East Walton, managing agents are still imposing excessive service charges with very little transparency. In retirement developments, flats will often not sell, even at well below the market value, and families are left paying deceased relatives service charges. And restrictive lease terms ban rentals, trapping families with empty, unsaleable homes. So I note the Minister's commitment to the consultation on service charges, but will he hurry up with the actions?
I can assure the Honourable Lady we are going as fast as we possibly can. But she, I hope, would agree, wouldn't want us to follow the example of the previous government, which rushed legislation forward that contains serious and specific flaws that then a future government, or this government, has to fix in due course.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today's announcement is literally life-changing for many of my constituents in York Central, and that is why we elect Labour governments. But today I want to just ask the Minister, for residents in leasehold complexes, often decisions are delayed because of absent landlords and also Airbnb owners. Will he ensure that when decisions are being made about the transfer to common hold, that those that don't respond don't hold up decisions to make the transfer?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I very much agree with my honourable friend that the draft bill will be life-changing for leaseholders across the country, freeing them, as I've said, from those unjust and discriminatory practices that so many of them face, and the financial costs from things like high ground rent terms. I'm more than happy to write to her on the specific issues she raises. It is some of these nuanced points that we do want to work through, and why we, as I've said, Madam Deputy Speaker, brought forward a draft bill for enhanced scrutiny.
Munira Wilson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome many of the government's announcements today, and across Twickenham I'm regularly hearing from leaseholders who are suffering when service charges are jacked up without any notice, without any transparency, often for spurious maintenance issues. Now, I note the Minister has said he doesn't want to cap service charges, and I note he says that help will be on the way at some point, but he's refused to put a timeline on that. So could I just ask him, why doesn't he use this bill as a golden opportunity to bring forward Lord Best's recommendations on having a property regulator that could look at this in a nuanced and sensible way?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we have given serious consideration to how we take forward Lord Best's recommendations from the 2019 report. As I've already made clear, we're taking some of them forward already. But this bill makes reform in a number of specific areas, and as I've said in response to previous questions, it doesn't need to do everything, and we think there are other pieces of legislation, not least the 24 Act, that do lots of the work that honourable members are calling for, but we do want to ensure that the whole agenda is a comprehensive one and benefits leaseholders in the way that she and I both want.
Abdesam Mohammed.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I pay tribute to the work of the Minister, which I know will bring real relief to many of my constituents in Sheffield Central. However, leaseholders in the Riverside Exchange development are being blocked from securing their right to manage because of absentee leaseholders, which has left them trapped with eye-watering service charges which have increased from 1,900 to 5,500. Can the Minister set out how upcoming legislation will reform and reduce the minimum qualifying thresholds for right to manage, which is currently set at 50%?
Well, my honourable friend will be aware that there were very few provisions relating to the right to manage in the 2024 Act. We are committed, as I've said, to enacting remaining Law Commission recommendations relating not only to the right to manage but also leasehold enfranchisement, but I'm more than happy to write to her to try and get at some of the specific issues she raises in relation to that building in her constituency.
Adnan Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I too welcome the Minister's statement today on leasehold reform, but I must press him and ask him as to what are the government's plans in respect of service and maintenance charges, so at least I can provide some reassurance to my constituents.
Hopefully the honourable gentleman heard my answer to a previous question. We intend to switch on the 2024 Act provisions that standardise service charges, that increase transparency around service charges, so that people can more easily challenge unreasonable charges at tribunal. I won't put a time on it because I don't have an exact date in mind, but I can assure the honourable gentleman and other members across the House that we are working as fast as possible to bring forward the necessary protections to ensure that leaseholders are protected from high and rising service charges.
Meyer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy
Speaker. I've heard from so many residents across Marton, Gisborough, Skelton, Hemington Hall and elsewhere about issues with leasehold and fleecehold. And so what message does the Minister have for my constituents that he will tackle both of these issues in train and prevent my residents from unfair service charges into the future?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. As I've made clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are measures in this draft bill that will provide enhanced protections for residential freeholders on freehold estates, but we're taking other action, and I'd refer him, as I have other honourable members, to the 2 comprehensive consultations we launched before Christmas, one of which deals exclusively with switching on those consumer protections for those people living on freehold estates.
Claire Young. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My Thornbury and Yate constituents trapped in fleehold schemes, freeholders on privately managed estates, will still be exposed to escalating unregulated service charges and have no way of ensuring that the work they're paying for is actually done. The Minister has talked about the consultation and promised help is on the way, but can he promise my constituents protection from this exploitation in this Parliament?
Yes.
Preet Corgill. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome this statement and congratulate the Minister. Does he agree with me that by strengthening and simplifying the route to common hold shifts power away from distant freeholders and back to residents, and that for leaseholders in Birmingham Edgbaston, this would mean control over service charges, repairs and management for the first time?
Absolutely, Madam Deputy Speaker. Common hold is a purpose-built tenure designed specifically to own and manage a shared building without a third-party landlord and without a ground rent. That's why we want to see its uptake grow very significantly over the Parliament. That is what the measures in this draft bill are designed to provide for.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his statement? And it is indeed a joy to have some good news in the chamber for everyone out there. And we welcome that, and thank you for that, Minister, and for government proposals. The government has an interest in Northern Ireland. Whereas Northern Ireland has the ability to buy out leaseholds under their Ground Rents Act, that Act doesn't have a cap on ground rent in their calculations. So can I ask the Minister, if he would please for me, will the Minister undertake to discuss these bill proposals with devolved regions to enable a blanket costing to apply UK-wide at this time of austerity? Thank you.
Well, I always thank my honourable friend for his constructive interventions. As he knows, there's lots that England and Wales can learn from Northern Ireland, but as ever, and relates to our reforms to housing and planning as well as leasehold, there are many things that Northern Ireland can learn from the reforms we're bringing forward, and I can give him that undertaking to ensure that devolved administrations are kept up to date with what we're doing.
Steve Race.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm delighted that we're moving forward with capping ground rents and abolishing the feudal leasehold system. I've been supporting hundreds of residents across Exeter to fight really terrible practices by management companies, and I know these measures will put money back into people's pockets. Does the Minister therefore agree with me that the age of the exploitative leasehold system is finally over, and it's over for ripping off residents too, and this is because of a Labour government?
Stop.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. We are calling time on abusive practices undertaken by unscrupulous property agents. We're calling time on the leasehold system as a whole. That is down to a Labour government finishing the job that the last government wasn't able to complete.
It would be really helpful if members could ask very short questions, and then I'll get you all in. Olivia Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statements, which will radically improve the system. He will be aware in my constituency over 170 houses have had their freeholds purchased by Andrew Milne, who is now demanding sums sometimes exceeding £25,000 to buy out freeholds, or threatening forfeiture and High Court action if they do not pay up. I welcome the Minister's commitment to ending forfeiture. Could he set out what additional steps the government is taking to regulate rogue freeholders?
Minister.
I will be careful in what I say in respect of this particular case, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I know that a meeting we had with my honourable friend and other Sheffield honourable members was postponed due to this legislation being brought forward. I will ensure that goes back in the diary as soon as possible.
Danny Beales.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today's news is welcome for leaseholders in my constituency who often see £400 or £500 ground rent with escalating ground rent throughout their lease. This will save them thousands of pounds over their leases. I've been shocked in my time as MP about the behaviour of managing agents. I know there's strong support in this place and in the other place for Lord Best's recommendation for a proper regulator of managing agents. Could the Minister outline what steps will be taken and what the timelines are for actions on managing agents?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. We are clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we need to strengthen the regulation of managing agents. I appreciate the strength of feeling across the House on that matter. As I've made clear, we'll continue to reflect on the various recommendations made in Lord Best's 2019 report, and I'm more than happy to engage with my honourable friend on his private member's bill, which I know deals with some of these matters.
Sarah Russell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for this, which demonstrates how Labour stands up for people against vested interests, and my constituents will, I'm sure, thank him for that. In terms, though, of the ongoing problems with unadopted estates, which he knows I've been raising with him since, in fact, before my election, I'd be extremely grateful if he could agree to come to my constituency and see some of the difficulties that my homeowners are having.
I thank my honourable friend for her question. I think I've already committed to ensuring that a visit to her constituency is on the very long list of requests that I have received, but I will bear her request in mind, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Sam Carling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I commend the Minister for bringing forward these brilliant measures to protect leaseholders. I have constituents across Hampton who own the freehold of their homes but pay several levels of service charge. Firstly, to managing agents like Firstport, who are supposed to be responsible for unadopted roads, and secondly to Hampton Estates, which covers lots of the public open space, parks and drainage. So as part of our reforms, how will the government ensure that multi-level service charges like these are addressed, particularly on areas that are never supposed to be adopted?
Well, again, I'd refer my honourable friend to the two comprehensive consultations we launched before Christmas. We need to establish that new regulatory framework to provide consumer protections for residential freeholders on freehold estates, but we're also consulting, Madam Deputy Speaker, on how we reduce the prevalence of these private management arrangements, which are at the core of so many of the unjust practices that residential freeholders face.
Jessica Toll.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've heard too many horror stories from leaseholders in Bournemouth West, and one constituent, Jeremy Green, described himself as feeling like a second-class citizen subject to the total autocratic control of his freeholder landlord and its managing agent. So can the Minister assure me that this Labour government is getting on with reform and giving leaseholders the protections and the dignity they deserve?
Well, it is completely understandable, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Jeremy and leaseholders across the country like him feel that the dream of home ownership has fallen so short, given their experiences of the leasehold system. That is why we have to end the system in its entirety, and this draft bill goes a long way to ensuring we're doing just that.
Peter Lamb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The package of measures today will transform the lives of thousands of my constituents, but on the issue of leasehold, residents in Forge Wood are currently paying thousands for services that other constituents receive for free. Can the Minister confirm that he will act at the quickest possible opportunity following the end of this consultation?
We do want to act as quickly as possible, Madam Deputy Speaker, in particular to bring in those new consumer protections provided for by the 2024 Act.
Sarah Hall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the statement today and the progress it represents, but I also want to put on record my thanks to the National Leasehold Campaign, which has spent many years campaigning tirelessly on behalf of existing leaseholders who have been trapped in an unfair and archaic system. For the benefit of Warrington South leaseholders trying to understand the 40-year peppercorn cap, can the Minister explain how the 40-year figure was arrived at and whether there is any scope for this transition to be brought forward so that relief is felt sooner?
Hear, hear.
Well, I echo her remarks about NLC. Should also thank others, Leasehold Knowledge Partnership, Sir Peter Bottomley has now left this place, other champions, my honourable friend for Ellesmere Port, who've stood up for leaseholders so vocally over many years. The rationale for the ground rent approach we've chosen is set out in a policy paper that we've published this morning, but the Select Committee will be able to scrutinise the draft bill, provide suggestions, and that is the whole point of the PLS process, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Jim Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I welcome the statement and the Minister's great work. I know that leaseholders and freeholders across my constituency of Dartford in places like Greenhithe and Ebbsfleet and Stone will hugely welcome the cap on ground rents and the rest of the detail of the draft bill. Can I, however, impress upon the Minister the need for us to go further on benefiting those who live on unadopted or freehold estates and address really poor practices by managing agents?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm acutely aware of the strength of feeling on freehold estates. It can't be an either-or when it comes to ensuring that residential freeholders and leaseholders get the rights and protections they need. I can assure my honourable friend we're taking concerted action on both fronts.
Alistair Strathern.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is
a historic day for leaseholders, many of whom were let down by a lack of action on the last government, leaving them on the hook for exploitative ground rent levels, including one 90-year-old constituent of mine who was hit with a 9,000% increase in his ground rent. That cannot be right, and I'm really glad that the Minister's shown such leadership in ensuring we can put it right today. I know he agrees with me that we need to go further on unadopted estates too, so will he meet with me to ensure we can bring forward those protections as swiftly and effectively as possible too?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend has been an incredible champion for residential freeholders and leaseholders in his constituency. It's precisely because of ground rent increases of that scale that we are imposing via this draft bill a maximum cash cap. I'm more than happy to meet with him to discuss the draft bill and related matters.
James Asser.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I should also declare that I am also a leaseholder. And it's correspondence from leaseholders in West Ham and Beckton makes up a lot of my inbox with problems of poor service, rising charges, and homes that they can no longer remortgage or sell, causing financial difficulty. They will welcome very much what's been published today, but can the Minister reassure my constituents we'll be rising to all the challenges they face, swing the power back toward balance towards homeowners, and tackle the real problem of service charges that are fleecing leaseholders for poor quality services, and frankly services that often are not delivered?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, Madam Deputy Speaker. His constituency is just over the river from my own, in many ways very similar. And he will receive, as I do, complaints day in, day out about service charge increases, about onerous ground rent terms. It is precisely why we are taking action through this bill and outside of this bill to provide relief to leaseholders of the kind that he seeks. And we are going to, as I've said, over the course of this Parliament, end this system for good.
Conor Rand.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And since being elected, I've worked to support leaseholders across Altrincham and Sale West, meeting residents at Maple Court, Budenberg and St James's Court. And when I surveyed local leaseholders on what they needed from the government, reducing the unfair charges they face was the most common response. Doesn't today's announcement show we finally have a government that is listening to leaseholders and putting money back in their pockets?
I say to my friend, the honourable friend, that is absolutely right, Madam Deputy Speaker. And in this area and so many others, the cost of living and addressing the affordability crisis that so many families across the country face is this government's driving mission. And when it comes to leaseholders, the reforms in this draft bill will be transformative in terms of what they do, in particular on ground rents, but in terms of other protections being brought forward.
Jack Abbott.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his genuinely groundbreaking statement today. It feels like a little while ago since the Minister visited Ipswich to talk to local people about the building safety crisis and leasehold. He then, Shadow Minister, and myself, a parliamentary candidate. Now we're capping ground rents, making it easier to move to common hold and scrapping leasehold for all new builds. So is this a case of a Labour government keeping its promises and making a real change for many people up and down the country?
That is absolutely right, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I can assure my honourable friend that we have given consideration to building safety remediation in the design of this legislation. Freeholders' obligations, I should make clear, to ensure their buildings are safe are not related, for example, to the right to collect ground rents. Many buildings already operate on a peppercorn ground rent and are subject to the same legal obligations as other buildings, so that we don't want to see the impact that some outside in the country may be concerned about.
Jonathan Brash.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituents in Hartlepool are facing outrageous estate management charges, including a 49% increase in the administration fee by management company Seller just this year on the Marine Point and Long Branch Homes estates, as well as ongoing charges by Praxis on the Wynyard Mews estate. We have heard it time and time again from members today during this statement. When will we switch on the protections of the 2024 Act and give the necessary powers so that homeowners can challenge unfair charges, hold estate management companies to account and prevent families being unfairly burdened?
I simply say to my honourable friend, as soon as possible. What we are bringing into force through those new consumer protections is a new regulatory framework that takes some time to get right, but I absolutely want those protections in place as soon as possible so that we can provide protection to his constituents and others across the country who are suffering from the setup that he describes.
Josh Newbury.
Thank
you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yet again, we have the wonders of hindsight from the party opposite. In the immortal words of Beverley Knight, shoulda, woulda, coulda, means I'm out of time, and the Tories certainly were. I thank my constituents, including Rob from Heath Hayes and Daniel and Rebecca from Britain, who've written to me to stress the need for these reforms. Alongside them, I very much welcome the draft bill. Does the Minister agree that given these proposals will not only reform a feudal system, but will cap ground rents at £250? This is another way this government is putting money back into the pockets of families struggling with the cost of living.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't want to be too critical of the party opposite because they did bring forward the 2024 Act. They did move the dial when it comes to the public conversation about things like ground rents, but ultimately they didn't finish the job and it will fall to a Labour government to do so.
Can I thank the Minister for his statement? I can allow a couple of moments for the front benches to swap over. Which brings us to a statement on business rates. Minister Tomlinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government wants the best for Britain's high streets. We know how central they are to the strength and vibrancy of our villages, our towns and our cities. We know how hard small business owners work, and we know how badly they were let down by the previous government. Shops shuttered, council funding cut, business rates left totally unreformed. We will not let decline continue, and we are already taking steps to arrest it. We are protecting high street businesses from upward-only rent review clauses and introducing a strong new community right to buy to help communities safeguard valued community assets such as pubs and shops on their high streets. We are pushing ahead with high street rental auctions, which are helping bring long-term empty shops back into use. Where premises have been vacant for too long, councils can auction the right to rent them, offering 1 to 5 year leases to new businesses and community groups, helping to create more vibrant high streets. We also launched the Winter of Action to combat retail crime, a nationwide crackdown on crime and antisocial behaviour to protect shoppers and retail workers. As well as this, we are investing in local communities through the £5 billion Pride in Place programme announced last September, and investing to support growth, including through the new Local Growth Fund. Around 1 in 3 businesses also continue to benefit from small business rates relief, Madam Deputy Speaker, and don't pay any business rates at all, while 85,000 benefit from reduced business rates as this relief tapers. At the budget, we also extended the small business rates relief second property grace period for another 2 years, which is a really important change, meaning that businesses expanding into a second property will retain the support as they grow. But we know that there is more to do. And before I turn to today's announcements, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to run through the 3 main components of the changes to business rates that are taking place in April for all businesses, and to explain the steps that the government took at the budget last year on business rates. First, the underlying and significant reforms to the system that the Chancellor set out as part of our commitment to transform business rates in England over this Parliament. We have implemented permanently lower multipliers for eligible retail, hospitality and leisure properties, with the multiplier falling by around 12p or 25% on the 1st of April. Some of this is as a result of the overall reduction in multipliers between revaluation periods, but the further 5p reduction announced by the Chancellor is on its own worth nearly £1 billion for the 750,000 retail, hospitality and leisure businesses that are the lifeblood of our high streets. We are paying for this support for the high street through higher rates on the top 1% of most expensive properties. This includes many large distribution warehouses such as those used by online retail giants. Let's be crystal clear. Before our reforms, a mid-sized high street business faced the same multiplier or tax rate as a warehouse used by an online giant. That was the system that we were left with. Now, they will pay, the mid-sized high street business, around 38p in the pound, and the large warehouse will pay around 51 pence in the pound. That's 33% more. And this is a sizable reform, and it is here for good. The second component of business rates announced at the budget was the revaluation. All non-domestic properties are revalued independently every 3 years for business rates purposes. New valuations will come into effect in April. And I want to take the opportunity, Madam Deputy Speaker, to thank the independent valuers in the Valuation Office Agency who carry out the work. The government didn't take the easy approach of kicking the post-COVID revaluation into the long grass. Instead, we introduced a significant transitional support package because we knew that some sectors were seeing large increases in their rateable values after the pandemic. We are capping bill increases in each of the next 3 years for those seeing the largest rises and spending a total of £4.3 billion on this and other interventions. I want to say something specific here, Madam Deputy Speaker, about hotels. The government recognises that their rateable values have increased significantly since the pandemic, which means the caps on increases that we have implemented are particularly important for them. But it is right that we look at this further, and we will therefore review the way that hotels are valued to ensure that it accurately reflects the market for this sector. The third important point of context, Mr. Speaker, is the tapering away of the temporary pandemic relief for high street businesses. The previous government went into the election with plans to withdraw this relief overnight in 2025. That would have been a harsh and sharp removal of support. It would have pushed up bills for independent high street businesses overnight by 300%. That is reckless and it is irresponsible. Instead, we have taken a different approach. We extended the retail, hospitality and leisure relief this year at 40%, and we are unwinding it over the coming years. The jumping off point for any business currently receiving a 40% discount is their current bill, not their bill without relief. The budget decisions then led to the following outcomes. First, over half of ratepayers will see their bills either flat or falling next year. That's over half. Second, for properties that do see their bills increase from the 1st of April, most will see their increases capped at 15% or less, or £800 for the smallest. Third, bills will adjust to new valuations, but our caps mean that this will happen gradually, and high street businesses will benefit from permanently reduced multipliers for the long term. This is a fair and a reasonable approach, and as set out with the budget, in total we are spending over £4 billion in the next 3 years to limit the scale of bill increases for those who are either losing reliefs or seeing their rateable values increase. In the coming financial year, because of our interventions, the business rate system is raising the same amount of revenue as it was forecast to before the budget in the spring of 2025, not billions and billions more as opposition MPs seek to claim, more or less the same. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is the shape of the policy that we set out at budget, and because business rates is rather complicated, I hope you'll forgive me that I did want to set that out in full. However, this government does want to go further to support pubs. Pubs are the cornerstone of so many communities. They are essential to the social and cultural life of so many places across the country. And I've heard clearly from members on the government benches just how important they are. I want to thank colleagues who've engaged constructively and privately with me on this issue in recent weeks. Whether they represent constituencies in coastal or rural communities, towns or cities, their representations have been invaluable, and their constituents should know that most of the politics they see in the papers isn't what matters. It's the conversations and the advocacy MPs provide in these corridors that can make the difference. In particular, the member for Bournemouth East has been a relentless advocate for businesses in his constituency, as has the member for the Isle of Wight West and the member for Redditch. And in her role as the chair of the APPG for Pubs, let me thank the member for Warrington North for her engagement too on this matter. Madam Deputy Speaker, forgive me, pubs haven't had the support they needed for too long under the Conservatives. Members opposite claim to care about pubs, but where were they when the number of pubs fell by 7,000 between 2010 and 2024? They were in government. They let the number of pubs in our communities fall by a fifth. The Conservatives also allowed the revaluation to go ahead with a business rates methodology for pubs that no longer has the support of the sector. Before the budget, every pub sector body was broadly signed up to the methodology used for valuing pubs and had lent its support to the principles set out in the Valuation Officer's Guide. But since the budget, these same sector bodies have withdrawn their support. The government acknowledges their concerns and will therefore be carrying out a review of the pub valuation methodology, which will report in time to be implemented at the next revaluation. While this review is ongoing, and given the particular challenges that pubs have faced over the long term under the previous government, we are stepping in to provide support for pubs in the next 3 years. Today, I can confirm that from April, every pub in England will get 15% off its new business rates bill on top of the support announced at budget. Pubs' bills will then be frozen in real terms for a further 2 years. This support is worth £1,650 for the average pub just next year and will mean that around 3/4 of pubs will see their bills either fall or stay the same next year. Then bills will be frozen in real terms for the next 2 years. This decision will mean...
Order. I'm going to very gently say to the Minister, it was always open to him to ask for extra time, and we can't find any record of him having done so. He's got to 10 minutes already, and there seem to be 3 more pages. So I am going to allow the opposition spokespersons more time as well, because this is an important statement, and I think he wants to finish, but it's very unfair to exceed the time by what I reckon will be 50%. Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, let me apologise profusely for not letting you know in advance. It's the first time I've done one of these statements, and I will not make the same mistake again. And I'm glad that the same courtesy will be afforded to the Shadow Chancellor. I look forward to hearing his full 15 or so minutes of remarks. I'm sure they will be entertaining for all of us. I will make progress now, Madam Deputy Speaker. We can hear more from the Shadow Chancellor. This decision will mean that the amount of business rates paid by the pub sector as a whole will be lower in 2028-29 than it is today. This week is also Independent Venue Week, so it is particularly appropriate that I can announce also that our package will apply to music venues too. Many live music venues are valued as pubs, and many pubs are grassroots live music venues. It would not be right to seek to draw the line so tightly so as to include some and not others. I want to thank MPs who've made constructive representations on this issue in recent weeks. In the meantime, we are pressing ahead with wider regulatory reforms. Building on the new licensing policy framework at budget, we are working with the sector to ensure that local authorities are using this to ease licensing decisions on the ground. As part of our ongoing licensing reforms, I can also announce today that pubs and other licensed venues will be able to open until 1 a.m. or 2 a.m, depending on when the game starts, for home nation games in the later stages of the Men's Football World Cup this summer. And we will legislate to increase the number of temporary events notices for pubs and other hospitality venues, whether that is to help them screen World Cup games or other community and cultural events. This government is committed to helping pubs build sustainable business models over the long term. In the spring, the government will consult on further loosening planning rules to benefit pubs, helping them add new guest rooms or expand their main room without planning applications. We will also continue to engage with the sector to ensure other retail, leisure and hospitality premises have sufficient planning flexibility.
This is not acceptable. I'm going to be quite honest, the front bench have got to respond. When it's meant to be 10 minutes, it's 10 minutes. If people tell me in advance, I'm willing to work with them. But you just can't carry on. I take it you're now coming to the end and the back page, not the middle pages. Minister. No, I want you to end it. Quickly.
May I send my apologies, Mr. Speaker, for not letting you know in advance that the statement would be running over 10 minutes.
Can I just say gently, are you not advised that it's 10 minutes? The departments And we have people within departments that's meant to advise ministers how long they've got. How on earth have we got to a speech that doesn't... It could be 20 minutes. It's unfair to members here. There's other business. Please, this House should be shown the respect it deserves. And unfortunately, we're not getting it. I'm here to protect members, not for ministers to take advantage. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will wrap up very quickly, and I want to apologise again. Mr. Speaker, this government also understands that things are not easy out there. Today's announcement is about additional support for pubs, but we do understand it's a tough time for other businesses on the high street. We've already taken significant steps to acknowledge this and support businesses, including £4.3 billion of business rate support at the budget. But over the last decade, consumers have changed their habits, increasingly working from home and shopping online, and these trends continue to make it harder for high street businesses. So today, I'm announcing that later in the year, the government will bring forward a high street strategy to reinvigorate our communities. We will work with businesses and representative bodies to bring this strategy together. It will be a cross-government strategy, and we will be looking at what more government can do to support our high streets. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, this government has already started the work of reforming our business rate system, and any potential changes to business rates will be considered at the budget in the usual way. We, on this side, have the right economic plan for Britain and will back our high streets and our pubs every step of the way.
Chancellor of the Exchequer, Mel Stride.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the mood of the House is that 10 minutes is more than enough for the honourable gentleman, although I should say that I am grateful to him for having given me advance sight of his statement.
Could I say you have got some extra time if you do need it, and the same with the Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Speaker, that is much appreciated. Mr. Speaker, is that it? After all this time, after weeks of telling our local pubs that help was on the way, this is all they get. A temporary sticking plaster that will only delay the pain for a few, while thousands of businesses despair as their bills skyrocket. The Labour Party's manifesto, Mr. Speaker, promised to completely replace the business rates system. They said they would create a system which levels the playing field for our high streets and supports entrepreneurship and investment. Well, we're waiting, Mr. Speaker, because so far what we have seen is the exact opposite of what our local businesses were promised. Business rates soaring across the board. Pubs, which despite the temporary relief announced today, will still end up in time with bills over 70% higher than they are today. The Federation of Small Businesses have calculated that for a typical medium shop or restaurant with a rateable value of around £50,000, their business rates will increase by 71% over the coming years. Hotels, Mr. Speaker, it is over 100%. Our ministers expect them to be grateful for some temporary relief, tweaks to multipliers and changes to licensing. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House have been clear. Support must be permanent. We have to cut business rates for our high streets to give certainty to local businesses. And it must be far wider than what the government has announced today. Not just pubs, but the whole of the retail, hospitality and leisure sectors, which bring life to our high streets and town centres. We, on this side of the House, would introduce not just temporary reductions in rates, but completely abolish business rates for thousands of pubs, shops and restaurants across our country.
That's exactly what's needed.
These huge tax rises we are seeing from this government are a choice, Mr. Speaker. It does not have to be this way. The government have chosen to increase spending by vast amounts, including on the benefits bill. A benefits giveaway of over £3 billion at the budget to abolish the two-child cap. These choices are why bills are going up, why businesses are going under, why jobs are being lost and why our high streets are being hollowed out. And let's not forget, Mr. Speaker, that this is not an isolated issue. businesses are having to shoulder not just business rate rises, but a long list of other burdens being piled on by a government who simply do not understand how businesses work. Many of those facing the highest increases in their business rates were among the worst impacted by the Chancellor's jobs tax. They have already seen their business rates go up by as much as 140% last year. And they also face yet more costs from red tape, from the government's employment rights legislation. Indeed, analysis by UK Hospitality suggests that on average, as many as 6 hospitality venues could close every single day this year. That is a tragedy for our high streets and our communities. And it is also a tragedy, Mr. Speaker, for our young people, many of whom look for their first job in the local pub or the coffee shop, and who will find those jobs simply do not exist anymore. So can I ask the Minister, where is the help for the wider retail, hospitality and leisure sectors? Does what has been announced today include gastropubs, pubs with hotel rooms, bars, nightclubs and private clubs? Why is the government happy to stand by and watch while businesses close and jobs are lost? When will the guidance be published for businesses so that they know whether they will be eligible for this further relief and what their bills will be the coming year? Why did ministers not come forward with this relief for pubs at the time of the budget? When they knew the level of increases many businesses were facing? There is no new information, Mr. Speaker, that has been provided between the time of the budget and this statement this afternoon. And can he confirm that because this relief was not accounted for at the budget, today's announcement will need to be paid for through yet more borrowing? Mr. Speaker, the government has proved today that either they do not understand the damage they are doing or they do not care. Today's announcement is far too little, far too late.
Apologies again, Mr. Speaker. It won't happen again.
Look, I appreciate that. But when the deputy's in the chair, I expect the same respect. When she says, time up, you do accept that ruling. She felt that you weren't stopping in time. So I don't want to get into it now. I will be speaking with the Chief Whip later, Minister.
It is just not credible at all, Mr. Speaker, to hear the Shadow Chancellor say that he would do things like scrap business rates. What did they do over the 14 years that they were in power? They kept business rates in place. They didn't reform the system. They introduced year after year of temporary reliefs that didn't work and that didn't last. 7,000 pubs closed under their watch in communities up and down the country, and they expect this House to believe that they were just getting round to it. Well, we don't believe it and we won't stand for it. Instead, on this side of the House, we will get on with the work, Mr. Speaker, of making sure that we can get our public finances in order, getting borrowing down, and continuing to support businesses as far as we reasonably can with our £4.3 billion of support. He asked about the guidance. The guidance will be published today. I hope it has been published already, but if not, it will come very soon. Bills will be landing in the inboxes and doormats of businesses across the country in the coming weeks and will reflect the changes that have been announced today. Yes, this will be scored in the usual way at the budget, and he talks of borrowing. His plans to scrap business rates entirely, funded by made-up savings and other parts of public spending, would mean a 30 billion or so increase in borrowing, a borrowing that we could not afford. Mr. Speaker, we have on this side of the House set out significant plans today to support pubs, to support those businesses that are the heart of our high street and have been affected by the particular way that they are valued. And as I said in my statement, pubs' business rates valuations are not the same as the rest of hospitality, which are valued on their bricks and mortar, whereas pubs are valued on their takings, and industry bodies have highlighted concerns with how the costs are accounted for in this methodology, and the government does want to look at that more closely. That's why we're launching the review and why we've come forward with a significant package of support for pubs today.
The Treasury, Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the support for music venues as well as pubs in my own constituency. And I also welcome the Minister's engagement and willingness to come and speak to the Select Committee and be questioned by us. And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you would agree he would increase his favour in your eyes were he to do that with dispatch and not leave it for too many weeks. So I thank the Minister for engagement on that. On the wider issue of business rates, there are changes now announced, but could he outline the time frame when we will see a significant change? It was a Labour manifesto commitment to change business rates. It does take time because of the valuation procedure. Is he proposing to change that wholesale, and what time frame will there be so that businesses of all types, pubs included, have certainty? Because that's what they need most of all, to know what the trajectory is in good time so that they can plan.
I thank my honourable friend for her question. The review to the methodology for pubs that we've announced today will be conducted as rapidly as possible. I hope it will conclude this year. And the changes to methodology for pubs and for hotels, because we also want to look closely at the way that they're valued, which is similar but not quite the same. I'm sure we'll get into it on the committee in due course. We want to make sure that those reviews conclude in good time for the next revaluation, which is set to come in 2029. And my honourable friend asks also about the rebalancing of the system that is the government's ambition. I would say that we have had the budget last year that did introduce, as I outlined, a significant rebalancing, with the largest businesses having a tax rate, a multiplier that's 33% higher than the typical businesses on the high street. But I do look forward to continuing to engage with members in this place and with businesses on business rates in the run into the budget in the usual way.
Daisy Cooper, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the government is serious about saving the high street, then this can only be the start. We Liberal Democrats have been warning since the government's first budget that high streets were going to be at risk of the various changes they've made now over the last 18 months. A number of questions arise from this statement today, Mr. Speaker. First of all, there are 11 pubs in my constituency which could not all be described as large in size, but do have a rateable value of more than 100,000 on account of the ridiculous valuation system, and they will still see their rates bills go up. There will be pubs like this across the country, and they will only seem to be getting half of the percentage relief. Is that correct? Pubs can already have 50 temporary event notices a year, and extending that is simply a soundbite solution without a problem. On hotels, I'm glad the government is looking at this, but what is the time frame? The Samuel Ryder Hotel in my constituency tells me their bill is going up by 157% in the first year alone, and they will not be the only one. Will the new formula be in place for hotels in April, or will they be left in limbo? There is still nothing in this statement for the rest of the retail, hospitality and leisure sectors, restaurants, soft play centres, high street shops who made business decisions, investment and hiring decisions based on the expectation of the full 20p discount. Mr. Speaker, I welcome the announcement of a high street strategy. We Liberal Democrats welcome that, and we will engage constructively. But will the Minister start now with our Liberal Democrat calls to direct the Competition and Markets Authority to look at the energy market, which is blocking hospitality businesses and other sectors from getting the best energy deals, and look at our fully funded proposal to slash VAT until April 2027 to give our high streets a boost? Mr. Speaker, getting answers and data from the government over the last few weeks and months has been like getting blood from a stone. Just 90 minutes ago, I asked the Minister if he would tell us what he knew and when. He said he would, but yet he hasn't. And finally, Mr. Speaker, on the pub methodology, the use of fair and maintainable trade, the use of turnover, has long had its day. But could I please urge the Minister to allow for parliamentary scrutiny? None of the current legislation relating to pubs or business rates allows for any scrutiny in this House or the other House. I asked the government about the valuation strategy, the valuation methodology, back in July 2024, one of my first written questions after the general election. It's taken 18 months for the government to listen. Please, will they allow this House to scrutinise their plans so we can get a long-term fix to save our pubs?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 15% reduction will apply to all pubs, and as she will know, there are different caps for the pubs depending on their size. But if bills had been frozen, then no bill would have fallen next year. Instead, because we've made the decision to apply the 15% reduction, around 75% of pubs will either still see their bills stay the same or falling. I do acknowledge what she says about the very largest pubs, but we will still be significantly reducing the increase that they would have expected this year, and then their bills will be frozen in full in year 2 and year 3 of the period before the revaluation review that I'm glad that she is able to welcome. The results of that will be implemented for future revaluations. The Honourable Member mentioned the temporary event notices. I would say that the recommendations of the licensing review that was carried out in conjunction with pubs and with businesses in the sector, we are seeking to implement their recommendations. So she may think it's only something that doesn't touch the sides or doesn't make a difference, but pubs themselves told us that yes, in addition to making sure we could support them in the right way fiscally, that changes like this would be welcome, and I hope that pubs who are able to will be able to make use of them. She asked too about the 20p multiplier. She is right to point out that we legislated for up to 20p. We do have to see these things in the balance. The decision to reduce the multiplier by 5 pence came with a £900 million price tag, so reducing to the full 20p would cost significantly more, and we think we have got in the round a package of support that both, yes, has a lower tax rate within the system, a lower multiplier, but also steps in with these caps to support businesses if they're experiencing increases in their values or having to adjust to the slow unwinding of the pandemic relief. She asked too about VAT, and all I'll say there, and she'll expect this, but is that when her party had the chance in government, what did they do? They put VAT up. And now they seem to be calling for it to go down, Mr. Speaker. And finally, on the question of what did I personally know and when, government ministers, as the VOA set out, were provided with the details of the increases in the valuations, but at that time we did not foresee, and I did not foresee, that after the changes in the rateable values that were published at the budget, we would be in a position where the pubs and their representative bodies would want to withdraw their support for the independently and previously agreed methodology. Given that, and given the government's judgment that there are issues that she refers to, we thought it was right to pause, to review their methodology and to make sure for them and for hotels it's fit for the future.
Just tell the House we'll run this to about 3:15 so we can all help each other now. Jim Dixon's the good example.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his statement. The pubs in my constituency, from the Growler Stop and Ivy Leaf in Dartford to the Bull in Stone and the Spring River in Ebbsfleet, are the heart of our community. Would the Minister agree with me that it's crucial we find ways to protect them as places for people to come together and build communities, and that the package he's announced today, with the 15% reduction on the revalued bill and the protection for the next 3 years, makes a big contribution to this?
I thank my honourable friend for his question and for his engagement on this matter on behalf of the businesses in his constituency. We are making a significant intervention for pubs today because we do understand the concerns that have been raised about the methodology, and yes, I've heard from members in this House about the central importance that they play in communities like his in Dartford and elsewhere to the health and the life and the vibrancy of high streets, towns and villages in his constituency and across the country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's obviously a very successful strategy to put up a sticker saying no Labour MPs welcome here if you want to get a change from the Treasury. But we've ended up with something that is going to really lead to complications on our high street. So you'll have a pub that is being helped by today's announcement. You'll have a restaurant next door that serves alcohol and is a music, occasionally has music, and then you'll have a music venue. And so there's going to be a range of different ways in which businesses on the high street are now going to be treated. So why has he chosen just to single out pubs and music venues? Because this is going to lead to all sorts of complications.
Mr. Speaker, there is a significant overlap between the pub sector and live music venues, with many pubs serving as grassroots live music venues, meaning they are often valued for business rates purposes in a similar way. We didn't think it would be right to draw the line so tightly, such as it would be the case that some music venues, which happen to be valued as pubs, would receive the relief, and others that don't happen to be valued as pubs wouldn't. We think that this is a fair and a reasonable way forward that reflects the reality on the ground.
Session Lomi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for this statement. It's a welcome news. Many of the pubs in my constituency will welcome it. I received an email from the General Manager of the Hampton Inn by Hilton Waterloo, who outlined that their business rates will increase by 296k next year and up to 399 by year 4. They want additional support, not just for the hospitality sector, but hotels. As the Minister knows, hotels contribute a lot to the local economy. They employ local people, and their supply chain is local as well. And the hotels will be housing many of the people who come to visit our pubs, our restaurants, and other venues. And many of the hotels in my constituency house many of the MPs here as well. Will the Minister be happy to come and visit one of the hotels and just have a discussion with them along the South Bank?
As a London MP, I don't get the joy of staying in a hotel in her constituency. I instead get the joy of the Northern Line on the route home. She does ask an important question, though, about hotels. And the way they're valued is undertaken in a different way to some other sectors. Their methodology is well established, but as with pubs, specific concerns have been raised, and the government thinks it's right to review how they are valued for business rates to ensure that their valuations accurately reflects the market for these sectors. I do intend to engage with hotel businesses and their representative groups on this important issue, and any future changes to business rates for hotels or others will of course be considered in the usual way and as part of the usual budget processes.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I respectfully say to the Minister that, remind him of when we had the Select Committee and Jonathan Russell from the Valuation Office Agency came before the Select Committee, he was very clear that the impact of the rate rises were made known to the Treasury before the budget. They provided data drops over 12 months, which, though didn't detail the rates of individual properties, obviously, they did provide a clear overview at a sectoral level and revealed that 5,000 pubs would see their rates doubled. So it's just not credible, is it, for the Minister to say that they didn't know what was going to happen and have a very clear view of the impact of the changes that they were imposing?
Well done.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We were aware of the changes to rateable values that were going to be published at the budget, and that is why we came forward with a significant package of support to help businesses adjust to their new values. For example, we saw Waterstones just yesterday coming out and expressing their support for the changes to business rates that we have made that will support them and their business because of the lower multipliers that we've now put into the system. There are businesses across the country who are benefiting from the changes that we have made with those lower multipliers. And as I said, more than half are seeing their bills either flat or falling. And then the significant transitional relief support that we've put in place, the caps this year, next year, and the year after, are because, yes, we were aware of the changes to the valuation, although I wasn't aware that of what would happen subsequently when it comes to the pubs and their views and the engagement that I've had with them on the methodology, which is why we're launching this review, because we think it's right to look carefully at it.
Samantha Diblett.
Mr. Speaker, last Friday I met with Laura at the Malt in Aston-on-Trent. She started as a pot washer, went to university, worked the whole way through and is now a tenanted landlady. She was sharing with me the amount of hours she works, and she will absolutely welcome the review to the business rates methodology, not least because she feels she works all the hours God sends and was due to have to pay a lot more. But I wonder whether the Treasury would also look at a couple of key bits of feedback she gave me. One, that she competes with supermarket prices for alcohol and staying at home, so she could have open longer licensing hours, but she can't compete with people staying at home and drinking. And the other one is a cardboard tax. So she has to pay for packaging for delivery from breweries, but she also has to pay local councils to pick up the packaging, and she would welcome something where they are reusing existing crates.
I thank my honourable friend for her question and for her engagement on this issue on behalf of the businesses in her constituency, Mr. Speaker. She does raise some interesting issues with regards to tax and regulation and licensing when it comes to pubs and hospitality. I don't want to preempt the work of the High Street Strategy, which will be a cross-government effort with Home Office, Department for Business, Department for Communities and Local Government and the Treasury working together. But these sorts of things are just the sort of thing that we do want to hear about from businesses on the ground, and I look forward to engaging with members of Parliament on all sides on the work of the High Street Strategy in the coming months.
Jenny's down, Steve Darling.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is a baby step in the right direction, and I know from hospitality, tourism and retail industry in Torbay that they continue to trade in a very hostile environment. One leisure industry provider shared with me in Paignton that they have a £44,000 gas bill. Can the Minister share what the government are doing to tackle these high energy prices that many suffer from?
Yeah. That's a very good question, Mr. Speaker, because it allows us to reflect on the fact that back in 2009, we had Nick Clegg, former leader of the Liberal Democrats, saying that we didn't need to invest in nuclear power because it wouldn't come online until the mid-2020s. Well, we are in the mid-2020s now, and we would have benefited from long-term investments, Mr. Speaker, in clean and green power, driving down energy bills for consumers and for businesses across the country. We're taking the long-term steps needed to invest in our energy security and to bring bills down. That's incredibly important, and I do hope that the steps that we've taken on business rates and on tax can be welcomed, and that businesses in his constituency and across the country will be able to engage through various sector bodies with the High Street Strategy that I've announced today.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that pubs and venues like the Alhambra in Morecambe will welcome today's announcement, although the Minister might be aware of my letter to the Chancellor around the wider hospitality sector. On the High Street, we know that consumer demand has changed and therefore businesses must change too. So can the Minister tell me how the strategy will work with businesses and their representatives such as Morecambe Bid or Sedber Economic Partnership to pivot their businesses to meet the new market reality?
I thank my honourable friend for her question, and we are keen to hear from businesses large and small about what more the government can do to support high streets. We want to engage on lots of issues affecting high streets, including planning, licensing, crime, the direct investment that we can make in our communities. There's of course a lot to do, because we've had 14 years under the party opposite where our high streets were in decay, shops shutting, 7,000 pubs closing, businesses struggling across the country. We know there's work to do, and I look forward to working with her and honourable members on it.
Sir Gavin Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And after all the briefing in the newspapers, I think we're all hopeful of something more significant, and we have a somewhat more flaccid statement from the Minister. And it totally ignores the fact that not only are pubs having to deal with some pubs a threefold increase in business rates, but it does nothing to help the high street retailers. Will the Minister be coming back to the House for another U-turn to help our high street retailers in the future?
No.
Mike Marn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The support package for pubs, of course, is welcome news. The Whitegate Inn in Cheriton saw its value increase from £194,000 to £330,000. The halfway house at Royton from £20,000 to £57,000. But he knows that the pressures being felt by pubs are being felt by the whole of hospitality. For instance, the Egyptian Ruins Food Hall in Oldham will jump from £142,000 to £175,000, all part of the same ecosystem. Now, the government could and should have included that wider package in the announcement today, but can I urge the Treasurer, even at this second attempt, to get it right and have a wider support package for the whole of hospitality?
Mr. Speaker, we have implemented a wider support package for businesses across the country as a result of the changes to the values that are coming in from the 1st of April, unwinding the valuations that were last recorded during the pandemic. 56% of properties are going to see their bills falling or staying the same in April. The easy thing to do, Mr. Speaker, would have been to have kicked the revaluation into the long grass and buried our head in the sand. But we wanted to make sure, particularly for those businesses who've seen their valuations fall, that they got the benefit of having up-to-date values post-pandemic. And then, because we were aware of those changes coming down the track, we've stepped in with this £4.3 billion of support. And because of that, Mr. Speaker, broadly, the amount of revenue that we raise from business rates this year, net, will be the same as was forecast before the budget.
So, Aldi.
Mr. Speaker, we have a diverse and varied hospitality sector in my constituency of Richmond Park, and it supports lots of different communities, including those who don't go to pubs, parents of young children, people who don't drink, faith groups, dare I say people who don't want to watch the football. And they have different needs. They want to go to cafes, they want to go to soft play centres. So why is the government focusing this relief just on pubs? And can it not come up with a package that would provide better business rates relief for those kinds of businesses that are still going to be really, really struggling with this rates hike?
Just on the point of football, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member may not wish to watch the football. That's fine. That's her decision. We're also consulting, should be interested to know, on whether we can extend these longer licensing powers to other events. So she'll have to let me know if there are other events that she would like to go and watch in a pub, and they can be part of the consultation. On the specific point that she raises, I have already answered, in a way, Mr. Speaker, that question, but I'm happy to repeat myself, in that it is the case that pubs are valued differently than other sectors on the high street, and it's also the case, Mr. Speaker, that they have really suffered under the last 14 years, with 7,000 pubs closing and very significant pressures. More broadly, we have put in a package of support, as I've outlined already.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that many of the businesses in the Walthamstow Beer Mile, which are also music venues, and our brilliant Rose and Crown pub, the Wood Street Bear, will welcome what the Minister said today, and rightly so, because pubs are important. But I must take issue with his metric that pubs are somehow the only cornerstone of community life in this country, and join with colleagues asking for further support for the hospitality industry, in particular those small independent venues like the cafes and community centres and soft play centres. I'm sure he does not want to be the minister responsible for sending toddlers into pubs because the other places that their parents might take them during the day have closed down. That would not be in anybody's interest. So can I make a plea with him to revisit his exclusion of these smaller independent chains from the hospitality relief that he is talking about?
I would not want to be the minister that caused that to happen. She makes a very good point, and as a parent of a young child, I can say how much I value soft play, even though it is rather exhausting at times. Look, on the important point that she raises, I have set out the specific reasons why we have taken this approach when it comes to pubs and to live music venues, and I'm glad that she's able to welcome that for the businesses in her constituency. More broadly, the government did come forward with this £4.3 billion of support, which the majority of which is coming this year, and we will of course continue to engage with businesses and with parliamentarians on this important issue in the run-up to future budgets.
Richard.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure whether the Minister has volunteered yet for Strictly Come Dancing, because from the government of U-turns today we've seen a half-turn or a reverse turn or a pivot as it's known in ballroom dancing. But can I just say to him that I think this statement is too little too late for so many Shropshire pubs. He will recall that I've invited him to join me in Shropshire on a pub crawl, and he so far has not responded. But can I just say, perhaps he shouldn't respond, because for many pubs in Shropshire, this is too little too late. They've already decided to close their doors. For the independent pub chains, they've had to make investment decisions and they've put those off. So can I just appeal to him on this wider business review for the leisure sector, for the retail sector and hospitality sector, that it is not 2029, but the timetable is brought forward so people can plan for their business future.
On his point about timing, look, we have announced this decision today in time for new bills to be issued for the 1st of April that reflect the changes that the government has come forward with, because we've listened and because we've carried out that engagement in recent weeks. I'm not sure I'll take him up on an offer of a pub crawl just yet, but I do hope that he will be able to welcome the support that we have provided for the pubs that he raised with me in questions earlier this year.
No. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for his really positive engagement in this and his willingness to listen. It has made a big difference. This announcement will be a big relief to pubs across Rossendale and Darwin and shows the government is on their side. But the Minister has rightly recognised the need for more fundamental reform, so I welcome the announcement of the pub and hotel valuation methodology reviews and the high street strategy. But would the Minister agree with me this is an opportunity to think further and consider how the business rate system and indeed the tax system as a whole could be used to actively incentivise entrepreneurs to start and grow businesses and create jobs in the places where our communities need them most?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his persistent and powerful engagement on these matters. He is an expert on all things high street and business rates, as I've come to know. I point him to the transforming business rates work that the government has been publishing and advancing. One of the changes that we are considering carefully, and we're talking to businesses about, Mr. Speaker, is whether we could change the business rate system from a slab system to a slice system. So at the moment, if you go over individual thresholds, your tax rate then applies to the whole value of your property. And we do think, and we want to investigate it because reform is always tricky, but we do want to investigate whether changing to a slice system where the tax rate doesn't have those big stepped increases will support investment by businesses on high streets in Rossendale and Darwin and across the country.
Lisa Smart.
Mr. Speaker, William Robinson is the Managing Director of Robinson's Brewery in my patch. He's the 6th generation running a brewer, bottler and over 250 pubs, inns and hotels across the whole of the North West and North Wales, including their important bottling plant in Bredbury. William's written to me to tell me that the present system is destroying confidence, thus businesses and future investment and therefore jobs. Does the Minister accept that repeated changes, moving from the removal of reliefs to this package, including frozen bills and a temporary 15% discount, has created huge uncertainty and anxiety for pubs as they're making important investment and staffing decisions?
There is this big picture thing that we do need to move to with business rates, which is making sure that permanently we have a differential treatment for retail, hospitality and leisure businesses and those higher value, particularly the large online warehouses that are causing that economic rebalancing that we don't really want to see, that is harming our high streets. The government set out the reforms at the budget in terms of the 5p reduction in the multiplier, and as I've set out to members, that is £1 billion almost transfer away from the high street, as it were, less tax, towards the larger online giants. And I do want to continue to engage on all matters of tax that affect the high street in the run-up to the budget, and decisions will of course be made in the usual way.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the changes the Minister brought in for pubs and music venues. Can I ask him to assure me that in terms of music venues, these changes will apply to Sheffield Arena, which currently, under the proposal, have been treated like an Amazon warehouse? Will they also look at the issue I wrote to him about, how Handsworth Junior Sports Club, a small local voluntary sports club in my constituency, has been faced with a 60% increase in their business rates? Surely that can't be right. It needs looking at again.
I thank my honourable friend for the question. As I said, some live music venues are valued in a similar way to pubs, and so will be included in the relief. We think it's fairest to provide the same level of relief to all music venues, and the detail will be set out for the business in his constituency and others to see in the guidance, which I hope, if it's not already published, will be published at some point today.
Doing good.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It doesn't say English business rates up there, so I'm assuming, therefore, that the Minister can confirm that the budget, the DPAT expenditure limit for the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government is going to increase with new money, which will be Barnett consequential to the devolved nations. Can the Minister confirm what will that quantum be and when will it be delivered? Thank you.
The Barnett consequentials of this decision will be set out in the usual way and in the usual process, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his statement? Can I also give personal thanks to the honourable members and honourable friends that were talking and advocating very strongly with him, including the members for Redditch, Gower and Isle of Wight West. Can I also thank the businesses and particularly pubs in my constituency, the Anchor, Walberswick, the Freusin and Divas Inn and many, many more. I welcome today's announcement, but we can do more and go further, including in the strategy that's taken forward, looking at lowering VAT for hospitality and lowering the alcohol duty, perhaps offset by a higher alcohol duty in supermarkets.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year we are 3 years on from the changes to alcohol duty that the previous government implemented. And the government has been clear. I'm not sure whether the previous government had the same policy position, but that it would be reviewed after 3 years. And so as part of that usual process, we will be reviewing the reforms that were made in 2023. And if she or other members want to write to me on changes that they think should be made, I would, of course, be happy to receive that correspondence.
Mr. Speaker, Labour's response to high street struggles. A strategy later this year to look at, I quote, what more the government can do to support high streets. Well, I'll save them the trouble. They should adopt the Conservatives' plan and scrap business rates on those high streets.
I'm not sure what the question was there, Mr. Speaker, but on this side of the House, we have set forward a plan which is fair and which is reasonable and which doesn't engage with the fantasy economics that the members opposite keep peddling. They've still got Liz Truss in their party, and it shows, because instead of having a sensible business rates policy that is affordable and works for the long term, they've got their made-up spending cuts and then pretending that they could afford to abolish a tax altogether. We know that won't work. We know they won't deliver it, not least given they had 14 years to make changes of that magnitude and they never even bothered.
Okay. Alex Sobel then.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As co-chair of Music APPG in Independent Venue Week, I'd like to thank the Minister for extending the support to music venues. Can I ask whether it would include multi-use venues such as the City Varieties, my constituency, who attended the Holocaust Memorial event on Sunday, and the Howard Assembly Rooms? And also, has the Minister considered the impact on music studios, which are also a core part of our creative industries in this country?
I thank the honourable member for his support for the announcements made today. Just because I don't know the specific independent venues, it wouldn't be right for me to comment here, but he is very welcome to check the guidance, to encourage his venues to check the guidance online. And we've been clear that our policy intent is for pubs and music venues to be covered by these changes.
Adam Dance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many businesses who met with me after the budget, including Sean, who runs Lanes Hotel, will welcome this decision to review the way hotels are valued. But their biggest concern is about staying afloat today. A review will not make a difference to the bills business owners like Sean have right now. So what help will the government offer rural hotels fighting to stay afloat? And does the Minister recognise that the uncertainty, all this flip-flopping, is creating for the hospitality sector?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have set out a package of support for hotels and for all other businesses. This year it's worth around £2 billion, it's worth £4 billion over the next 3 years. The increases in the bills for the hotels in his constituency this year, if there are hotels facing significant increases in their rateable values, will be much, potentially many multiples lower, because bill increases are capped at either £800 if they're very small, or 15% or 30% for the largest. And I think it is really important that we do distinguish, and I'm not saying he isn't, I'm not sure of the detail, but between the change in rateable values and the change in bills, because that is important and it sometimes gets lost in this discussion.
Chris Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I welcome the engagement for the Minister and the announcement today, and welcome him, if he would like,
to come and visit the Dolphin Pub for a pint in my constituency, where I used to pull pints after this fantastic announcement. But just down the road from there is William Cowley, a business that has been in my constituency since 1870, producing the vellum on which much of the history of this nation has been written, including royal weddings, births, deaths, royal patents, freedoms of the city, and many of the acts that have passed through this Parliament. I raise them, Mr. Speaker, because they are worried about their viability going forwards, particularly after the revaluation of business rates. So will the Minister agree to meet with me to have a discussion about how we can better support heritage businesses going forwards? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, one of my favourite things to do is to meet with my honourable friend and discuss a whole range of matters, so I'd happily discuss this issue with him too, though of course I would have to say to him that I hope, and actually we have been in correspondence on this business already, so I hope that he passed on the messages for me around the need to check that there's a difference between the increase in the RV, the rateable value, and the increase in the business rates bills. And I hope before long to be in one of the fastest growing cities in the country too.
Right, well, Mr. Speaker, this U-turn does deliver some much needed temporary relief for a lot of pubs, but it does not deliver the permanent lower bills that the Prime Minister promised. Also does nothing at all for those other hospitality firms in our constituencies, the cafes, the restaurants, the clubs, the guest houses that are facing crippling rate rises because of this government's choices. Mr. Speaker, isn't it a sign of the incompetence in this government that they can't even get their U-turns right?
I don't think that was a question for me, but it was a question for you.
Mr. Speaker, I note that Reform have already made it to the pub ahead of this statement, maybe to celebrate the latest defection from the Conservative Party. But can I thank the Minister for his statement today and say that since I got elected last year, I've been running a campaign to open up our empty shops in Gloucester and show that we are open for business. Can I ask him to expedite the High Street strategy to make sure that we are capitalising on the fantastic opportunities we have in my city to really turbocharge regional growth in my area and make sure that everyone can be proud of their High Street?
I do really look forward to working with my honourable friend on important matters such as the High Street strategy, and I hope that he will have been in conversation with his local authority and with businesses around some of the other measures that the government are introducing on the issues that are important to him. I think High Street rental auctions have a real potential to be quite powerful in terms of their ability for us to force those vacant shops that are being left vacant for too long back into use, and the community right to buy as well should be a really effective change, and I hope that we'll be able to see it implemented in his constituency and across the country.
Can the Minister understand, from the point of view of a small independent retailer, how the way that this announcement's been done after the package has gone forward late in the day has led to a perception of unfairness? I was contacted by one owner who pointed out her bills have gone up over £500 a month. She compares herself to Harrods and Selfridges, whose bills have gone down, and points out that while she's pleased that local pubs and hospitality have got some help, her business sits alongside them and is part of the same community. So what does he have to say to that independent retailer, the backbone of our economy? When's the help coming for her business?
Mr. Speaker, I don't know the details of the individual business owner and how much rateable value has increased, etc. But I would say that within this system, we have implemented first the permanently lower multipliers, 33% lower now than the tax rate that's paid by the online giants. That's a big change to the system that this government has delivered, that previous governments have done time and time again. We've implemented our transitional relief caps this year, capping increases at £800 or 15 or 30% for the largest, and we will continue to engage with businesses on a whole range of issues on what more we can do.
Jonathan Brash. Of course, this package of support for pubs and music venues is most welcome, and I know it will be welcomed in Hartlepool. But I've been contacted by numerous businesses, including the Marine Hotel in Seaton Carew, whose business rates will basically double this year. Hartlepool is a town of entrepreneurs and innovators, but they can't afford this. Will the Minister look again at the wider support package we can put in place for hospitality?
It is really important, and I would say to him, and I'd be happy to have a further conversation with him about this, that there will be no hotel that will be seeing their business rates bill go up by 100% this year. It may be that they've seen a really significant increase in their rateable value, and we will be reviewing that methodology because of those large increases, which we were aware of and we want to work on with the hotel industry. But this year, it sounds like his business is probably one of the larger ones. Its increase will be capped at 30%. It may, if it's smaller, be capped at 15%. That's the difference that this government is making. The previous government, for example, if it's a business receiving RHL relief, would have removed that relief overnight, Mr. Speaker, in 2025 with a 300% increase in rateable values for businesses.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Minister were to visit my constituency and come with me to the George Inn in Barton-on-Humber, we'd go in the door and he would immediately recognise it as a typical English pub. And yet, it is also a hotel, the last hotel in the towns. Could the Minister give them a reassurance to the proprietor at the George? Will he be receiving early relief, or will you have to wait for yet another review?
The definition of pubs that is used for the changes that have been announced today is the same one that was used when the previous government implemented a relief, I believe in 2017. So it's a long-standing definition, and I would encourage the member to find that on the gov.uk website and send that to the relevant business. I don't know the precise details of the pub that he mentions, but we're sticking with the long-standing definition used here.
Andrew Pegg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are fond of a pint in Peterborough. So can I thank the Minister and his team for his engagement today and in the months leading up into this decision. We're also proud of our independence, our independent beer festival. We are home to Oakham Ales. So can I ask the Minister, can he reassure us that as you look at the new rules and the strategy for the high street and the rules for business rates, that you also take due regard to the needs of the community sector, both those pubs that are going into community ownership, but those small businesses and others that actually provide communities on our high streets?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is a really important point because there are many independent pubs up and down the country, as well as sort of bigger chain pubs, and it's right that the support that the government is bringing forward will support both. And so, more or less, independents and chains, around 75%, or definitely above 70%, will receive support this year such that their bills are either flat or falling, because we do want to make sure that we're protecting both the independents and the chains, Mr. Speaker.
Samuel Wilson.
Speaker, whilst I welcome this statement, it's a pity it does not include hotels and restaurants, because in Northern Ireland the hospitality sector is under massive pressure due to regulation, taxes and also other regulations which are imposed. The Minister has confirmed that this will be new money and therefore there will be a Barnett consequence. Can he indicate how much that will be? But more importantly, can he ensure that the Sinn Féin Finance Minister spends the money for the purpose it was intended, rather than spending it on other purposes, which in the past he has done?
Mr. Speaker, it isn't for me to tell devolved administrations how to spend their money, but if he would like to write to me, I would be happy to write back to him with the details of the consequences of the decision set out today.
Ms. Webb.
Speaker, as the APPG Chair of Hospitality and Tourism, can I thank the Minister for his constant engagement with me since the budget. I've been able to raise concerns directly with him from the industry, from the UK, hospitality and others. This will be welcome for many pubs in Blackpool, including our small music venues, Mr. Speaker, the Bootleg, so which you may want to come and visit sometime soon. Hope you get well soon as well, sir. But this, we know the hospitality is struggling. It's been on life support after a decade of neglect from the previous government. It needs more support. So will he continue to engage with me, the All Party Group and UK Hospitality to look at what we can do in this high street strategy so we get it right this time?
My honourable friend is a powerful and strong advocate both for the businesses in his constituency, Mr. Speaker, and for the hospitality sector more broadly. And I thank you for the conversations that we've had. I think we spoke before Christmas as well as, of course, in recent weeks. And I will, of course, continue to engage with him and the hospitality sector, both on issues in relation to tax, as is the typical way for a tax minister in the run-up to a budget, but also I do want to talk more about the broader support that the government can provide working across government departments as part of the High Street strategy that we've announced today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another U-turn which doesn't go far enough, because as a result of choices made by Labour, energy bills are up, taxes are up and confidence is down, and that is particularly corrosive, and it's having a particularly corrosive effect on cafes, restaurants, hotels and small retail. Will the Minister announce broader support for those businesses to alleviate the pressure of business rates, or better still, scrap them once and for all?
Over and again, Mr. Speaker, members opposite profess to be paragons of fiscal virtue, and yet over and again they stand up in this place on matters of tax and say they want to cut taxation, which effectively means more and more and more borrowing. We've seen the problems in the past of Conservative governments that let borrowing run out of control, cause interest rates to surge for families in our constituencies, send our economy to the dogs and harm living standards. We will not stand for that. We will not make the mistakes that they made, and we will come forward with proportionate changes that support businesses but that make sure that we continue to keep our public finances on a sustainable path, Mr. Speaker.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. York is a difficult place to trade, and with 2/3 independents in York, many of them are not going to get the relief which the Minister has announced today, because I sent through a paper and the spreadsheet of every business in the bid area, and it's just not meeting the needs, and those businesses will close. So will the Minister look at that detail and ensure that there is resilience built in and support, because York has a very strong retail reputation, but it's about to be challenged unless more help comes this way?
Mr. Speaker, I'm always happy to look and respond to the correspondence I receive from honourable members, and I'm aware of the issues that she raises. She's been raising them consistently in this House. We have come forward at the budget with a significant package of support, and there are many small and independent businesses that are small such that they don't pay business rates, because we do have the small business rates relief in place, a relief that we're extending to support businesses that could extend to a second premises.
Helen Morgan.
Mr. Speaker, may I declare an interest, because my husband works for an independent wine merchant. Today's news is going to be very welcome for the many pubs in North Shropshire who've been pushed to the brink over recent years by national insurance contributions increases, high energy bills and now business rates. But this is not going to help shops or hotels like the lovely Penny Dufferin in my constituency, whose rateable value has nearly quadrupled. Will the Minister outline the timeline for the review that he's doing of hotels in particular, and outline what other help can be given to retail and hospitality businesses?
Yes, so the review that we've announced today, we do want to work with the hotel sector on it. We want to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that it reports in time to be implemented by the Valuation Office by the date of the next revaluation. And if there are hotels, which will be, I believe the one that she's talking will be at the very sort of far end of the distribution of changes in rateable values with an increase that large, that's precisely why we've implemented the support that we have. So if it's worth less than 100,000, its increase will be capped at 15% this year. If it's worth more, its increase will be capped at 30%. We're aware that that is still an increase, but it's significantly less, Mr. Speaker, than it would have been if we hadn't stepped in to provide that support.
Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is understandable that COVID-era business rate support does need to come to an end, and the 15% cap on increases for most hospitality businesses is a really important protection. But can I particularly welcome the government's acknowledgement of the central role that pubs play in our communities. Pubs like the Paddock in Chaddeston and the White Swan in Littleover and so many more across Derby. Will the government continue to listen to pubs and work with pubs so that we can ensure that they have certainty for the long term?
Mr. Speaker, yes, we will continue to work with pubs because we do value them, but I do want to be clear that we value all of the businesses on the high street. We value our hospitality businesses, we value our retail businesses, and we value those who work in leisure and soft play, I believe was mentioned earlier. All of these different businesses that provide life and vibrancy on our high streets are important. I've set out these particular challenges with the rateable value methodology for pubs and the big challenges they've faced over the last 14 years with 7,000 closing. But we do want to make sure that we continue to do all we can to support high streets in our constituency and across the country.
Ben Lake.
Dozens of small businesses across Ceredigion, North Pembrokeshire will have listened to the Minister stated with interest. Could he please reassure me that the consequential funding he has confirmed that will go to the Welsh Government will be determined and communicated in such time to allow the Welsh Government to allocate additional support to those small businesses the 1st of April?
I am sure that the consequentials and the implications of them will be set out as soon as is practically possible.
As Mr Speaker, I think knows, Exeter and Devon has some of the finest pubs, independent breweries and live music venues in the country, and I'd like to thank Exeter Brewery and the Exeter Phoenix Arts Venue for their representations to me on these issues. I'm pleased that on top of the support in the budget, pubs will get an additional 15% off, and that will apply to music venues as well. It's very welcome. Does the Minister agree with me that this, the 4.3 billion of support in the budget and the budget support today does stand in stark contrast to the previous record of 7,000 pubs closing under the last government?
I would very much agree with my honourable friend. There is a stark contrast here between a government that is reforming our business rate system, that has set out long-term differences in the multipliers, aka the tax rates, faced by the high street and faced by the online giants and the largest businesses. And that's why the businesses on his high street, typical businesses, will have a tax rate that is significantly lower now than the tax rate faced by the largest online warehouses. Of course, I understand that bills may still be increasing because of the winding down of the pandemic relief and the increase in rateable values, but that underlying reform of the system is there, Mr Speaker, and it's there for good.
Monica Harding.
Mr Speaker, Tom Duxbury has run Marnie's Village Inn in Weston Green for 17 years, a brilliant and much-loved local. His rateable value is set to rise from £20,000 to £50,000, a 175% increase. Alongside this, he's facing rent rises, inflation on beer, wine products, energy, customers with less money in their pockets. So, did the government not see his plight right from the get-go? And what more help can he give them for these community... I'm sorry, Mr Speaker, for all of these pressures, and what help will he be giving them in future?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for her question. And for the pub sector as a whole now, because of the interventions announced today, the total business rates bill for pubs will be falling over the coming years. And for individual pubs, as she mentions, we're giving a 15% reduction on the new bills and then a real terms freeze for the next 2 years. That's a significant intervention because of the significant challenges that pubs have faced, as 7,000 pubs closing, and because of the issues with their methodology.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I welcome this really large additional support for pubs and music venues on top of the £4.3 billion that was given to the wider sector at the budget. Can I also thank the Minister for all the conversations he's had with me over the previous few weeks, and with Dan and Ness from the Greyhound, who've engaged so positively and constructively with me. It's fair to say the business rates rebound inherited from the previous government had a mixed picture across Ipswich, but particularly the Greyhound was particularly unfortunate. So could the Minister lay out for me his thinking behind some of the review of this process going forward?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for the advocacy that he's made on behalf of the pubs and the businesses in his constituency. There have been concerns raised about the methodology. We've looked into them in recent weeks, and we do think it's right to review it. That review will take place in the coming months. It will definitely report in time for the new revaluations so that we can have a long-term and sustainable methodology for pubs that makes sure they're valued in the right way for the long term from 2029 onwards.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister's statement will certainly be welcomed by many pub owners who have written to me in recent weeks anxious about how the rising costs. But what about the rest of the high street? Small businesses are the heartbeat of Blackburn, the engine of our country, already battered by online shopping and rising costs. They are being squeezed from every direction. Why is the government making it harder for Blackburn's independent shops to survive instead of delivering the permanent cuts Our town centres need to flourish.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, around 1 in 3 businesses will continue to benefit from small business rates relief and so will pay nothing at all. And for many independent shops that are in the business rate system and are above that threshold, some will be on the taper just above it, and then others will benefit from the support that was set out at the budget.
Colin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I welcome support for pubs in Britain's beer capital of Burton and Uttoxeter, and thank the Minister for his continued engagement with me on this. I know we'll continue to speak about other measures like draft relief that could be included in the future. The Minister will remember that I stressed the importance of wider hospitality and also breathing life into our high street, so I welcome the high street strategy announcement. Can he say how businesses themselves can feed directly into that so that we hear from those that are affected?
Mr Speaker, my honourable friend is one of the proudest and strongest champions of the businesses in his constituency, the brewers and the pubs and all of those in the hospitality industry. And I'm sure that businesses in his patch would do well to feed in via him as he is such a good representative.
Savage.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There are many fine pubs in the South Cotswolds, such as the Old George in South Cerney or the Rattlebone in Shurston. For many of our small rural communities, these are the only freely available spaces where people can meet faith leaders and football fans alike. Yet many of them are really struggling. So while I welcome today's statement, £1,650 per pub is better than a poke in the eye, but not much. I wonder if the Minister would be kind enough to meet with me to discuss how his department might be able to further support the pubs of the South Cotswolds. And given run-ins with the Speaker's chair, I might suggest the Trouble House near Tetbury as a suitable venue.
I do hope that I'll be out of trouble before too long. We are also going to be doubling the Hospitality Support Fund with £10 million of funding over the next 3 years. This fund aims to help over 1,000 pubs to diversify their business models, improve efficiency and productivity in the sector, and support people who are furthest from the labour market to move into jobs in hospitality.
Lewis Atkins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I welcome the 15% off pubs, business rates for pubs in Sunderland? Because we're a music city, where live music is core to our identity and our regeneration, can I particularly welcome the steps he's announced around live music venues. And for his engagement with me and the Music Venue Trust in the past. Could he say a little bit about the methodology going forward for music venues? I know he'll be looking at the pub methodology, but would he consider discussing the methodology for music venues going forward? And we could do that perhaps in a gig at Independent or a pub or a pint at the Ship Isis afterwards.
Minister.
I thank him for his question and for his representations on behalf of businesses in his constituency. The government's clear that we're going to be looking at the pub and the hotel methodology specifically. I'd of course be happy to have a conversation with him if he does think there are issues for other sectors, but the government's position is clear that it's pubs and hotels that we will be focusing on. Maybe if I can make it up, I'd be happy to...
Carl Lockhart.
Mr Speaker, unfortunately the Sinn Féin Finance Minister in Northern Ireland hasn't got the memo on the need to support our hospitality sector in Northern Ireland and is pressing on with a rates re-evaluation. Constituency experience a 267% rate rise. Will the Minister commit to share the hard learning that this government has experienced with regards to rates, and will he go further and reduce the VAT rate for hospitality as well?
Mr Speaker, the Honourable Member is right that each devolved government has full control over the structure and the level of business rates within its part of the country. They set business rates policy, retain all the revenues generated and determine how they are spent, and it is up to the devolved administrations to determine how to do that.
Jonathan Dennis.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. When we had an urgent question on business rates last week, I raised the issue of grassroots music venues, so I'm very pleased today that the Minister has confirmed that there will be 15% off business rates for pubs and grassroots music venues. And as he seeks to build on the permanently lower multipliers, the excess of £4 billion of support in the budget with his high street strategy, can I encourage him to keep music and cultural venues front and centre of his thinking, because the UK music industry generates over £8 billion for the UK economy, and these venues are a platform for future talent?
Minister.
I will, of course, continue to keep those important cultural and social assets in mind, Mr. Speaker, as we continue to work on policy to support those sorts of businesses across the country.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister talks about the definition of a pub. In the village of Hurstpierpoint in my Mid-Sussex constituency, Morley's Bistro has a very similar product offering to the food-led pubs on the same high street. They're competing for the same customers and ideally employing the same young people and giving them their first job. How does the Minister justify this?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are using long-standing definitions that have been set out in business rates guidance before to define in the usual way the pubs and the similar venues that will be included within that relief.
Lord Charters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank Gary at the Marsha in Bishopthorpe and Adam at the Wenlock in Weldrake for meeting me to discuss support for pubs. The reality is the Tories created a ticking time bomb on business rates, then walked away like someone who spilled a pint and left us to mop it up. Does the Minister agree with me that this is a government determined to back the legendary landlords in Britain, just like Gary and Adam?
The Young Minister.
Very much so, Mr. Speaker. We do want to support legendary landlords. I have my own in my constituency, and I look forward this weekend to having a pint with them to discuss the changes that the government has made.
Privan Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to business rates, the government have delivered a masterclass in giving with one hand and taking with another, leaving pubs and hospitalities worse off. But businesses can't be fooled. They are on top of their numbers, even if the government is not. So will the government consider again the Liberal Democrat proposal for an emergency 5% cut in VAT for hospitality? And can you give an answer that doesn't resort to political point scoring?
Minister.
We will not be considering the Liberal Democrats' policy.
Speaker, yesterday I visited the Beach Hut, a fantastic independent indoor play venue in my home village of Norton Keynes. The owner, Joanne, told me how passionate she and her staff are, but they face particularly acute pressures given that they have a relatively large footprint and therefore high business rates, whilst they have to keep fees low for families. Given that indoor play is in a perfect storm of increasing costs but offers so much to children and their parents, and as he will be working on a high street strategy, would the Minister be willing to meet with me, venues from Cannock Chase and the Association of Indoor Play to discuss what support could be provided to the sector?
I would be happy to discuss this matter with him. Indoor play is a really valuable and growing part of our economy, and there are some challenges for them with more free childcare. It may be that fewer people are going in during the day. We have set out our proposals on business rates at the budget to support those businesses, and I know many indoor play centres have seen increases in their rateable values to support them with significant caps this year, next year and the year after.
Claire Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I visited the Play Shed in Yate last year, the reduction in retail, hospitality and leisure relief was already costing them £12,000, even before the more recent changes. While this package is welcome for pubs and music venues, what will the government do to help other leisure businesses in my Thornbury and Yate constituency who are struggling with business rates?
Mr. Speaker, we have changed the tax rates, the multipliers within the system, so that for example, a typical high street business may pay 38p now, and an online retailer giant may pay 51p in the pound on their rateable values. That's a significant underlying reform to the tax system that is here and here for good.
Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Business rates are complicated, this new methodology particularly so. Businesses were always going to be in touch with MPs, and in our democracy we were going to talk it through with the government to get to a better place. Today's announcement shows that our democracy works and that representation works. And I want to thank the businesses in Bournemouth East, the hospitality sector owners who have constructively engaged with me in order to get to this better place. We also in this House need to put party politics aside and recognise that business owners put their hearts and their souls, their blood, their sweat and their tears into building something better, and we all need to commit to doing something better on their behalf. Will the Minister continue to engage with me on behalf of all hospitality in order that we can get the very best deal for them, not just now, but in the future too?
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable friend for his engagement, his persistence and his advocacy on behalf of the businesses in his constituency. I know that there have been many conversations that he has had, or maybe that he would want to have had, with businesses in his constituency, and he's been able to feed them directly to me as the Minister with responsibility for tax, and I'm sure we'll continue to have conversations in the months and years to come.
Good day, Box.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The change in business rates for pubs will be welcomed by the Winchester and Troll in my constituency, but a family hotel contacted me yesterday. The combined impact of government changes in the budgets will, they expect, lead to a £250,000 loss next year as they look ahead to next year. Will the Minister meet not just with me but with Somerset MPs and hoteliers to discuss how hotels can be helped through the reforms that he's proposing?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, because of the concerns that we can see around the methodology to value hotels, today we've announced that we will be reviewing that methodology so that in time for the next revaluation, hotels can have a methodology that more appropriately works for their sector. We have hotels, he's right to point out, have seen some of the largest increases in their rateable values, and therefore they will be some of the biggest beneficiaries from the caps that we put into the system this year.
We know that completes the statement. We'll now move on to the 10-minute rule bill. Julie Mims.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to prohibit the marketing, sale and supply of electrically assisted pedal cycles that fall outside of the class of electrically assisted pedal cycles prescribed under the Electrically Assisted Pedal Cycles Regulations 1983 and of equipment capable of converting a pedal cycle into such a vehicle and for connected purposes. Now, this bill is without doubt a mouthful, and it may seem technical and dry, but at its core, it is about safety, clarity and responsibility. It is about protecting pedestrians, other road users, lawful cyclists, constituents and our communities from vehicles that look like bikes but behave like motorbikes. It's about stopping the sale of illegal e-bikes and the kits that turn ordinary, everyday pedal bikes into illegal monster bikes. E-bikes, when they conform to the law, are a force for good. They make cleaner journeys, better public health and less congestion. By law, e-bike motors should have a maximum continuous power output of 250 watts and cut out when the bike reaches 15.5 miles per hour. Going faster than that is perfectly permissible without a motor. Indeed, I'm told that for some people, it's entirely possible. A fact I am sure I will see firsthand when the Tour de France travels through my constituency next summer. But those athletes will demonstrate that these speeds will be reached without motorised assistance. The sad reality, as members know, is that there are illegal e-bikes on our streets, in our constituencies, right now, as I speak, that are reaching dangerously high speeds. Those e-bikes and the conversion kits used to create them are being sold with batteries capable of reaching speeds far beyond 15.5 miles per hour. A bike seized and tested earlier this month in my constituency of Carlisle found that the bike was capable of 37 miles per hour. Another bike seized in my constituency was found to have a battery capable of achieving 56 miles per hour, whilst nationally, police have seized e-bikes capable of 70 miles an hour. These are not minor issues. These are illegal vehicles which can and do kill. Last year in Australia, a pedestrian was killed after he was struck by an illegally modified e-bike. Last October, a 60-year-old woman was killed in New York by an e-bike capable of travelling at 30 miles an hour. Last summer, in Greater Manchester, a 70-year-old woman was left in a coma with life-changing injuries after being hit by an e-bike advertised with a top speed of 47 miles per hour. And in 2024, an 86-year-old man from Lancashire was hit and killed by an illegal e-bike. We cannot continue to let this happen. These, frankly, are illegal, unregistered, untaxed, un-MOT'd monster bikes. Bikes that have become a menace, not just on the streets in Carlisle, but in communities right across the UK. Their speed and lack of traceability makes them the perfect accomplice in robbery, phone theft, and drug dealing. Our local neighbourhood police teams have done a good job seizing and crushing these illegal machines, but they are fighting a losing battle. Cumbria's Police, Fire and Crime Commissioner David Allen, who is in the gallery today, believes the time has come to stop this problem at source, to ban the sale of these illegal e-bikes and the conversion kits that create them. And I agree, and that is why I'm introducing this bill. Online marketplaces and overseas suppliers sell high-powered e-bikes and conversion kits with minimal checks, scant safety information, and no clear liability. Too often, buyers assume a product is legal because the website does not say otherwise. We already accept that some dangerous items simply must not be sold to the public. We ban the retail sale of flick knives because they are capable of killing and causing serious injury. We restrict the sale of F4 fireworks to those who are trained to use them safely. And we ban the use, import and supply of asbestos-containing materials because it can kill. Those bans are about removing from the market products that are known to harm and kill. Monster e-bikes harm and kill. This bill is targeted and proportionate. It will continue to allow the sale and enjoyment of legal e-bikes, but it will shut down the sale and marketing of illegal monster bikes and the kits used to create them. It will give regulators and the police powers to seize and destroy non-compliant bikes and conversion kits at the point of sale. And it will create clear offences and penalties for retailers of illegal products. Cutting off the sale and marketing of illegal e-bikes removes dangerous products before they can reach our streets. This bill recognises that enforcement must be paired with support. It will give trading standards and the police and other regulators targeted powers to act against sellers and online marketplaces. It will require clear consumer information so buyers are not misled into thinking high-powered machines are road legal. And it will help riders who rely on e-bikes for work to continue to access safe, legal e-bikes. Mr. Speaker, this is a practical, evidence-led measure to reduce the harm we see in our communities, to protect vulnerable people and to make our streets safer. It does, as I have set out, draw on the same logic that led Parliament to ban the sale of other dangerous items. It must be the case that when a product is capable of killing or causing injury and its sale cannot be reasonably regulated, it simply should not be sold. Let us be clear. Lawful, safe e-bikes are part of our future. What this bill does is introduce measured, necessary steps to make our streets safer, to protect our constituents, and to stop the sale of monster e-bikes. And I commend it to this House.
The honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Don't overdo it, folks. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Who will prepare to bring in the bill?
Luke Akehurst, Liam Byrne, Anna Dixon, Tim Farron, Fabian Hamilton, Tom Hayes, Alex McIntyre, Jim Shannon, Bradley Thomas and myself, Mr. Speaker.
Unanimous.
Electrically assisted pedal cycles bill.
Second reading what day?
27th of February.
27th of February. Well done, Julie. Right, we now come to the allocation of time. Motion, Minister to move.
Beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Medical training prioritisation bill, second reading.
Now.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that this bill be read a second time. I'd like to begin, Mr. Speaker, by thanking the Leader of the House, the Chief Whip, their counterparts in the other place, colleagues in my department and the NHS, the Bill team and Parliamentary Council who've moved mountains to prepare this bill in double quick time. I also want to once again place on record my sincere thanks to my counterparts in the governments of Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland, as well as their respective Secretaries of State, for the spirit in which, regardless of party, they have helped us to bring this bill forward. Finally, and certainly by no means least, I'm enormously grateful to Jackie Bailey, Labour's Deputy Leader in Holyrood, for her wise counsel. Mr. Speaker, the NHS is on the road to recovery, not least because of the Herculean efforts and dedication of NHS leaders and frontline staff who, even in the depths of winter, are delivering outstanding episodes of care hour after hour, day after day. Among the encouraging signs of year-on-year improvement are waiting lists falling at their fastest in 3 years, down more than 300,000 under Labour, quicker ambulance response times, shorter waits in A&E and speedier cancer diagnoses for more people. December was the busiest month in NHS history for 999 calls, but despite that, and regardless of the pressures of industrial action and winter pressures, ambulances arrived to heart attack and stroke patients nearly 15 minutes faster compared to last year. The progress we're seeing is a reminder that nothing positive for people who use the NHS ever happens without the people who work in our NHS. Our investment and modernisation are starting to restore confidence and renew belief among frontline staff, and with it, hope, optimism and ambition are returning. That is why, outside of the pandemic, staff retention is at its highest in a decade and vacancies are at their lowest since records began in 2017. Lots done, but as we know, so much more to do. I will always be honest about the state of our National Health Service, what is going well and where we need to improve. And there's no sugarcoating the fact that staff morale is still too low, and the way that some of our NHS workforce is still treated and the conditions in which too many of them still work are nothing short of a national disgrace. That is not only a stain on our NHS, it shames us as a country when those who care for us in our hour of need suffer bullying, harassment and racist abuse, have nowhere to rest, go to the toilet or get changed, can't get a hot meal on a night shift, have limited flexible working options, must book holiday a year in advance, need to log in 7 times just to use a PC, spend time form filling rather than looking after patients, and face basic errors with pay and contracts. Before Christmas, I had a doctor in tears in my constituency advice surgery as she described the way in which she had been treated by one of her previous employers. It is no way to treat the people who kept this going when everything else stopped, and so we are taking action. Trusts are now implementing the 10-point plan for resident doctors, and my department with NHS England is developing new staff standards to create better working practices and better conditions. We've awarded above-inflation pay rises to everyone working in the NHS for this year and last year, beginning to recover the pay erosion seen under the last government. And we've begun 2026 with constructive talks with the BMA's Resident Doctors Committee as we seek to broker industrial peace. I've also told NHS leaders that they need to step up when it comes to the conditions their staff face. They can't expect the Secretary of State to micromanage
availability of hot food in their canteen, for example. But there are workforce problems, Madam Deputy Speaker, that only government can solve. We've known for years that the treatment of resident doctors is often totally unacceptable, and the very real fears about their futures are wholly justified. Every time I've met a resident doctor, either formally or informally, they tell me without fail how their careers are blocked because there are far too many applicants for training places. Not only do I think they have a legitimate grievance, I agree with them, and I'll certainly give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
The Secretary of State's talking about postgraduate training, essentially. I wonder what thought he's given to the new clause 2 in the name of my honourable friend, member for Runnymede and Weybridge. I've spoken to students who've worked really, really hard all the way through medical school to get the best results, the best exam results, that perform highly, and they end up in an allocation system that pays no attention to that whatsoever, removes merit entirely from the system. I think it was wrong for us to make that change. Has he got any sympathy for the idea that we put it back to being a merit-based system?
I certainly do have sympathy with that argument, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've begun moving the system in the right direction in terms of giving applicants greater preference in placements, but it's not lost on me that the way in which the system of rotations and placements and jobs works means not just moving doctors around the country, but uprooting families, and the frictional costs of relocating from one place to another is part of the challenge that resident doctors in particular face. I don't think that that particular amendment and this particular bill is the right vehicle to address that issue, but I am very sympathetic to the arguments that the honourable member makes and will again make during this afternoon's proceedings. We will take those arguments seriously and look to work together with the BMA and others to act and improve the quality of the training and rotations and jobs experience. UK graduates used to compete among themselves for foundation and specialty roles. Now they are competing against the world because of the visa and immigration changes made by the Conservative government post-Brexit. It is a situation compounded by the previous administration's total lack of workforce planning, which saw more students going to medical school without increasing the number of specialty training places. That is why we see the training bottlenecks that resident doctors face today. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman, then to my Honourable Friend.
Thank you, the Secretary of State, for giving way. A constituent of mine is studying medicine at Queen Mary University in London, but at a campus in Malta. Malta students complete the same GMC-approved curriculum and assessments and licence exams as London-based students, and graduates hold a UK primary qualification. He was given a formal guarantee that he would be at no disadvantage in choosing to study at their Malta campus. Can the Minister reassure me that graduates like him will be prioritised on the NHS Foundation Years medical training programme?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, students studying in Malta will not be prioritised in this bill. Of course, they will still be able to make applications. The Honourable Gentleman mentions Queen Mary University. Their Malta website is clear that Queen Mary does not administer the UK Foundation programme and cannot control whether or on what basis applicants are accepted into the programme, and no one is guaranteed a post on qualification. I'll make some progress because, with respect to honourable members, haven't yet set out the measures that we're currently beginning to debate. So let me set out the rationale and then take interventions. I'll take one from my honourable friend.
I wonder if the Secretary of State would share my residents' utter disbelief that the last government created a system where thousands of UK medical graduates, educated at cost of billions to the UK taxpayer, were suddenly forced to compete with overseas students, pushing many abroad for their careers and losing a big talent pool that should be powering our NHS and getting it back on its feet.
That's right, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've got to say many of my counterparts around the world cannot fathom how we ended up in this situation in the first place. They certainly don't do as we have been doing, of investing so much in their own homegrown talent, only to then see them competing on equal terms with anyone from anywhere else in the world. But Madam Deputy Speaker, let me set out why we need this bill. There are workforce problems that only government can solve. We know that for years the treatment of resident doctors have been totally unacceptable, and we see the training bottlenecks that resident doctors face today. In 2019, there are around 12,000 applicants for 9,000 specialty training places. This year, that has soared to nearly 40,000 applicants for 10,000 places, with nearly twice as many overseas trained applicants as UK trained ones. As a result, we now have the ridiculous state of affairs where UK medical graduates, those whose training British taxpayers fund to the tune of £4 billion a year, who want to carve out a career in their NHS, are either being lost abroad or to the private sector. Madam Deputy Speaker, if we don't deal with this, then the scale of the issue and the resentment it causes will just get worse. More taxpayers' money will be wasted, more British medics will turn their backs on the NHS, and it is patients and our NHS who will ultimately suffer. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and he knows that we believe this is a pragmatic bill which will have a net positive outcome for the health service in Scotland. We welcome the bill, we're glad to support it. However, there are specialty fields which have a high number of international graduates, such as GPs. Because of government policy, there are significant challenges in supporting the onward retention of some individuals. For example, the new requirements for settled status is now 10 years, with some exceptions, whereas training programmes are often only 3 years. So I'm sure the Secretary of State doesn't want the UK to be a hostile environment for our overseas vital medical staff. So can I ask him to make representations to the Home Office so they are aware of this anomaly?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd say two things to the Honourable Gentleman. Firstly, and this bill certainly doesn't in any way detract from this fundamental point, the NHS has always been an overseas recruiter, and we have always been fortunate to draw on global talent from around the world who come and give through their service, through their taxes, and through their wider contribution to the National Health Service and to our country. And we will continue to welcome that, and people will continue to be free to apply. I think they will be applying in future on fairer terms to our own homegrown talent. And of course, there's nothing in what the Home Secretary is proposing to do that will stop people who come through our universities, have the skills that we need to contribute to our health and care system, from applying to jobs and settling and making the UK their home. What the Home Secretary is seeking to do, and what this bill supports her to do, is to reduce what is an over-reliance on overseas talent and labour, which is contributing to levels of net migration that, if I may say, even bleeding heart Liberals like me can see are too high. And that is the issue that the Home Secretary is seeking to deal with. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you, honourable friend, for giving way, and he's absolutely right that we need to deal with this pressing problem, and I support the aims of this bill. But as you can imagine, as the only current member of this House with Maltese heritage, I've had representation from all quarters, both in the UK and Malta, about the impact on Malta on this. We have a special relationship, a health relationship between our two countries, including the affiliation of the UK Foundation Programme and the Maltese equivalent. I understand that now is maybe not the time to have Malta on in the priority group, but I note there is a power the Secretary of State will have under current clause 4, subclause 6, which allows the Secretary of State in the future to amend that. Is that something that the Secretary of State will think about in reviewing this in the future?
Secretary of State.
My honourable friend is absolutely right about the measures in the bill, and he's absolutely right about the importance of our relationship with Malta, which is long-standing and deep, and this government places enormous value on. We will, of course, keep the workings of the measures in this bill under review, and he is right to say that the bill does provide flexibility to the Secretary of State to adjust as our needs may demand. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
To the Health Secretary for giving way. The bill is basically a good one, and we all share in the intent to encourage homegrown talent because they remain in our National Health Service. So could the Health Secretary explain why it is that he appears to have set his face against British students who, for various reasons, train at, for example, St George's in Cyprus or St George's in Grenada, who then want to come back and practice in our National Health Service. They want to come back and practice at home. Amendment 9 on the order paper would deal with that conundrum. Why won't he support it?
I'd just say to the honourable gentleman, we set UK medical school places based on future health system needs. We cannot control how many overseas campus places universities create, whether they're UK-based universities or not. Prioritising these graduates in the way that he suggests would undermine sustainable workforce planning. It also undermines social mobility and fair access. These campuses are commercial ventures, receive no public funding, and students are generally self-funded. The nature of prioritisation is you set priorities, and these are the priorities that this government is setting out. We must break, I've got to make some progress, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must break our over-reliance on international recruitment. And as I've said, I am proud of the fact the NHS is an international employer. It is no coincidence that the Empire Windrush landed on these shores in 1948, the very year our NHS was founded. And we are lucky that we've got people from around the world who come and work in our health and care service. Since Brexit, under the last government, we've begun to see something much more corrosive. The NHS poaching staff from countries which are on the World Health Organisation's red list because their own shortages of medical practitioners is so severe. The continued plundering of doctors from countries which desperately need them, while we have an army of talented and willing recruits who can't get jobs, is morally unacceptable. And even if some opposite want to defend that record and dismiss the morality argument, then I would also point out that this position is naive on economic grounds. Competition for medical staff has never been fiercer. The World Health Organization estimates a shortfall of 11 million health workers by 2030. Shoring up our own workforce will limit our exposure to such global pressures without depriving other countries of their own homegrown talent. I'd certainly give way to my honourable friend.
Right honourable friend for giving way, and I may congratulate him on the excellent speech that he's making and the strong points that he's delivering. I would like to associate myself with my honourable friend for Stevenage remarks as regards Malta. As a member of the Health Select Committee, I've also been approached by Queen Mary's University. It just seems to me that we should be approaching this with a sense of fairness. And if we have students who've entered into a GMC recognised course with the expectation of having priority access for foundation status, we should accept that those who are currently in training still enjoy that, even if we change the rules for future people who might enter on those courses. Is that something that he will consider?
Well, as I've said, Madam Deputy Speaker, the position we set out is founded on fairness. And as I've pointed out, the base upon which people have applied to these universities, it is made very clear that these universities cannot guarantee places, that overseas applicants studying at UK universities, overseas campuses, the applicants can still apply. There's nothing to stop people from applying. But when it comes to prioritisation, we are prioritising UK-trained medical graduates from UK-based universities who've undertaken their training here in the UK. And I think that is the right priority to draw. I'll take the intervention from the honourable gentleman. I'll come to
Gregory Stafford. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. He mentioned the need for more NHS and medical staff across the world, and of course in this country as well. At the general election, he pledged to double the number of medical school places by 2030. Is that still a commitment, and how far has he got with it? Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the with respect, the honourable gentleman got his chronology slightly wrong. In opposition as Shadow Health Secretary, I proposed we should double the number of undergraduate medical school places. That policy was then poached by the Conservative government, as it was. They made some modest progress with it. We came into government, looked at their long-term workforce plan, concluded it wasn't a particularly long-term workforce plan, and we are revising it as we speak. The number of medical school places will be determined on the basis of future need, and we'll be publishing our long-term workforce plan in the not-too-distant future. I'll give way to Honourable Lady and then to my honourable friend.
Thank the Secretary of State for giving way. He rightly notes that there is an international competition for healthcare talent. On Friday, I met Dr. Asoba, who is a GP who trains future GPs. She said how disheartening it is that she trains future GPs whose intention is already to leave the UK. What is the Secretary of State doing to make sure that British trained medics stay working in the NHS?
The honourable member puts her finger right at on the button of the issues at the heart of this bill. That is exactly the challenge that we want to address with this bill. This bill isn't a panacea, it doesn't solve all of the problems, but by reducing competition for specialty places from around 4 to 1 to less than 2 to 1, as this bill will do, will make it far more likely that people who've undertaken their training here in the UK will stay here and contribute to our National Health Service. Of course, there's much more to do in terms of career structure, pay and conditions. We will go as fast as we can and as far as the country can afford, but we do recognise that we need to keep the great people that we have invested in, because that's clearly in their interest and in our national interest. Give way to my honourable friend.
Very grateful indeed to my right honourable friend for giving way, and in fact my point is on exactly that issue. He will be aware, because I've written to his department a number of times about this, that there's a particular challenge for many disabled medics who may have had to take time out of their training because of a medical condition. They're told that they can obtain a CREST certificate and go into training specialism, but actually the computer's saying, no, NHS England isn't sorting this out. Can you please get a personal grip on this and fix it for my constituents? Thank you.
I'm certainly aware of my honourable friend's concerns, and I can give her that assurance, and I will report back to her on progress. Madam Deputy Speaker, without action to prioritise UK medics, we will also make it tougher than it already is for those from working class backgrounds like mine to become doctors, or for that matter for them to even consider a career in medicine. The odds are already stacked against them. They're less likely to know doctors, their teachers may be less familiar with helping students into medical school, they'll have fewer opportunities to do work experience, and fewer people in their lives telling them that they should aim high and reach for the stars. The result is that only 5% of medical school entrants are from lower income working class backgrounds. Someone's background should not be a barrier to becoming a doctor. And so our job, especially as a Labour government committed to social justice, isn't just to make sure a few kids like me beat the odds, it is to change the odds for every child in this country so they can go as far as their talents will take them. I'll give way to honourable member.
Thank you. I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. It's vital that we address this issue to ensure that UK-trained doctors are being prioritised for vacancies over international applicants, and he's making some important points on that. But we need to see these places open for UK medics immediately. So I wondered if he could perhaps explain why this bill won't be coming into action immediately on royal assent, but seems to include a provision for it to come into force on such a day or days as the Secretary of State may by regulations appoint.
Secretary of State.
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's really important that the bill that we pass is workable. And there are a number of factors that may well interrupt our ability to move at the pace with which I want to move to open up these places. One of those factors is the ongoing risk of industrial action. We know that the BMA are balloting for further industrial action at the moment. We respect that process they're undertaking, and we are not closing the door to discussions while they undertake that. But we are clear that that is a further disruption risk. I hope we will be in a position where we can open up a new application round very shortly for current applicants. But that will be dependent on our ability to expedite the passage of this bill through both houses and making sure that the system is ready to implement it. And that's why bringing forward this bill on this timescale has been particularly important.
On that point,
I'll certainly give way once more.
very grateful to the House. He is being generous. Is he then saying that he intends to use this as some sort of lever or bargaining chip in his discussion with the BMA?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm clear that this is about whether the system will be ready to implement the measures outlined in the bill. I must say it is with a degree of cynicism that I have viewed the Conservative Party's amendment on this. It was not so long ago that they were accusing me of being too kind to resident doctors when it came to making changes to pay or conditions without something in return. They seem to have completely changed their position. I'm sure that is not remotely cynical, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure it's for entirely noble reasons. But I'll wait for the Shadow Health Secretary to make his case. Let's just say I'm not entirely convinced. The Medical Training Bill implements the commitment in our 10-year plan for health to put homegrown talent at the front of the queue for medical training posts. Starting this year, it prioritises graduates from UK medical schools and other priority groups over applicants from overseas during the current application round and in all subsequent years. For the UK Foundation programme, the bill requires that places are allocated to UK medical graduates and those in a priority group before they're allocated to other eligible applicants. For specialty training, the bill effectively reduces the competition for places from around 4 to 1, where it is today, to less than 2 to 1. I think that's a really important point for resident doctors to hear, Madam Deputy Speaker, not least because in the debate we had around the government's previous offer to the BMA, I think that point was lost amidst some of the broader and frankly more contested arguments between the government and the BMA around pay. So it's not just the provision of additional training posts that reduce the competition ratio, it is the measures in this bill, and I hope that that is a message that's heard clearly by resident doctors as they think about their own futures immediately or in the coming years. For posts starting this year, there must be prioritisation at the offer stage, and for training posts starting from 2027, prioritisation will apply at both the shortlisting and offer stages. And Madam Deputy Speaker, in the 10-year plan, we committed to prioritising international applicants with significant NHS experience for specialty places in recognition of the contribution they've made to our nation's health. This year, we'll use immigration status as a proxy for determining those eligible so that we can introduce prioritisation as soon as possible. And from next year, under the terms of this bill, we set out in regulations how we are defining significant NHS experience. I'll give way to my honourable friend with significant NHS experience.
Well, thank you, Secretary of State. And can I commend the speed of which he's brought this legislation to Parliament. I have been a GP trainer for 25 years, and I'd just like to say that 50% of GP trainees are, in fact, international medical graduates, and there's been some disquiet from them. And I wonder if you could just reassure our international medical graduates they are welcome and, in fact, treasured within the health service as we go forward.
Secretary of State.
My honourable friend is absolutely right about the contribution that international medical graduates make, and I've no doubt that that will continue to be the case for many years to come. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I also hope it's clear to those going through medical school or those aspiring to a career in medicine that in terms of the future of healthcare in this country, general practice is where it's at, and we are looking to shift the centre of gravity in the NHS out of hospital into the community, with care closer to people's homes and indeed in people's homes, with GPs as leaders of a neighbourhood health service. I hope that gives encouragement to GPs serving today about the future of their profession, about which they care enormously, but I also hope that that message resonates with people who are thinking about a career in medicine and what kind of career that might be. I certainly will give way.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. I recently spoke to a doctor in my constituency of Runcorn and Helsby who was concerned about resident doctors going abroad to get a training place in their chosen subject or a speciality. Now, we at Reform welcome this bill, so would the Secretary of State commit that we will prioritise our own UK-trained resident doctors ahead of those trained abroad, and will he give me the assurance that this bill will help UK-trained resident doctors secure a training post in their chosen speciality?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I can give the honourable member that assurance, and that's exactly what the bill does. Madam Deputy Speaker, I cannot, however, resist the enormous temptation to point out that while I welcome the support of the honourable member and her party, I hope her party's position won't change. Now they've adopted so many former Conservative culprits who landed us with this system in the first place. Whether that's the former Home Secretary, the Right Honourable Member for Fareham, or whether that's the former Immigration Minister, the Right Honourable Member for Newark. I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, reform looks rather more like the Conservative Party the country rejected at the last election, and I'm sure that won't be lost on people when they go to the ballot box in May. As my honourable friend the Care Minister says from a sedentary position, Reform UK are increasingly the teal Tories, there's certainly the most successful recycling project currently taking place in the House of Commons. Anyway, that was totally self-indulgent. It was very churlish, given the honourable member is supporting the bill, and I'll slap myself on the wrist and get back to serious matters at hand. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's really important that as we set out these changes, that they will have no impact on doctors working in the armed forces, who will continue to be a priority. Nor does this bill exclude international talent, who will still be able to apply to roles and continue to bring new and vital skills to our NHS. The principle here is homegrown talent. It's not about where students are born, it's about where they're trained. And what this bill does is return us to the fair terms on which those homegrown medics competed before Brexit. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
The Secretary of State for giving way, and I do welcome his approach to this bill, but also how he has worked across all devolved associations in regards to that. But can I just seek his reassurance in regards for those medical students who reside in Northern Ireland, who identify themselves as Irish, study in an Irish institution in the Republic of Ireland, that they will not be excluded from coming back to work in the National Health Service in Northern Ireland, where we very much need all the talent we can get.
Secretary of State.
I can absolutely give the honourable member that assurance. This absolutely covers medical graduates from UK and Ireland for very obvious reasons. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the broad support this bill appears to have across the House, because in order for the changes to benefit applicants in the current round, that is for posts starting this August, this legislation needs to achieve royal assent by March the 5th. Any delay will risk vacancies in August and disrupt planning in NHS trusts, who rely on their new trainees to deliver frontline care. Doctors too need sufficient time to find somewhere to live, sort childcare and arrange other aspects of their lives before their posts start. So I am grateful that Parliament has agreed to expedite this bill's progress, and I'm confident that we'll be able to work at pace with the majority that we have in this House and with cross-party support in the other place. I certainly will give way.
Grateful to him giving way. I can sense he's about to reach the end of his remarks, and we are keen to start the debate. But I do feel there's one thing it would be helpful to get clarity on before we begin. When are we going to see that workforce plan? It has been delayed a couple of times now. We wrote to the department at in November asking for some explanation as to why it's been delayed, when we can expect it. Could he give us some clarity? Because that is the context in which, of course, this very quite narrow technical thing that we're discussing today needs to happen.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a fair question from the Chair of the Select Committee. We are taking longer than I would have liked with the workforce plan. I hope it reassures the honourable member and the House that we've taken more time, because that's what Royal Colleges, the trade unions and clinical leaders and NHS leaders asked us to do. Their strong urging was to get it right rather than to rush according to a political timetable, and I thought that was a fair challenge. It will be published this spring.
Will the Secretary give way?
I certainly will.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and I welcome this legislation. Does he agree with me that the fact that the government has listened to the concern that resident doctors have about training places and has acted at pace to bring forward this legislation shows that we are committed as a government to fixing the problems left behind by the Conservative government? And would he agree with me that the BMA should consider this in going forward with any potential further action?
I do agree with my honourable friend, and I just say for context, for particularly members of the BMA and resident doctors, to bring forward legislation in this way and at this pace is not easy. We have a packed legislative programme as a government, and the clock is ticking on getting everything through that we want to in the time that we have available, and that's why I'm so grateful to business managers in both houses for facilitating this. It's why cross-party support is going to be particularly important, particularly in the other place where we've got lots of expertise to draw on as well, including on the crossbenches. We've done this because fundamentally we agree with the case that the BMA and resident doctors have been making. And look, in terms of where we are in our current discussions with BMA representatives, it's been very clear immediately prior to the last round of industrial action and in the conversations that follow since, that when it comes to jobs, we're not that far apart. We recognise the problems, we're working together to address solutions, and on pay, there remains a gap between the expectations of the BMA and what the government can afford. All I ask of resident doctors and their BMA representatives is some understanding and a bit of give and take about the range of pressures on the government and on the National Health Service, many of which require funding, and that's why there are choices and trade-offs. But I hope they know, and I hope they have noticed, that regardless of the fact that we remain in dispute on these issues, and regardless of the fact that we've had a number of rounds of industrial action, I haven't slammed the door in their faces and stopped talking. We've continued to talk, and talks have been good-natured and constructive. And I haven't thrown my toys out of the pram either, and just said, right, well, we won't proceed with this bill. And we've continued to work to enact solutions that we think are good for resident doctors, and therefore good for patients and good for the NHS. And I hope that this will be the spirit in which we can work together. The goal is to be in a place with the BMA and with resident doctors particularly, but this applies to other groups of the workforce, where we can work together and make progress outside of dispute, and where we can gather around tables as partners rather than as opponents. That's going to take some gear shifting from where we have been to where we want to be, but I know that both the government and the BMA have entered the new year in that spirit, so we will continue to make progress. So having stressed the urgency, I want to address the commencement clause included in the bill, which has already been raised, but let me just set out why it is there. First and foremost, it's a fail-safe. We are running to an extremely tight deadline here, and I do not want to be in a position where a law is enacted and we're unable to implement it in a timely, orderly fashion. Secondly, there is a material consideration about whether it is even possible to proceed if strikes are ongoing because of the pressure they put on resources and the disruption that's caused operationally, particularly among the people that I require to help me deliver the measures in this bill. And of course, I'm keeping my options open. We're in a good place with the BMA in terms of the spirit in which we've entered the latest round of talks, but we do not yet have an agreement on their disputes, and we're waiting for the outcome of their ballot. So I'm not going to do anything now that unnecessarily makes it harder to end the strikes. So I would say in relation to the opposition amendment to remove the commencement clause, I actually think it's designed to make industrial action more likely, not less likely. It tries to bind my hands and make this job even more difficult. It looks like political game playing at a time when we're trying to save the NHS, and it does look like party interest before national interest. And I really hope that they will consider whether or not this clause is really necessary. British taxpayers spend £4 billion training medics every year. We treat them poorly, place obstacles in their way, and make them fearful for their futures. We're forcing young people who should be the future of our NHS to work abroad or in the private sector or to quit the profession entirely. So it's time we protect our investment and our homegrown talent. This bill will ensure a sustainable workforce, cut our reliance on foreign labour, halve competition for places, give homegrown talent a path to become the next generation of NHS doctors, and I commend this bill to the House.
Yeah. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And let me start by saying right in the outset that in the spirit of being... Sorry? No, I'm most definitely not defecting. Let me say, in the spirit of being constructive, that the opposition supports the principle behind the medical training prioritisation bill. Doctors trained in Britain, funded by the taxpayer, should have a fair, clear and consistent route to progress in our NHS. Britain trains some of the best doctors in the world, and yet, as we've heard already, too many are leaving. Not because they want to, but because they cannot access the training places they need. That simply wastes talent, damages morale, and ultimately affects patient care. But support in principle is not a blank cheque. This bill must work in practice and not just look good in a headline. And we should also be honest about why we are here. Much of what is in the bill has been promised by the government since their election in plans, reviews and ministerial statements, and the fact that it is now only being brought forward suggests that this is catching up and not leading. Now, the first test is delivery. You cannot solve the shortage by changing the queue. Unless the government delivers the 4,000 new specialist training places it has promised, including the 1,000 places needed early, this bill will not fix the bottlenecks. It will simply shift frustration from one group of doctors to another. And that is why we are proposing constructive amendments to the bill that we believe are workable and fair. The next test is clarity. The real impact of this bill will be determined by the rules that sit beneath it. Who qualifies, how experience is assessed, and how decisions can be challenged. Now, we welcome the focus on foundation training. Prioritising UK and Irish graduates for foundation training is sensible. It strengthens the pipeline and it improves workforce planning. But it will only work if there are enough placements and the system is transparent. And that is why Amendment 8 would clarify that a UK foundation programme must mean a programme where the majority of training places training takes place in the United Kingdom. That is a necessary safeguard against loopholes. Turning to Amendment 9, that would ensure that from 2027, British citizens on UK foundation programmes are prioritised in a meaningful way. That must apply at interview, where selection decisions are often made, not only at the final offer stage, and addresses many of the points that honourable members opposite have been raising. So I would encourage them that when we divide on Amendment 9, that they support it. We are also concerned about doctors serving overseas with the armed forces, and I was pleased to hear the Secretary of State talk about them, because they certainly should not be penalised because of the part of their training takes place abroad on service. So Amendment 10 would expand the definition of a UK medical graduate to include those undertaking placements as part of armed forces posting outside the British Isles, and I hope he might have a think about considering that, just to give that reassurance to our armed forces, and I know that he will care about that too. So these are practical changes that improve fairness and operability, and we do hope the government will adopt them. We also support new Clause 2 from my honourable friend, the member for Runnymede and Weybridge, which would make clear that once priority groups are established, training places should be allocated on merit, based on academic achievement and a clinical performance, rather than by a lottery or a computer-generated ranking divorced from real performance. And again, I hope the government will look at that seriously. And so I asked the Minister, when she's summing up, if she can put on record that merit will remain central to selection. Another issue that cannot be ignored is the impact on medical schools, especially those that do rely on international students. New Clause 3 would require an annual report to Parliament on the number of international students at UK medical schools and the financial consequences flowing from the bill's provisions. International students pay higher fees and help sustain our universities. So if those numbers fall, what funding model would replace them? So again, in a summing up, I asked the Minister what assessment has been made of the impact on medical school finances, and how many international places does the government expect to fund in future, and on what basis? Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill cannot stand in isolation. Workforce planning depends on more than allocating training posts. It requires enough trainers and clinical supervisors, viable rotas that support learning, and facilities that make training possible. The revised NHS workforce plan must set out how those needs will be met and how the extra training places will be staffed and supported. And with NHS England set to be abolished in April 2027, we need to hear from the government who will lead workforce planning and accountability thereafter. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, our approach is straightforward. We will support measures that are fair, practical, strengthen patient care and respect staff. And we will press the government where we feel that proposals are rushed, undefended or left vague. Backing doctors means giving them a route to progress and ensuring the system is properly planned and properly resourced. So I repeat that in principle we do support this bill, and we want doctors trained in Britain to build their careers in the National Health Service, which does bring me on to the issue of enactment. The government, as we've heard, proposes that the bill should take effect when the Secretary of State decides, rather than on the date of royal assent. Now, I said at the time when the Secretary of State said he wanted to introduce this bill and that it would be urgent, that we would encourage and support that. But if this bill is truly urgent, if ministers want it to affect this recruitment round, why would they not commence it immediately? The Secretary of State should not be playing politics with people's jobs. It's not right for doctors, including those not involved in industrial action, to be treated as bargaining chips, or for Parliament to be treated in this way to give him the tools that he needs because he did the first set of negotiations so badly. So will the Minister support Amendment 1 so the bill takes effect on royal assent and commit to enacting it as quickly as possible? And perhaps she could also answer, when does the Secretary therefore intend to commence this bill? If she cannot give the House a date today, what makes the bill so urgent that it needs to be pushed through Parliament in a single day? Will the government proceed with this legislation even if no agreement is reached with the BMA? And if industrial action is paused, will the government still honour its commitment to prioritise UK medical graduates? Madam Deputy Speaker, many doctors took industrial action because they felt their career progression was blocked. This bill could play a part in rebuilding that trust. But trust will only be rebuilt if ministers deliver, publish the detail and follow through. And they must be straight with the House. If this bill is urgent, it should commence on royal assent. If implementation takes time, the government should publish a timetable and the steps required to deliver it. To do anything else, frankly, would be discourteous to Parliament. Yes, of course.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. I think maybe the Secretary of State might have misunderstood how traumatic this process is for the young medical graduates who are going through this performance. Does he agree with me that the sooner this comes into force, the better it is for those young people, some of whom are finding the current situation incredibly difficult and do not know what the successor scheme is going to look like. And the delay is adding to that unhappiness.
Absolutely agree with my honourable friend. This is why I said right at the outset that we would be constructive, because we had heard from many that they are anxious about their future. They don't know what's going to happen. So the sooner that we can get this, give them that certainty, the better. And that was the premise on which we were offering support for it. So I'm grateful to him for making that point. So I'm going to conclude because I am conscious that others want to take part. But prioritisation without capacity will not fix the workforce crisis. Promises without delivery and headlines without planning will not retain the doctors our NHS needs. The government must fund the extra places, set out the operational detail and begin this reform without delay, because that was the premise that he said when he came to Parliament just a few weeks ago. He said we needed to get on with it urgently. He'd encouraged business managers to give the time. Well, if that's the case, let's get on with the job.
Preet Cargill.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome this bill. I have long argued that a strong state must be rooted in work, in contribution and fairness, and that principle stands behind the medical training bill. For too long, medical training pathways have drifted away from that principle. The taxpayer invests heavily in medical education, clinical placements and postgraduate training, yet we have not been honest about who ultimately benefits from that investment. And at a time when the NHS is under immense pressure, that is not sustainable. The Secretary of State set out the scale of what we're dealing with. The taxpayer currently invests over $4 billion every year in medical education, with more than $1 billion in undergraduate clinical placements and over $3.3 billion in postgraduate foundation and speciality training. That is public money spent so that British patients have the doctors that they need. But since visa restrictions were lifted in 2020, we have seen a fundamental shift in how medical training places are allocated. In the 2025 recruitment cycle, over 25,000 overseas trained doctors applied for training posts, compared with over 15,000 UK graduates competing for the same nearly 13,000 round 1 and 2 positions. And overall, as we heard from the Secretary of State, applications for 2026 exceed 47,000 applicants, a dramatic surge. So this bill does one straightforward thing. It prioritises UK medical graduates for training posts, both foundation and speciality, where the NHS has already invested heavily. In my own constituency, we see this clearly. University Hospitals Birmingham is one of the largest NHS trusts in the country, and just under 30% of my constituents work in the health sector, which is double the national average. We are home to the University of Birmingham Medical School, one of the best in the country, and the scale of public investment in training, in supervision and infrastructure is enormous, and rightly so. And this bill recognises that basic truth, that when the taxpayer pays, the public should see the return, and prioritising those most likely to work and stay in the NHS is not exclusionary, it is common sense. It is how we rebuild a health service that is resilient, staffed and fair.
On that point, I entirely agree with her that we need to keep Brits working in our National Health Service. So does she agree with me that we need to add to the priority list British nationals who, for one reason or another, are training in medical schools other than in the UK, in Prague, in Malta, in Cyprus and in the Caribbean? The reasons for them training there are many and varied, but they are British and their intent is to practice in the National Health Service, and yet they're being deprioritised by this measure.
I'm not the chair of the Select Committee, and I think the Secretary of State set out his position. This is really important. This is about UK taxpayers' money being invested into training doctors, and we've got to make sure that UK trainees are able to get those trainee places once they graduate, and that is inherently the issue here that we are talking about. But let me be clear, this is not a criticism of international staff. The NHS would not and could not function without the dedication, the skill and compassion of people from around the world, and we should say that plainly and with gratitude. Every day, they hold our system together. But a mature, confident country can value that contribution while also saying this, that we cannot substitute long-term workforce planning with permanent reliance on overseas recruitment. That is not fair on British trainees, not fair on source countries, and not fair on the NHS itself. We heard from the Secretary of State that the World Health Organization estimated an 11 million shortfall in health workers by 2030, as every country competes for the same limited workforce. And this government understands that putting British workers first is not something we will apologise for. It is what the public expect. The Prime Minister has been clear. A serious Labour government must align migration, skills and training policy with the national interest. We cannot simply be passive, and we must shape our domestic workforce to ensure the NHS can continue to function.
The same principle should apply wherever we are overly dependent on skilled migration, because domestic training has, and we know it has been neglected under the last 14 years under the Conservatives. Investing in people here and expecting that investment to strengthen Britain is not ideological, it is responsible government. The powers conferred to the Secretary of State in this bill are important. The Royal College of Radiologists 2024 census found that 83% of cancer centre heads of service in the West Midlands were concerned about patient safety as a result of workforce shortfalls. In 2024, only 19% of clinical oncology training places were filled in the West Midlands. And can I ask the Secretary of State, will he outline how he intends to use the powers in this bill and work with the ICBs to ensure access to training matches regional workforce needs and health demands? Madam Deputy Speaker, above all, this bill is about respect. Respect for the taxpayer, respect for the NHS workforce, and respect for a health service that must be planned for the long term, not patched up year on year. And this is exactly the kind of reform the public expect from a Labour government, serious about work, serious about contribution and the future of our NHS. Thank you.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Helen Margot.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to broadly welcome this bill. It seeks to prioritise graduates from UK and Irish medical schools for foundation and speciality training places. And on this point, Liberal Democrats are in support of the government. We do have some concerns about how it will be delivered and the real-world consequences for our NHS, for patients and for the doctors who keep our health service going. Taxpayers invest around £4 billion every year in training young doctors, and yet far too many are left competing for too few posts. In 2025, around 12,000 UK trained doctors competed alongside 21,000 international doctors for just 9,500 speciality training positions. Many highly skilled young doctors ready to serve in the NHS were left without a pathway into specialist practice. This is clearly unfair and unsustainable. It's hardly surprising that so many doctors decide to leave the country altogether, seeking opportunities elsewhere where their training and well-being are valued. This is a tragedy for them and a tragedy for patients. So yes, prioritisation is right, it is fair and it is long overdue. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, reorganising a queue doesn't shorten it, and nor does it make it move any faster. The reality is clear. The NHS has a deep workforce shortage with specific crises in some specialities, and this bill alone cannot solve it. A detailed long-term workforce plan which ensures training is providing the skill mix the NHS needs for the future is required as soon as possible. And I look forward to the Minister confirming the date of that in her closing remarks. The government, shortly before Christmas, committed to 4,000 additional speciality training places in its negotiations with the BMA, including 1,000 brought forward. But after the collapse of those negotiations, it remains unclear whether these places will materialise. Patients cannot wait for certainty, and neither can exhausted staff. So will the Minister confirm these places and go further, addressing the other issues that have prevented doctors from working in the NHS, such as restrictive rotas, workplace violence and flexible working? Dealing with such issues might prevent those doctors who've secured speciality training places from moving abroad once their training is completed, ensuring taxpayers' money isn't wasted, and doctors whose experience is local and relevant remain in NHS service. But turning to the bill in detail, we have concerns about Clause 7.1, which allows ministers to change eligibility for prioritisation through the negative procedure, enabling sweeping changes as to who can access training places without proper parliamentary scrutiny. Given the scale and sensitivity of NHS workforce pressures, such decisions must not be made behind closed doors or at the whim of a future health secretary who may have less desirable motives than the current one. That is why the Liberal Democrats have tabled amendments requiring Parliament to approve any future changes through the positive procedure. We're also troubled by the government's decision to apply the new rules partway through the 2026 speciality recruitment cycle. In 2026, the bill allows for prioritisation at the offer stage for medical speciality training places. I'd like the Minister to clarify, please, in her closing remarks, does this mean that international doctors already working in our NHS, who've paid for exams, secured visas, maybe uprooted their lives and their families, would suddenly be pushed to the back of the queue mid-cycle? These doctors keep our hospitals running today. They entered the system in good faith. and it seems unfair to change the rules midway through the process. I'd be grateful if in a closing remarks the Minister could outline the expected impact on NHS service provision if those people who have been deprioritised during the application process decide to leave en masse, and provide reassurance to my constituents in North Shropshire that patient safety and patient outcomes won't be affected. Liberal Democrats would prefer implementation to begin in 2027 at the interview stage and protecting both fairness and patient safety. I wonder if the Minister might also elaborate on the impact of the bill on universities which offer medical degrees elsewhere in the world. I think we've all been contacted by Queen Mary University, and the implications are potentially serious, where if graduates who are undertaking an identical GMC registered UK medical qualification and NHS training and who've always been considered UK graduates are suddenly have their expectations changed. As I've mentioned, retention is just as critical as recruitment, but unfortunately outside the scope of this limited bill. In the year to September 2023, 10.7% of NHS staff, around 154,000 people, left their roles. Burnout is rife, morale is low, and too many staff are working in buildings that are crumbling around them. We've been contacted by GP trainers worried that the doctors they are currently training plan to leave for Australia or Canada as soon as they qualify. The promised Work First plan must address this problem too. International comparisons lay bare the scale of the problem. England has just 3.2 doctors per 1,000 people, well below the OECD EU average of 3.9. We would need 40,000 more doctors to meet that benchmark. Prioritising UK graduates is sensible, but will not on its own deliver the workforce patients urgently need. That's why Liberal Democrats have tabled an amendment requiring a speciality by speciality workforce assessment. Shortages are acute in general practice, radiology, cancer care, mental health and more, and transparency is essential if training places are to be directed where need is greatest. It's neither right nor remotely sustainable that at a time when patients struggle to see a GP, qualified GPs are unemployed. Yet that is happening now, with vacancy freezes and financial pressure creating an NHS where shortages sit alongside unemployment. The government's decision to raise national insurance has only exacerbated the problem, forcing some practices into layoffs or closure. In my North Shropshire constituency, several GP practices have described to me how they cannot take on additional doctors because they're constrained by the outdated physical space in which they operate. The Liberal Democrats would fund 8,000 more GPs, ensuring every patient can see a GP within 7 days or 24 hours if it's urgent, because you can't fix the NHS without fixing the front door. Madam Deputy Speaker, NHS staff are the backbone of our health service. They deserve better working conditions and a fair career path. We will continue fighting for an independent pay review body, for safer modern buildings, for flexible working from day one, and for practical support such as reduced car parking charges, so staff are not penalised simply for turning up to care for us. We will always stand up for our NHS and for the people who make it work. While we support this bill, we will push to ensure that its implementation strengthens our health service as much as possible. Thank you.
Yeah. Jack Abbott.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to speak in support of the Medical Training Prioritisation Bill. This bill goes to the very heart of the future of our National Health Service, the doctors upon whom our health service so crucially depend. And this bill is about fairness, protecting taxpayer money and building a homegrown NHS workforce sustainable for the long term. It is about making sure that those who have trained here have the opportunities to become the next generation of doctors working in our health service. But every year, it is becoming harder to get a training place as a graduate of a UK medical school for both foundation and speciality training programmes. Since 2019, competition for postgraduate training places have increased by a staggering amount. In 2019, there was around 12,000 applicants for 9,000 places. But in 2025, the situation became even more stark. There are now more than 30,000 applicants, over 12,000 UK-trained doctors and nearly 21,000 overseas doctors who are still competing for less than 10,000 places. That is an enormous and unsustainable change. And for some specialities, the competition is much, much fiercer. Aspiring neurosurgeons, for example, had to compete against 26 others to secure a place. And there were 737 applicants for just 10 cardiothoracic surgery training places. And these aren't abstract statistics. Behind every number is a person who spent years training, often at great personal and financial cost, only to find their opportunities for career progression drying up. Some take time out, some seek experience abroad, and some leave medicine altogether. And many do not have a choice. They're forced by a system that has become so congested that getting a training post in something you are passionate about and trained in is completely unattainable. And every time a doctor leaves the NHS, there's no guarantee that they'll be coming back. The Secretary of State, I know, is incredibly committed to increasing medical school places, and we desperately need more doctors. But we have to be honest with ourselves. We cannot expand medical school places without addressing the growing crisis of competition for training places. And it was within that central context that the Medical Training Prioritisation Bill must be understood. And now there's been a direct correlation between the lifting of visa restrictions in 2020 under the Conservatives and the dramatic rise in competition for foundation and speciality training posts. And maybe that was one of the Conservatives' Brexit bonuses that they so eloquently talked about. Now this needs to be addressed, otherwise we risk training doctors for a system that cannot support them. We're recruiting doctors from abroad at a time when there is already a substantial pool of eligible applicants who have trained in the UK or already working in the NHS, and that cannot be right. General practice is particularly reliant on international doctors, as already been mentioned by my honourable friend, with half of the first-year trainees having qualified outside the UK in 2024. But let me be clear, because this point matters enormously. International medical graduates have always played, and will continue to play, a vital role in our NHS, and many of our hospitals and services simply could not function without them. And this bill in no way diminishes that contribution, nor does it seek to close the door to international talent. But this bill does ask fair and reasonable questions. When we were spending almost £4 billion every year to train doctors in the UK, is it right that those doctors are increasingly unable to access the very training process that they need to progress? Is it right that huge amounts of taxpayers' money are spent training doctors only for that investment to be lost when doctors are forced out of the system or choose to go overseas or into the private sector? And again, if we're honest with ourselves, how progressive is it really that we poach doctors from other countries which desperately need them while we have our own brilliant and willing recruits who can't get jobs here? So if we are serious about building an NHS that is stable, resilient and fit for the future, then we must be serious about retention and recruitment too, so that we must ensure that those we train are able to stay, specialise and build careers and lives here at home. Because what is the alternative? We train thousands of talented, hard-working young people at significant public expense, only for them to hit a wall, feel undervalued and either leave the NHS or leave medicine altogether. And every doctor we train in the UK who chooses to leave is an enormous loss for our health service and our country. It is such a waste. It's a waste of talent and it is a waste of money. And we cannot afford to lose our next generation of doctors. The future of the NHS depends on it, and yet this is where we are headed unless we do something now. And it is urgent. Prioritisation is not about exclusion. It is about safeguarding public investment and guaranteeing the long-term sustainability of our NHS's workforce. It's about making sure the NHS remains an attractive place for young doctors to build a career. And it's about making sure doctors in this country feel valued, something the previous Conservative government failed miserably on. This bill sends an important signal to the young people in this country considering a career in medicine. We want you to build a long and fruitful career right here in the UK, in our NHS. It says to all those currently picking their A-level options or deciding whether they want a medical degree is right for them, your hard work will be rewarded and we want you to succeed. Yes, this bill alone is not a silver bullet. It will not solve every workforce challenge facing our NHS overnight. But it is a sensible and necessary reform that will go a significant way to dealing with a deeply concerning and growing problem. So if we care about the future of our NHS, then we must care about the doctors in it. And we must care about the doctors who will sustain it in the years to come too. Therefore, for the sake of our future health and viability of our NHS, I urge all members to support this bill.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'll start by
doing a sort of what is traditional declarations, and that I'm now a non-practicing doctor and my wife is a doctor. And I'd like to start by thanking the Secretary of State for his comments and thinking through some of the content of and the merits of my new clause 2 regarding allocation based on merit. I hope he does, as this bill proceeds through this place and any other place, he continues to focus on that, because I think these are very important points. For my second reading speech, I'm not going to focus on the details of new clause 2. I'll hold that back to the committee stage. Instead, I wanted to make some more general comments. In a sense, I think this bill treats the symptoms of what has been happening in medical workforce. I don't think it's a cure for the fundamental disease or problems which we have over the years, which in part are down to I think a creeping deprofessionalisation of the medical profession. But I also think it's down to the way that we've approached doctors, we've approached their appointment to placements, we've approached how we assess their skills and their CVs, and how these then lead to different appointments in different places. The fact that doctors are really thrown from pillar to post in terms of being subject to the whims of a computer or a training program. One of the most important things in people's lives, I think, is, or at least what gives most work satisfaction, time and time again comes out as being shown as autonomy. And unfortunately, we've sleptwalked into a situation where, in pursuit of a weird sort of type of fairness in terms of allocation of jobs, one that worked towards more equality of outcome as opposed to equality of opportunity, doctors have found themselves unable to be able to compete and have a lot more control over their lives. And this has real material impact on people. You know, where you are allocated to your foundation school, where you are allocated to your speciality training. But crucially, within those allocations, the geographical regions are huge, and that would mean uprooting, moving your family, your social network. And within a training scheme, there really is no power that a doctor can exert in terms of choosing preferences. It used to be, my understanding, because I'm a creature of MMC and MTAS in terms of when I was going through and applying for posts, that we let doctors just competitively apply for different posts and put together what was a sort of portfolio CV. And that all changed in terms of this allocation now through training program schemes and these national contracts, something which I've been campaigning for now for quite some time. Don't get me wrong, you know, I think the way that BA behave is absolutely appalling. I categorically and unreservedly condemn the approach that they've taken, not just in this government, but in terms of previous governments over various disputes over junior doctors. But I think the fact that the doctors have found themselves in a situation where they need to have a militant trade union, I think is a consequence because the training schemes and training programs and national contracts don't treat doctors as professionals when it comes to applying and going for jobs. And it also means that the training providers, the trusts, the ICSs, can't provide options that doctors might want or want to be able to compete for. So they can't say, well, you know what, we're a really good research unit, and so we're really going to have an offering that is to try and pursue a certain type of doctor who wants to go down the academic pathway. We don't have you know, trusts or regions that can say, well, actually, this is an area where there's quite a lot of social economic deprivation. So we want doctors who are interested in those sort of specialities, but also, you know, for all sorts of different reasons, there's parts of the country which are oversubscribed and parts of the country which are undersubscribed. We can't use what we use in every other walk of life, which is changing remuneration to encourage people to go to places. We can't also say, you know what, let's look at flexible working arrangements. You know, as part of my medical school rotations, I was in Barnstaple, and, you know, I could only imagine a trust like Barnstaple, if it had recruitment challenges, and I don't know if it does or it doesn't, you know, whether people are into surfing and making sure that people could get involved in other activities outside of medicine, because medicine's important, but there's, dare I say, as a former doctor, more important things than people's careers in terms of particularly looking at work-life balance. We have a system that doesn't enable this to happen. And I think the behaviour of the BMA is, in a sense, a consequence of this dismantling of what I would see as normal human experience and approach to the selection and the allocation of jobs. This has real consequences locally. So my local trust, Ashford St Peters, struggle to recruit because of the proximity to London, which has London waiting. And since we are on the border of London, if you're looking purely financially, it makes more sense just to pop into London and work there, if that's the main priority, than being employed in my area. And by the way, Runnymede and Weybridge has house prices which are equal to a big chunk of London. We have cost of living which is equivalent to a big chunk of London. But there's no approach to regionalisation. So what I would say to Secretary of State, and I'm really glad that he's in this place to hear my contribution today, something I've said to many previous Secretaries of State, when he is in these difficult negotiations with the BMA and hearing from doctors about the challenges and the real workforce experience challenges that they're having, wouldn't it be better if we trusted doctors, and for that matter, I think anyone who's subject to a national contract, to make decisions for their own lives, and we devolve decisions around pay and T's and C's to some form of regional unit. For medicine, the obvious solution would be the ICS, but you could have different solutions in terms of ways of going and approach it. I think the ICS devolution would make most sense, but there's other ways and opportunities of doing so. That way, it moves out of the government essentially getting stuck in the middle of doctors who are making difficult decisions about their careers, having to balance and judge different T's and C's of work, and the employer, which is different NHS trusts, being unable to use normal mechanisms that any other employer would do to incentivise and recruit people coming in. If we don't do that, the consequences, unfortunately, are bills like this that we're debating today, ever increasing state intervention to try and, in the absence of a market system, impose a command economy. And I know he would have seen this as well in terms of issues, in terms of dealings with locum doctor prices. The fact that we have and struggled with high locum payments for so long is because we do not allow the doctor employment market to resolve itself for adjustments in contracts. I think as a system we would save a huge amount of money overall if, rather than having a huge amount of money going for locums and we suppress, we have a sort of national contract system for doctors, we let the market sort it out. So I'll finish with this. I will support this bill. However, I see this more as palliation as opposed to a definitive treatment which we need to solve the workforce problems going forward in NHS.
Lewis Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the government bringing forward this legislation, not just in response to the significant current concerns that doctors have today about access to training places, but also as an important part of the reset and a reset longer-term approach to ensure that we have an NHS workforce that's fit to the future. I'm going to go off script before I start and just maybe respond, if I may, to some comments that the Shadow Secretary of State made. And you rightly point out that this bill is about prioritisation, not capacity immediately. But in pretty much week 1 or 2 of NHS Manager School, one of the core techniques that you're taught is about capacity and demand modelling. And the capacity of our medical workforce going forward is a fundamental assumption around that is the retention. How long they will work over the course of their careers. And the GMC are absolutely clear that an international medical graduate will, on average, work for a shorter period of time than a UK medical graduate in the UK, because they are more likely to leave. So I would suggest that it is entirely sensible that the government is bringing this legislation now in advance of its NHS workforce planning, because this fixes a core assumption of that. Because, I've been in a situation managing cancer waiting lists and being at fear of the lower GI oncologist in short supply who's getting on announcing their retirement and not having a clear succession plan, and knowing that I've got a list of patients that I'm responsible for the performance of there. So this bill, to me, is not just the right thing to do, but it provides absolute clarity around medical capacity going forward that will allow the government to do the proper capacity and demand work that it needs to do to build the NHS of the future.
Yeah.
In terms of the immediate situation, I've heard the views clearly expressed by medical graduates in Sunderland and across the country about the bottlenecks they face when trying to secure foundation and specialty training places. Many are left in prolonged periods of uncertainty, unable to progress despite years of study. Now, we risk talking about trainees here and giving the impression that the contribution that these talented young people make will all be in the future. Where, of course, in reality, the trainees, people in training positions provide a huge contribution of direct service to the NHS today. They form the core of medical workforce in hospitals up and down the country. And again, when I was an NHS operational manager, getting to know the new rotation of core, foundation and specialty training doctors every time as they rotated around wasn't just a lovely thing to do, to meet inspiring and motivated young people. It was also hugely important because the care of the patients on a day-to-day basis that in the specialties that I was responsible for was largely provided by those people in those training courses. But it also highlighted to me that experience how over a decade under the last government, there was a total failure to put in place a proper care and a framework for those foundation and specialty doctors, which left UK-trained doctors competing in increasingly crowded pools, and the Secretary of State has given some of the numbers already. In 2025, over 30,000 doctors competing for just 9,500 training posts. That is not a system that shows proper regard for the commitment of medical graduates, for their well-being, let alone one that is designed to meet the future needs of the country or the NHS. We invest hundreds of thousands of pounds training each medical student, but too often we fail to retain them. That represents not only a loss of talent, but a loss of public investment. But I think it's important, as others have already, to put on record the recognition of the enormous benefit brought by medical professionals who've chosen to come to the United Kingdom and dedicate their careers to the NHS. And I know that will continue even after this legislation. Healthcare is a team sport, as I always say, and when you're working in a team and under significant operational pressure, my experience is the commitment of everyone to go the extra mile, no matter which country you trained in, no matter what nationality you are, is always exemplary, and that's the case throughout the NHS that I know. The contribution of international medical and indeed wider clinical staff to our NHS is invaluable, and it must never be diminished or forgotten. And I know that will continue, but it's important that the discussion of this bill is not interpreted as a slight on their contribution or commitment. But on aggregate, as I've said, the GMC has been clear that international graduates are essential to the functioning of our health services. They are statistically more likely to leave the UK workforce within 6 years of joining compared to those who train here. And that reality makes clear the level of risk and over-reliance on the current system that's unpredictable and ultimately unsustainable. So this bill, to me, is about balance. It's not about exclusion. It's about ensuring that the significant public investment we're making in training doctors in this country translates into a stable and sustainable workforce for the years ahead. So I want to talk a little bit now about the importance of medical workforce reflecting our society. And of course I will.
I'm just very conscious, and others will know it, and I've brought this up a number of times in the chamber, and that's to do with Wales as an example, where they pay the student fees and they train them, and then they give an obligation to stay with the Welsh Health Service over a period of time. One of my constituents did that, and I know her well. She went there and she did it and she stayed. And what happens, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, is she meets someone then in Wales who she falls in love with, and then she wants to stay there. So we lose her in Northern Ireland. But the point I want to make is this: if by paying the fees it retains the staff, is that not something that not just that Wales should do, but indeed that Northern Ireland should do, Scotland and England, within this bill and that we have before us tonight?
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention, and I think there is some merit in that, not just for medical training, but for across the clinical workforce. As members have acknowledged, we pay a significant amount of public sums training clinical staff, but the graduates themselves incur significant student debt. If a UK-trained undergraduate student decided then to go out abroad, the UK taxpayer has invested a significant amount in their training that's lost. It strikes me that there is an opportunity somewhere for the government to think about as part of its wider workforce planning, how that could be balanced in the sort of incentives that he describes. I think that's also pertinent to my next point around the importance of a medical workforce reflecting our wider society, and that's, I think, particularly pertinent in the working class communities of the northeast of England. I want to make sure that a young person doing well at state school in Sunderland has as much encouragement and access to get in to study medicine, and crucially to then progress through the ranks to the highest grades as much as anyone else in the country. And we've heard some talk of international medical schools. I can absolutely assure the House that there are not state school educated kids in Sunderland thinking that they're going to pay privately to study in Grenada or anywhere else for that matter. And as the Secretary of State rightly pointed out, when we talk about diversity in the NHS at the moment, while there has been welcome improvements, that diversity often we fail to consider socio-economic background in that. The first line of the NHS Constitution states the NHS belongs to the people, but sometimes it can feel like it's staffed by a pretty unrepresentative slice of the people, particularly in medical roles. In that spirit, I want to recognise the excellent work of the University of Sunderland Medical School, which has placed widening access at the heart of its mission. Building on a 100-year history of wider clinical training, the school opened in 2019, shortly before the COVID-19 pandemic, a period that starkly exposed our over-reliance on overseas recruitment and underlined the importance of growing our own workforce. By 2022, 40% of the University of Sunderland's intake were local students, and it now ranks 6th in the UK for student satisfaction. But it's no good universities like mine doing that excellent work at widening participation at recruitment stage if then, when we get to specialty foundation training and specialty training, those students are disadvantaged in competition. So in my view, this bill will help ensure that talent nurtured by institutions like Sunderland is retained and prioritised for the benefit of our NHS. I'd also just highlight that increasingly medical schools like Sunderland are placing a huge emphasis on training their medical students in a multidisciplinary environment alongside the trainee nurses of the day, the trainee pharmacists of the day, etc. So they're prepared to work in the multidisciplinary environment that our NHS rightly demands. I'm not sure that's always the case, as advanced in all international undergraduate courses. So I think it's right that a UK-based training approach is prioritised to ensure that multidisciplinary ethos that we have in the NHS is prioritised in the future. You know, other colleagues have mentioned the wide variation of specialist training fill rates, and GP recruitment has been mentioned as part of that. What I think is also worth saying is that those national statistics about specialty training mask really significant regional variations as well. The GP specialty training fill rate has been as low as 62% in the northeast of England. And as we've heard, over 73% of applicants for GP specialty training were international in 2023. Doing something about that has a disproportionate effect in regions like mine. My constituents want to have the confidence that there will be a long-term, stable GP workforce that will be part of our community and live as part of our community for a long term. I cannot tell them in all candour that the status quo delivers that, and I think we must make changes of the type that this bill sets out. So I hope that by introducing effective, regulated and training pathways, this bill can improve retention, strengthen workforce planning in our communities, including in areas such as women's health, where demand is rising but training provision has not kept pace. And when I look at the shape of the NHS elective waiting list, it's no coincidence to me that some of the trickiest waiting time problems, for example, in specialties like gynae, coincide with areas where we've had particular recruitment and training challenges in recent years. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will close with that, but in closing, I would just re-emphasise again that link between capacity and demand that I hope the Minister can absolutely give some words to about in advance of the workforce plan, and maybe she could say a little bit as well about the medical training review, that phase 1 of which reported recently in NHS England, and how her department will continue to work with that. Thank you.
Katie Lamb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The NHS has a deeply unusual setup when it comes to its workforce. The government sets the rules for who can qualify as a medical professional, decides how many medical training places to offer, and controls the flow of medical graduates into the NHS. It decides how much to charge medical students and under what conditions. And since the NHS is by far the country's primary employer of medical professionals, the government also has effective control over the pay and conditions of those who qualify, and is responsible for deciding where medical trainees go and when. As a result, the health service workforce is not subject to the same labour market conditions as other organisations. The government controls both the supply of and the demand for its own workforce. So it is very welcome to see this legislation before us, which rightly gives priority to British trained doctors for NHS training posts, particularly at the early stages of their career. Those who decide to practice medicine in this country should have reasonable confidence that, if they wish to do so, they will be able to build a career here. This bill goes some way towards addressing the current situation in which British trained doctors are being squeezed out of the system in favour of overseas recruits, despite the fact that the government controls both the supply of new British graduates and the number of training places. In 2025, 15,723 British trained doctors were set to compete for 12,833 NHS training posts. This is already a competitive environment. But the NHS's focus on overseas recruitment meant that those British trained doctors were also forced to compete with another 25,257 overseas trainees. It is clearly absurd that the British government should restrict the number of training places offered, while also increasing demand for those places through a policy of overseas recruitment, having spent hundreds of thousands of pounds to train each medical student in this country. This is particularly true when we know that doctors trained overseas are 2.5 times more likely to be referred to the GMC by their employer than doctors trained here. Many overseas recruits are hardworking and well-meaning, and many are excellent at the work that they do. But we must be honest about the fact that relying on overseas recruits instead of training more medical professionals in this country is not always a like-for-like swap. Both medical trainees and patients would benefit from a system which trains more doctors here and ensures that those British trained doctors are given a reasonable chance at moving quickly into an NHS training post. That system should also reward ability and allocate training posts based on merit. The current system of random allocation not only fails to reward our most talented medical graduates, but also creates profound uncertainty for those at the start of their careers. Last summer, one of my constituents qualified as a doctor. He graduated with one of the very highest marks in the year, in the top 3, from one of the most competitive medical schools in the country. He is clearly an outstanding student and will make an incredible doctor. In any sane system, he would have been placed immediately and been able to choose his location and specialism to keep him incentivised and happy within the NHS, and to make the most of his obviously considerable talents. Instead, because of the mismanagement of places and the lottery system, he wasn't placed at all in the first round of allocations. He wasn't placed in the second round. He wasn't placed in the third round, or even the fourth. With less than 4 weeks to go, he still had no placement and no sense of where he would be spending the next few years of his life, including whether he might be able to live close to his partner, who was also a doctor and also graduating with him. This is an insane way to treat our most brilliant graduates.
Absolutely.
So I hope that the government will change its mind and, amidst its other good changes, accept the amendment proposed by my honourable friend, the member for Runnymede and Weybridge, which I have also signed, to ensure that training places are, in future, allocated on the basis of merit. If this bill aims to provide certainty to British trained doctors that they will be able to build a career in this country, which is a noble aim, then it should also recognise that the current system of randomly allocating training places is one of the biggest causes of uncertainty in our system. It would be far better for both doctors and patients to have a system which instead prizes excellence, providing a clear basis on which medical trainees can be allocated, and creating a system which rewards the most talented graduate doctors. It is right that the health service prioritises British trained doctors. It is also right that, across every area of the public sector, we reward talent, effort and merit.
Julie Means.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I place on record my interest? I am the mother of an NHS nurse. It is a privilege to speak in today's debate and to do so on behalf of my Carlisle constituency, which I am very proud to say has recently taken a transformative step with regards to medical training with the opening of the Pears Cumbria School of Medicine. This new graduate school of medicine has been jointly pioneered by Imperial College London and the University of Cumbria. And I would like to put on record my thanks to Professor Martin Lupton, Professor Mary Morell and Professor Brian Webster Henderson, whose vision the medical school is, and to Sir Trevor Pears and the Pears Foundation, whose generosity has made their vision a reality. As with the medical training prioritisation bill before us today, the Pears Cumbria School of Medicine purposefully prioritises homegrown talent. The school also seeks applications from students from non-traditional backgrounds, encouraging applications from groups less well represented in medicine. And, as part of the school's commitment to widening access, the 4-year graduate programme does not have any GCSE or A-level requirements. The reason for this approach is simple. It stands the best chance of year in, year out, generation after generation, Carlisle and Cumbria producing our own doctors. These doctors will often come from the surrounding communities. In part, because of where they are trained, they will be deeply committed to the local area and its people. And in geographically remote areas such as ours, the ability to train and retain our own doctors is critical. Madam Deputy Speaker, this matters enormously. Cumbria faces some of the most entrenched health inequalities in the country, and we have struggled for years with recruitment and retention across both primary and secondary care, and our hospital trust relies heavily on locums. We know all too well that the traditional model of medical education centred on large metropolitan teaching hospitals simply does not produce or attract the workforce that rural areas like mine need. Which brings me back to the bill before us today. The government is right to prioritise UK graduates for foundation and speciality training places. This bill represents a significant and very welcome step towards restoring confidence in the training pipeline, addressing the growing mismatch between the number of medical graduates and the number of available posts, and ensuring that those who have invested years training in our NHS are not left without a route in which to progress. It is a sensible, fair-minded reform that will bring much-needed stability to a system that has been under real strain. But for Carlisle and Cumbria, the issue is not only who gets priority, it is where the training posts are located. At present, although foundation training can be delivered locally, it can only be delivered where accredited F1 and F2 posts exist. In Cumbria, the number of those posts is limited. North Cumbria Integrated Care Trust is able to provide places for some foundation trainees, and others will find F1 and F2 posts in primary and community care settings. But further accredited places will be required at foundation level. And I would ask the Minister in her response to explain not just how the new powers will prioritise UK medical graduates and members of the priority group, but how the powers might be used to widen the availability of accredited F1 and F2 posts in areas like Cumbria, where there is a shortage of doctors. Even if we successfully retain Pears Medical School doctors in Cumbria for their foundation programme training, the risk of losing them when they come to their speciality training programme is even greater, because doctors overwhelmingly will choose to settle near to where they complete their training, particularly their specialist training. And Cumbria will never be able to provide every speciality training pathway within the county to retain our homegrown talent. We simply do not have the population size or the case mix to deliver all specialisms in our trusts. However, it does not mean that we cannot design a system that keeps trainees connected to Cumbria throughout their training. And I therefore urge the Minister to look at how the regulation-making powers granted by this bill can address this. Pears Medical School believe a new approach to specialist training is the way forward, and I've recently written to the Secretary of State seeking a meeting between himself and representatives of the medical school to explore this approach, and I very much hope he will soon accept that meeting. I also ask ministers to look seriously at how speciality training can be structured so that trainees who complete F2 in Cumbria are supported to remain based in the region, even if their specialist rotations take them elsewhere for short periods. That could mean funded return to base arrangements, rotational models anchored in Cumbria, or formal partnerships between specialist centres in UK cities and community providers in Cumbria. In other words, we need a training pathway that allows people to specialise with Cumbria, not away from it. Because if we do not do this, if we allow the system to pull trainees out of Carlisle at the very moment they are beginning to put down roots, then we will simply recreate and repeat the cycle that has left rural areas like mine short of doctors for too long. The Pears Cumbria School of Medicine is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reshape the medical workforce in Cumbria. But it will only fully succeed if the training programmes are aligned with its purpose. So in welcoming the bill, I urge ministers to please ensure that the implementation of this bill meets the requirements and needs of remote communities. Prioritisation is important, but place matters too.
Chair of the Select Committee, Leila Moran.
Madam Deputy Speaker, so I rise to broadly welcome this bill. It is a common sense bill, and I'm left rather flummoxed to understand how we got to this point, but here we are. It's self-evident that if we are paying to train doctors, that they should be prioritised and encouraged in all manner of ways to be staying here. And I understand also why we have to expedite this. Talks with the BMA are ongoing. We know that we want to avert strike action. I sincerely hope that they and all resident doctors are hearing this debate, are seeing how Parliament is listening to them, and I hope together we can avert further industrial action. It has done nothing to help the recovery of the NHS when that happens, and so fingers crossed this works. But what I want to talk about a bit today are some of those fears that I've had in my post bag. We are here in part because of the lack of a big joined up workforce plan. We've been talking about it for many years. The last one was very clearly flawed, whichever way you looked at it. And so it is in that context that we are bringing forward this very specific and quite technical point. But to those former junior doctors, now resident doctors, and students who are going through this, it's not technical at all. It is their real lives that it's affecting. Marco, an Oxford medical student, wrote to me last year saying he was, and I quote, particularly concerned about the prospect of unemployment from being unable to secure a training position. He pointed out that countries like Canada, the US and Australia already had structured approaches, and in England we've been falling behind. And another constituent, Yasmin, said, I studied for 6 years and graduated with over £70,000 worth of debt. I completed my foundation programme in a crumbling district general hospital where I was routinely overworked and trying to care for patients in corridors under conditions that frankly felt unsafe. I worked extremely hard to provide the best possible care, yet despite these circumstances, and yet now, after 2 exhausting years, I find myself unemployed. Yasmin told me that many of her colleagues had been forced to take non-medical jobs simply to survive, working in administration, hospitality and other sectors, and some never will return to medical practice at all. So if our brightest and most committed young doctors are worried about unemployment or leaving the profession altogether, then clearly the system is fundamentally broken and needed reform. So this bill is a necessary step. But we also need to be mindful, notwithstanding the good reasons why we're bringing and supporting this today, that there may well be unintended consequences and that it's implemented fairly. And so I'm particularly concerned by the impact on overseas doctors who have already made significant life decisions based on the rules as they currently stand. Lamia, one of my many medical graduates in my postbag this week, said, over the last 2 years, I've organised my professional life around the UK's published requirements, completing examinations, securing GMC registration,
and investing significant personal and family savings, even incurring personal debt. I also declined a stable job opportunity abroad to focus on the rules as they were based at the time. She points out that to then suddenly change things retrospectively, she feels is an injustice. So the sooner that the government can clarify what significant experience means, and perhaps in her remarks the Minister might make an indication as to what they're looking at. Is it 1 year? Is it 2? Is it 5? Is it 10? That can start to have an effect on people's future life choices. There's also the issue of overseas campuses on British universities. We've heard from a number of people already on this point. Graduates from institutions like Newcastle University Medicine Malaysia, Queen Mary University of London in Malta, and St George's in Cyprus are excluded from the bill. The Vice-Chancellor of Newcastle University, Professor Chris Day, wrote to me saying that these graduates complete the same medical degree, receive the same accreditation, and the majority then go on to train and work in the UK. As these students studied in English to UK standards, they transition into the NHS quicker and effectively compared to international counterparts, and the point he makes is that they are incredibly effective very quickly within the NHS. Now, I heard the Secretary of State explain why these students are being excluded. They cannot determine how many places they will provide. But to flatter my friend from the committee, a member for Chelsea and Fulham, who isn't here, but I know will appreciate the flattery, he's absolutely right. We could, and the Minister could, tightly draft an exemption just for those who've already started. Now, I heard what the Secretary of State said about, the terms and conditions on the website never guaranteed. Well, come on, guys, we all know how this works. If we've bought a product, understanding that for years and years it worked a certain way, and then halfway through it changes, given that it could just be a year or two while this washes through the system, that those who had made the commitment, huge amounts of money, in good faith, thinking that this would help, I do think that there could be some movement here just for it's a relatively small number of people, and it would, in a couple of years' time, wash through the system. I hope the government is just listening to those voices. I'm not sure it's a necessary battle and can be sorted in future regulations down the line. Now, as I raised, the other concern I have, and I've raised this with the Minister, but also to the Secretary of State directly in that statement before Christmas when we were talking about the strikes, is I am concerned about the signal this is sending to our overseas doctors. And I think we need to, the more that we can all say this, the better. They are absolutely critical to our NHS. Last week, the GMC CEO, Charlie Massey, gave evidence to the Health and Social Care Select Committee and was clear. Doctors who qualified overseas make up around 42% of the medical workforce. Now, of course, that's not this number, but even a small proportion who now might not want to work in our system will leave gaps that we simply cannot fill. And any conversation about prioritising UK graduates should also explicitly recognise the immense contribution that they make. So I want some concrete answers on this. Yes, we can keep saying it, but is there any measure that's going to be put into place? How are we going to show our appreciation? We must bear in mind that these are highly mobile individuals to have come here in the first place. And I understand, there's the mantra, this is prioritisation, not exclusion. But in effect, if they find themselves excluded from some of the more popular specialisms in particular, they may decide that they would rather leave the country and pursue that specialism elsewhere rather than stay and be part of this country. We need them. And so there are unintended consequences potentially in the short term. My question specifically is, has there been any modelling done? How have we worked out how this might feed through the system? If it's negligible, what does that mean in concrete terms? Our concern as a committee is that even a small number could have adverse consequences down the line. And then the very final point I want to make is on that workforce plan. I'm confident our letter to the Minister is on her desk, and I hope will be soon expedited. It would be better just to flesh out some of the detail the Secretary of State set out today, what the delay is. He says spring, we know that these things change, but just exactly what is happening behind the scenes so that we can get an understanding of what are the issues that are now being incorporated that weren't before. I would agree that we've got to get this right, and it's not right first time. We've had so many workforce plans already that I understand why there is scepticism in the Royal Colleges and elsewhere that this is the one that's going to work. So absolutely, let's get it right. But in the interim, while making changes like this, without the bigger picture, then I fear that we're going to end up doing more damage. And this comes at a context of England. We've got 3.2 doctors per 1,000 people. OECD average is 3.9, is 4.5 in countries like Germany. The BMA estimates we need another 40,000 additional doctors. And so the 4,000 places announced by the Secretary of State doesn't even begin to get there. But the other issue, of course, is the leaky bucket. It's retention. Every time I meet anyone in the sector, when they say, how do you solve the workforce issue? I understand why the government focuses on training, because it's the thing they can affect. You know, they can actually dial that up. Well, it won't be down, but it'll dial it up and up and up and up as they can find them. But the thing that really matters here is retention. And so to have the context, having a conversation about training places and inputs, when you're essentially turning on a drip of a tap when you've got a big old hole at the bottom of the bucket, and you just have to look at GPs. So we had a session on shift to community. And boy, if we're going to deliver the shift to community, do we need homegrown doctors as part of it? Totally get that. A third of GPs saying in a Royal College GP survey might leave in the next 5 years. Stress being the leading factor. 44% citing unmanageable stress, and 73% saying safety as a result of the high workload, patient safety being another thing causing them moral injury. That is mimicked across all the different specialisms, and absolutely is something that we need to address. Not for this bill, I appreciate, but it does have a material effect on whether or not this is actually going to solve the problems that the government says it does. So I'll simply end by saying, welcome this bill, urge the government to think again on the overseas campuses, even in a short, time-limited, very tight way, but let's make sure that we also end again by saying how much we value our international doctors, how much we want them to stay, and I'm looking forward to hearing more from the Minister rather than just warm words I'm sure she'll provide, but what else could we do to make sure that they believe that the NHS is a place where their career can thrive, not just make it slightly more bearable than it was before, because we all want the NHS to succeed. I'm sure they do too, and want to stay and be part of it.
Jen Croft.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. People are the backbone of our NHS, and I'm incredibly grateful to all the healthcare staff who work in our NHS, particularly in Thurrock, who care tirelessly every day, often in difficult conditions, for my constituents. As a lifelong Thurrock resident, I've experienced their excellent care as a patient, and now as an MP, I can see firsthand when visiting services in our area that despite the immense pressure they are under, they perform all the time to a high level. This bill is about supporting our excellent NHS workforce, prioritising homegrown talent to ensure there is a pipeline for the next generation of fantastic doctors and nurses. It is right this is introduced as emergency legislation because the former government left the NHS in a critical condition. The Tories botched policies on immigration that saw students and junior doctors who study in the UK competing against the world for foundation and speciality roles. Visa and immigration changes mean 1,000 more international workers applied for coveted training positions in the NHS. And in 2019, there were 12,000 applicants for 9,000 speciality training places, but that figure has now soared to nearly 40,000 applicants for 10,000 places, with twice as many overseas trained applicants as UK trained ones. And these bottlenecks mean that we are losing homegrown talent. We're losing people who grew up in our communities, studied at our schools and our universities, and know our NHS back to front from personal experience because they moved to jobs abroad or in the private sector. This bill begins to correct those mistakes. It implements the commitment in our 10-year plan for health to put homegrown talent at the front of the queue for medical training posts, ensuring that UK graduates are prioritised for foundation and speciality training places. And it is a signal of this government's intent to improve terms, conditions and opportunities for doctors. A down payment on the tangible process offered in the deal the BMA unfortunately rejected in December. And it marks a critical step in supporting long-term sustainable workforce planning for the NHS, ending our, let's face it, unethical addiction to hiring from abroad. And there's also an economic case. Each year we spend £4 billion on training up medical students and doctors, only to not offer these graduates a training place to continue their career in our NHS. By ensuring we retain this talent, we ensure it is patients in the UK who benefit from this investment, better for local doctors and better for the taxpayer. In Thurrock in particular, retention of staff is vital. We have a critical shortage of GPs and an acute hospital trust ranked among the bottom in the country. It has always been difficult to recruit doctors in our area, not least because if staff get a job 10 miles down the road, or even 1 mile in some cases down the road, they can earn significantly more benefiting from London waiting. And last year I held a roundtable with local GPs and asked them why they chose to work in our area and how I could encourage more young doctors to make a base here. Many young people growing up in Thurrock say they would like to return home after medical training. They're ambitious to improve our NHS and they want to serve their community. They want to live and they want to work in the area they grew up in. Ensuring these graduates are prioritised to local places and have local career training, advancement and ongoing professional development would be absolutely key to unlocking a sustainable long-term workforce for our area. So I urge the Secretary of State to use the opportunity that both this bill and the upcoming workforce plan affords to ensure that the right professionals are in the right geographic places to fill historic gaps in provision. And I would also urge the Secretary of State to use the upcoming workforce plan to ensure that training, recruitment and retention in all professional areas is considered and planned for, particularly in these professions which are often so vital but often overlooked. Allied health professionals spring to mind, particularly in paediatric care, where waits for diagnosis often are felt acutely, such as speech and language therapists, physiotherapists, occupational therapists, they all must feature. And I would like to add a personal plea to the unique and important role of learning disability nurses, already under strain, and which the charity MENCAP, among others, warns could collapse in 3 years' time without urgent government action. They are crucial in making sure that some of the most vulnerable people in our society receive safe, effective healthcare and in avoiding preventable deaths. So I do welcome that the Secretary of State has brought this bill forward today, and indeed the efficiency and speed that it has taken to turning around this at pace. And I urge him to use the same efficiency and speed to bring forward the workforce plan, drawing on setting the right direction of travel to recruit homegrown talent, retain homegrown talent and train homegrown talent. I would encourage the Secretary of State to bring forward the workforce plan as soon as possible to make sure that those vital gaps in provision are addressed to support our communities via our fantastic NHS well into the future.
Gregory Stafford.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. At the heart of this bill is a simple test. Does the bill improve care for patients? Every delay in training, every cancelled clinic, every rota gap caused by workforce instability ultimately lands on the patient. It means longer waits, greater travel distances, and in too many cases, care that comes too late. Recently, I was contacted by my Farnham and Borden constituent, Dr. R, I'll call her, a UK-trained medical graduate. Like thousands of others, she completed her studies in good faith, expecting a clear and credible pathway into the NHS. Instead, she now finds herself in a system where non-training posts are disappearing, competition ratios for training places are rising sharply, and the holding pattern roles that once allowed junior doctors to remain clinically active while reapplying have all but vanished. This is not a niche concern affecting a handful of individuals. It is a systemic failure that directly impacts patients. When trained doctors are unable to progress, fewer reach consultant and GP level in the years ahead. Services become overstretched, continuity of care is lost, and waiting lists grow even longer. So that is why I support the intention behind the bill. Prioritising UK medical graduates, ensuring that the UK Foundation programme is genuinely delivered in the United Kingdom, and restoring confidence in the medical training pipeline are all necessary steps if we're serious about rebuilding capacity in the NHS for the benefit of patients. I have supported amendments to this bill because I think they strengthen those aims. They ensure that UK medical graduates are properly recognised as such, that training programmes are UK-based in substance rather than in just name, and that the allocation of training places is grounded firmly in merit, clinical knowledge, aptitude and performance. Patients quite rightly expect their doctors to be selected on ability. Doctors expect fairness, and those principles should command support across this House. I also welcome the new clause tabled by my honourable friend, the member for Runnymede and Weybridge, which addresses growing concern among doctors and patients about the erosion of merit-based progression. When merit is undermined, morale suffers. And when morale suffers, retention suffers, performance suffers, and ultimately patient safety suffers. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the context for this bill matters. Residents doctors have received cumulative pay rises approaching 30% over recent years, among the highest in the public sector. Despite this, industrial action has continued. It is increasingly clear that the BMA is determined to extract every possible concession from the government, using sustained disruption as leverage. While I don't align myself with some of the Secretary of State's more inflammatory language, I do share the realisation he has belatedly reached. Repeated above-inflation pay settlements have not brought this dispute to an end, and further concessions risk rewarding brinkmanship rather than restoring stability for patients. However, in pressing its case so aggressively, the BMA has inadvertently shone a spotlight on a genuine and serious problem in the system. A broken training and progression pathway that leaves UK doctors without secure routes into the NHS. And that problem is real, it affects patients, and it must be addressed regardless of the outcome of the pay negotiations. That is precisely why this bill matters and why it must not be treated as a bargaining chip. Yet that is exactly the risk created by the way the bill is drafted. It will only come into force when the Secretary of State gives permission. In theory, that may appear sensible. In practice, it allows a patient-benefiting reform to be delayed, diluted, or deployed as leverage in negotiations. Now, before Christmas, ministers openly discussed this legislation in the context of talks with the BMA. The implication was clear. Progress on training reform was conditional. Now, months later, with industrial action ongoing, it appears the same dynamic may be emerging again. And that approach undermines confidence among the doctors and, far more importantly, undermines care for patients. If a measure will improve the NHS for patients and doctors alike, it should be implemented because it is right, not because it is tactically useful. So this leads me to a number of questions for the Minister when she responds, all grounded in patient outcomes. Patients need capacity and certainty. They need more doctors progressing through training, not further delays and ambiguity. If the government genuinely believes that prioritising UK graduates will strengthen the workforce, why is the commencement of this bill discretionary at all? What assurance can she give patients that these reforms will not be delayed indefinitely while negotiations continue? Patients have already endured significant disruption from industrial action. Hundreds of thousands of appointments and operations have been cancelled or rescheduled. Without further pay concessions, can the Minister explain how this bill will reduce the risk of future disruption? Or is she effectively accepting that patients may face continued instability? There's also the question of scale. The BMA itself has said that this bill does not go far enough to close the gap between applicants and the available training posts. So what assessment has been made of how many UK graduates will still be unable to access foundational specialty training even after this legislation is passed? And what does that mean for the patient access to care in coming years? Patients in many parts of the country already struggle to access GPs, psychiatrists and emergency medicine specialists. So how will the Secretary of State and the Minister at the dispatch box ensure that these reforms do not inadvertently worsen shortages in hard-to-recruit specialties or underserved areas? Finally, there is the question of credibility. If this bill is genuinely good for patients, good for workforce stability and good for the NHS, why should its implementation depend on ministerial decision at some undefined point in time? Why not give doctors and patients certainty by bringing it into force immediately on royal assent? Madam Deputy Speaker, this House has a responsibility to put patients first, not to leave patient care hostage to industrial negotiations. That is why I strongly support Amendment 1, which would ensure that the bill comes into force at the moment of royal assent. It removes unnecessary delays, ambiguity, and the risk that these reforms will be postponed indefinitely while workforce and pay disputes continue. UK medical graduates, hospitals and training bodies need certainty that the rules apply from day one so that allocations, protections and those trained in military postings and fairness measures can begin to operate without delay. This ensures that the reforms designed to strengthen transparency, meritocracy and workforce take effect when they are needed most. And that clarity is particularly important given the absence of a published NHS workforce plan. We need certainty for doctors, which delivers stability for services, and obviously stability for services delivers better patient care and better outcomes. And that is the standard by which this bill should be judged, and this is the standard it must meet.
Lizzie Collinge. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in support of the Medical Training Prioritisation Bill. Our NHS faces a workforce shortage in many specialities. We all know this. And in my constituency of Morecambe and Lunesdale, the workforce problem has combined with other factors to mean that my constituents are not seeing the improvement in waiting times that other parts of the country have seen. The progress that's been made on this nationally is absolutely astounding, and I think we should be very proud on these benches of that progress. But there are pockets left where that progress hasn't been made. To me, that is absolutely unacceptable, and I would welcome more conversations with ministers about how we can tackle this, and I will, of course, continue to raise this with the local NHS. But alongside this workforce shortage, we also have the bizarre situation that doctors needing training places are struggling to get one, particularly UK graduates. Competition for foundation and speciality training places has grown, partly because of a 2020 change to visas, which lifted restrictions on overseas applicants to these training places. This was done, I'd like to believe, in a good faith attempt to increase NHS workforce and plug speciality gaps. But the way it was done meant that what actually happened was UK graduates, instead of competing with perhaps one other person for a place, ended up competing with 6 other people for a training place. This is clearly unhelpful, particularly when we have invested so much already in their education, and of course the doctors themselves have taken on a lot of debt to go through their initial training. So faced with this level of competition and unable to continue their training in the UK, many medical graduates are being pushed to seek employment abroad, or even worse, leave medicine altogether. This pressure is uneven across the system, with some specialities heavily oversubscribed, while some left with unfilled posts. If you look at oncology, you see a 15% staffing shortfall. And Madam Deputy Speaker, for many years, I was the Deputy Chair of Lancashire Health Scrutiny Committee. So I saw in real time Tory incompetence in the health service, and this particular example just adds to the litany of their failures in health. Over 14 years, they made us poorer, sicker and less able to get early help. Now, this bill addresses the specific failure around training places for doctors to ensure that UK graduates can continue to train in the UK. It introduces a system of prioritisation for UK medical graduates, delivering this Labour government's commitment to a more sustainable medical workforce. It protects that public investment, reduces excessive competition, and ensures that our homegrown talent can become the next generation of NHS doctors. Now, this is no disrespect to the fantastic medics who come here to work from abroad. They do such a fantastic job, and our NHS would not have survived without that immigrant workforce. But prioritising UK-trained graduates would bring us into line with international norms, where favouring domestically trained clinicians helps countries ensure they have a stable workforce. And to be honest, we just shouldn't be nicking other countries' doctors, particularly countries that have underdeveloped health systems. I don't believe it's in line with our values to do so. And considering the UK taxpayer invests around £4 billion every year in training doctors, seeing all UK graduates in training posts should of course be the aim of any sustainable workforce policy. A 5th-year medical student who wrote to me aptly described this bill as essential to safeguard what he calls fair access to training opportunities amongst UK graduates, and also ensure that the NHS workforce pipeline survives long term. I'm glad to see the government is addressing this with the urgency it deserves. And of course, doctors are only one part of the health service. We've got many professions that work together to care for patients. But doctors are, of course, a vital part of the NHS, and we need to ensure that UK medical graduates are able to progress their career. And this, of course, goes alongside all the other work the Labour government is doing to make us healthier as a nation, whether that's controlling tobacco and vapes, helping people to afford healthy food, or enabling earlier access to primary care. Madam Deputy Speaker, I urge colleagues across the House to support this bill.
Robin Swan. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as an earlier contribution indicated, that I will be supporting this bill, and I do thank the Secretary of State and the Minister for the engagement they've had with the devolved institutions in bringing us to this place in such an expedited time in regards to what it tends to achieve. Because today's bill, and in particular its implications to Northern Ireland and for the medical workforce planning right across these islands is crucial. And I think, as has been discussed, the bill introduces that UK-wide duty on providers of medical training to prioritise applicants who have graduated from medical schools in the UK or the Republic of Ireland. So while health is a devolved matter in Northern Ireland, I absolutely recognise that this legislation is essential to preserving a joined-up and UK-wide approach to medical training and recruitment, because for too long we have seen those increasing pressures actually on training pathways, with locally trained graduates facing uncertainties and actually bottlenecks when moving from undergraduate education into the foundation and specialty training. So I do really hope that this bill will ensure that those who have trained within the UK and the Republic of Ireland actually have systems that are clear and reliable and are a route into employment within those same systems. And that's why I do particularly welcome Clause 4, which does reference the UK medical graduate and specifically the other priority groups. And I do have concern, Madam Deputy Speaker, in regards to the specific drafting of Amendment 9, which does come in the name of His Majesty's official opposition. Because if Northern Ireland in any way, through default, were excluded from these arrangements, it would face that invidious choice either to accept increased competition from limited training places or withdraw from national recruitment altogether. And the latter would place a significant administrative and financial burden on local bodies, particularly our Northern Ireland Medical and Dental Training Agency, and could actually risk undermining those long-established recruitment structures. So I do welcome the fact that this measure does not impose additional costs on the health services in Northern Ireland, a system which we know is currently already under unprecedented financial strain. Instead, it simply changes the order in which applications are considered for existing programmes, and in doing so, it actually helps protect the investment already made in our medical education. And I would seek assurance from the Minister of State, while she is in this place, in regards to the creation of our graduate entry medical school that we've seen in Magee back in 2021, with the first cohort of graduates coming through in June 25, 69 second degree doctors and surgeons in that scheme, that there will be nothing to hinder their progression into the workforce in this bill. And I'm sure she's engaged with the Northern Ireland Minister in regards to making sure that there are no impediments into that workforce. So ultimately this bill does support locally trained doctors and maintains the integrity of our national recruitment systems. So therefore I fully support the bill, along with its extension to Northern Ireland through the legislative consent motion process, and I genuinely wish the Minister of State well, and I commend her on the constructive approach taken to recognise Northern Ireland's devolved competencies while ensuring alignment across the entirety of the United Kingdom. But I do seek assurance, and I will be supporting the opposition's amendment in regards to the timing of bringing this legislation forward, because this legislation, in my view, is not just the right thing to do. It's the timely thing to do in regards to tackling workforce recruitment, and it shouldn't be used in any negotiations with the BMA in regards to resolving what is another issue out there. So I do seek assurances from the Secretary of State, as of other speakers, that this bill is brought forward in the manner it should be, because it's the right thing to do.
Dr. Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the government's plan to change the law. It was obvious to me and to others that such a change would be needed, and it was one of the things that the newly elected doctor spoke to ministers about last year. Now, imagine that you've graduated from a medical school, excited at last to be called a doctor, and looking forward to finally getting to work after years of intense study, uncountable numbers of examinations and fierce competition. Now, when this happened to me at Sheffield University, our pre-registration posts were organised by the university, so we were just simply distributed around the local hospitals in familiar locations with our classmates, with consultants who knew us, and we began rather hesitantly to work as doctors, but suddenly we had responsibilities for life and death. Now, something changed. Young doctors now are simply sent by chance to a region of the country they never visited, with little notice and far from friends. Ironically, they're now called resident doctors, but actually this is the very last thing they are, since the residence is long since disappeared As the shift system replaced the on-call rotas, the doctor's mess disappeared and hot food no longer was available. Now, if they're lucky, an office chair in which to rest and a sandwich dispenser in a cold corridor. No friends nearby, nowhere to live and nothing to eat at night. So not really the best start. And these are the young doctors on whom your life may depend. So we really must do something to look after the health workers who look after us, all the health workers. That doesn't just mean paying them properly, although we obviously must do this. But today we are speaking about our doctors, for it is the young doctors who face a very uncertain future. Now, after Brexit, many of our European doctors just left. The deficit was filled, as so often in the past, by doctors from the rest of the world, especially in hospitals remote from medical schools, such as my own hospital, the West Suffolk Hospital at Bury St Edmunds, and the hospital where I worked for so many years, the James Paget Hospital at Great Yarmouth, where we have always depended upon brilliant doctors from many nations, many of whom became my long-term colleagues and some of my best friends. Now, immigration rules altered after Brexit, effectively enabling worldwide applicants for a very limited number of posts. And as we've heard, although competition is healthy, it's certainly not healthy for it to go from about 2 to 1 to more than 4 to 1. And as we've heard also, this is absolutely the cause of the bottlenecks. UK graduates simply can't progress. They're obliged to repeat years, often in unstructured and unrecognised clinical fellows, leave the country or give up medicine altogether. And the government has rightly recognised that this must change. Medical training is a continuum. The end result is a general practitioner or a hospital specialist. By the way, I much prefer the name specialist to consultant. 5 or 6 years of undergraduate training and 8 to 10 years of postgraduate training, a continuum. And it makes no sense to graduate so many students and fail to accommodate them in postgraduate training. So the measures to prioritise the graduates of our UK medical schools is simply common sense, and I support it, along with, as I understand, almost everybody in the House. But finally, let me just issue a word of warning. New medical schools, and I understand there are many new medical schools, including the one at Cumbria, which I didn't know about, means that we've got more graduates than ever, which is a good thing because we've got insufficient doctors. But the health system must create additional training posts, and also more substantive posts for general practitioners and hospital specialists, and incentives to create these posts, especially in general practice, so that our new neighbourhood health centres, which I like to call Bevan Health Centres, can be fully staffed, open late at night, and we will see an NHS renewed. That is our aim. We will achieve it.
Deputy Speaker, and it is an honour and a privilege, as always, to follow my honourable friend, the now retired ENT surgeon, I think, from Bury St Edmunds and Stowmarket. It has been a pleasure to listen to my colleagues in the House debating this bill this afternoon, and as has been said across the House, I generally absolutely welcome this bill, and I'm very glad to see it come forward. I have heard from many of my junior medic colleagues about the issues that, again, my honourable friend has set out so eloquently, and we do need to care for our UK graduate workforce. We absolutely know that in recent years, NHS workforce planning has not been done well, and that has led to an increase in number of medical students training, which we welcome, but without commensurate increase in jobs at the end of that training, which makes no sense. Training is expensive, and UK graduates should be able to access employment at the end of their training. That common sense must go alongside, as many colleagues across the House have said today, that the recognition that healthcare professionals are part of a global workforce. And there will continue to be some natural flow of our colleagues, my medical colleagues, heading to other parts of the world to deploy their skills, and there will continue to be a global health workforce in our own National Health Service. And we should not underestimate the mutual learning that results in this arrangement. I'm the chair of the APPG of Global Health and Security, and we're currently undertaking an inquiry with our Global Health Partnership colleagues, looking at net current benefits derived to the UK from international recruitment and the future reciprocal benefits for both the UK and countries of heritage. It goes both ways.
So we should not underestimate this, and balance does need to be found. And I think this legislation more than achieves this. We are prioritising UK graduates, we are increasing the placements available, and we are continuing to recognise international skilled personnel already experienced in the UK health service that we value and we do not want to lose. This, of course, will need close monitoring alongside the NHS Workforce Plan implementation. All this has been said, and I just wanted to reinforce this. What has not been said in this House this afternoon, and I would just like to bring it to the attention of the Minister, is the public health workforce. And as a declaration of interest, I am still a public health consultant or specialist on the General Medical Council Register. The public health workforce is exempt from this prioritisation in this bill. And that is because we are very fortunate to recognise that public health benefits from not only medical graduates like myself, but also a non-medical workforce. And there are benefits from this mix, and the global nature of public health is realised with that international mix. But I would state that public health training is hugely oversubscribed in the United Kingdom. And so I would ask that the Minister makes further consideration to this exemption to ensure that UK graduates do not continue to face the issues that have so eloquently been outlined that are currently being faced by their fellow medical colleagues. Thank you.
Dr. Simon Ofer.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will keep this short because many of my points have already been said, but I think that there's two main problems here. There's about priority for medical graduates, and to be honest, I was a little bit surprised about a year ago when I found that actually they weren't prioritised, and this is clearly something that isn't reciprocated around the world, and this is something that we need to change. And the other problem is our training numbers. If we're training medical students up to graduation, we must make sure that those training numbers fit in to our postgraduate training. Otherwise it's crazy, and that's the situation we find ourselves in. I've been a GP trainer for about 25 years. Many of the doctors I've trained as GPs have gone off to Australia, and actually my favourite one's gone to New Zealand and is staying there when I keep enticing her back with saying how great it is, how the NHS is improving. But actually GP training is very unique. It involves 18 months in general practice on a one-on-one apprenticeship type system, and I think it's one of the best in the world in the UK. And what it does, it teaches continuity of care for patients, and it also teaches skills to bring back the family doctor. It's about the doctor being the gatekeeper to the NHS and also protecting the patient against the NHS and over-investigation. So I always think an MP is a little bit like a GP, in fact, because they have to know a little bit about absolutely everything, and that's the same for an MP as well. And I'd just like to give a shout out to my Stroud GP trainers group who visited Parliament last year, and also to the 8,000 GP trainers in this country who do a fantastic job, often going above and beyond their responsibilities. But I'd also like to say something about the international medical graduates. I've had a number of these, and in fact 50% of those in the UK are at the moment international medical graduates. Some in Teesside, I understand, is that 100% are international medical graduates, and we are depending on these people to provide some of our general practice. I've had fantastic trainees from India, Spain, Germany and Algeria who have all made fantastic GPs in the NHS, and I do believe, as I've said before, that we need to make sure that they are welcome and treasured in the NHS, because they are constituting a really large body of GPs in our system. So although we need to prioritise UK graduates, we mustn't put off international graduates from coming and helping us to deliver a new NHS. So I'd like to say just one other thing about medical training, if I may. As we go through, as postgraduate medical training goes through, and it's important that we recalibrate this so the number of training spots exactly matches our medical graduates. And this is particularly true for anaesthetists. There's bottlenecks in anaesthetic training, whereby, and if we could relieve those bottlenecks, we'd get more anaesthetist training and we could start to bring down our waiting list. But this will involve a decent workforce plan, which I understand we're developing, and proper planning for the future so we can get our waiting list down and deliver a better NHS for for everyone. So to conclude, after years of failure and neglect of our homegrown talent, this government is taking action so that our doctors can train, stay and serve the communities that need them most. So I urge members to support the bill.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill matters enormously in my Bournemouth West constituency. The NHS is one of the largest local employers. Our hospitals, community services and care settings are the backbone of our local economy. We also have outstanding institutions, Bournemouth University, Bournemouth and Poole College and the Health Sciences University, ready and willing to provide strong local pipeline of medical and health professionals. But I've met professors at the School of Midwifery at BU worried about whether their graduates will get a first placement, specialist nurses unable to progress their careers, and early career psychiatrists forced to look for work far from home. And this is not for a lack of demand for these services in the local area. If we train doctors here, fund their education through British taxpayers, and ask them to commit their lives and careers to the NHS, we owe them a fair chance to build those careers within it. Now, the Shadow Health Secretary has said we should not play politics with people's jobs, and I agree, but we have to recognise that the situation we're in now is a direct result of their ill-thought-through visa changes in the wake of the mess left by their post-Brexit settlement for the UK. The fact that we now have more than double the number of overseas-trained applicants than UK-trained applicants for a limited position is a consequence of that. Under the Conservatives, we became too reliant on pulling the immigration lever to solve our workforce shortages, and their policies meant that UK medical graduates are being squeezed out. Too many lost to the private sector or overseas, not because of a lack of talent or commitment, but because the system didn't work for them. So I was proud to campaign on a commitment to train more local young people and to encourage companies to hire locally before looking overseas, and the same should be true to the NHS. So I'm pleased that this bill is doing that. And I want to be incredibly clear, like many in the House have, that this is not about blaming or disrespecting migrant workers. International doctors and our immigrant communities who work in all elements of our NHS are valued and respected. Immigration has enriched my town. The people who have come to the UK to care for our elderly, nurse our sick and heal our injured are important parts of the vibrant and diverse community we have in Bournemouth, and I want to thank them for their service. We should also be proud that the NHS is a world-renowned employer and a real part of our soft power influence. Countries around the world aspire to the type of universal healthcare offering we have in the UK. Our specialists train health professionals around the world, and I know that for many doctors around the globe, time spent working in the NHS is a badge of honour. But poaching doctors from countries that desperately need them, while UK-trained doctors cannot progress, is morally wrong. It undermines global health equity and erodes trust here at home. So it is right that we prioritise skilling our own people, and other countries recognise that reality as well. The United States, Canada, Australia, all prioritise domestic graduates for training opportunities. Now, this bill is also consequential for me as a Labour MP in a constituency that has never voted Labour before. Bournemouth and Poole are often seen as affluent areas, but they contain real inequalities and serious barriers to social mobility. In places like West Howe and Alderney, parents tell me they feel forgotten. They worried when their children do the right things, work hard, get the right grades, but are constantly told they can't compete or are locked out. So if we want young people from council estates to believe they belong in medicine, we must back that belief with opportunity. Yeah. We cannot claim to be the party of social mobility and dignity in work if we don't put the ladders in place. So the Conservative record is clear: expanding medical places without expanding training posts, liberalising visas without the workforce planning, and leaving UK graduates to carry the cost. This bill is a necessary correction. It is fair, it is responsible, and it is morally right for our NHS, our communities, and for the next generation. And I just want to say to any students or recent graduates considering Australia, if we get this right, we have just as impressive beaches in Bournemouth, even if I can't always guarantee the weather.
Newbury. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill, at its heart, is about fairness. Fairness for the doctors who train in this country and for the patients who rely on the care provided by our fantastic NHS workforce. Before Brexit, graduates from our British medical schools predominantly competed amongst themselves for foundation and specialty training posts. But since Boris Johnson's disastrous visa and immigration changes made under the previous Conservative government, that picture has changed completely. As we've heard, doctors trained here are facing huge barriers to progress their career and care for patients up and down the country, and many are turning to jobs either abroad or within the private sector. And that isn't because they lack the ability or the commitment, but because of how the system was left adrift by the previous government until it has got to this point of being set up against our graduates. We rarely hear concerns about the doctors who train here but then end up going abroad, but an awful lot, or we hear about that a lot, but a lot less about the doctors who remain here in the UK. They're passionate about our NHS and they want to dedicate their careers to it. They want to build their lives and their whole family, but they all too often find that they simply cannot secure a training post. This isn't a new problem. It's a reality that's been behind the flight of doctors overseas for many years. But only now do we have a government that is committed to tackling it. So I commend the Health Secretary not only for bringing forward this bill, but committing to bringing these changes as swiftly as possible. Our NHS, and therefore our constituents, are missing out on the homegrown talent that we have because of the previous government's changes to immigration, which led to the so-called Boris wave. Whilst, as we've heard, international medical graduates contribute hugely and are very welcome, visa changes have had a destabilising effect on British trained doctors who now face double the competition for every single post. We're training more doctors now than ever before, but we have failed until now to match that ambition with a system that supports them. As we've heard, we spend around £4 billion a year training doctors in the UK, a huge investment of public money, and it's only right that taxpayers see that investment translating into doctors building their careers in our NHS. But the prioritisation that the Secretary of State referred to is about sustainability and keeping things fair for our UK-trained graduates, not about shutting out international talent. The NHS is rightly proud to be a major international employer, and people from around the world will continue to bring vital skills to our health service. Of course, anyone who can apply now will still be able to apply. I'd also mentioned that many countries we are recruiting from also desperately need their own doctors. We should be proud that people want to come and work here, but it's morally unacceptable to pinch doctors from other countries which need them, meanwhile leaving our brilliant and willing resident doctors unable to get training places. Of course, this bill builds on action the government has already taken to boost the NHS workforce. When the government came into office, we heard concerns from GPs and patients alike about a dire need for more GP surgery capacity, whilst many qualified GPs were out of work. So, Labour removed the red tape around the additional roles reimbursement scheme, and more than 1,000 additional GPs have since joined our primary care workforce. When the government heard from nurses who were just about to qualify and are struggling to find work, despite a clear and chronic need for more nurses, it brought in the graduate guarantee, and now the government is acting again. Following his constructive approach to negotiations with the British Medical Association, the Health Secretary offered a package of support, including quadrupling the number of specialist training posts being created in the coming 3 years and funding resident doctors' Royal College exam and membership fees. Now, despite a rejection of that deal, he is making good on his commitment to put British graduates back on a level playing field, giving them a fair shot at taking the next step in their careers with competition ratios that are reasonable and workable. This bill will make sure that the NHS retains the talent it's developed through excellent medical schools like at Keele University in Staffordshire, rather than losing that talent to overseas recruitment or forcing doctors out of the profession altogether. The BMA has welcomed extending prioritisation to the foundation programme, which the government expects will significantly reduce the number of placeholder offers faced by final year medical students. I hope that as their members vote on whether to take further strike action, they will see that the government doesn't make pie crust promises. We are taking the steps we said we would to fix the issues that they have raised. Now, I know this bill won't fix every workforce challenge overnight, but it is certainly a big step in the right direction. It will reduce competition for training places, and most importantly, it will send a clear message to the resident doctors who trained in this country that if you want to progress your career here, the government will back you. And so for those reasons, I am proud to support this bill.
Danny Beales.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank the Secretary of State and the Minister for today's statement and bill and delivering on the promises made previously in this place in response to the proposed industrial action a couple of months ago. And it's welcome to see the pace the government has moved in progressing these important changes. And I think shows the commitment of the government to backing doctors and medical professionals in this country. And I think there's a lot to welcome in the provisions in this bill. Members here have talked at length and with expertise, a lot of personal, professional expertise about the challenges of the medical training system. And as a member of the Health Select Committee, alongside the Chair and others who've spoken, we often also in the committee hear about the need for a proper workforce plan and to address the long-term issues the NHS has had around training and development, which is, to be frank, failed staff and failed patients. I think it is important to reflect, as others have, on the important and vital contribution that doctors and nurses have made from around the world. That is the case as well in my own constituency at Hillingdon Hospital, in GP and community-based health services. My mum recently had and fortunately recovered from a stroke at UCLH in central London, and as ever, it was doctors and nurses and speech therapists and allied healthcare professionals from almost every single country around the world that helped her and supported her to recover. And I am sure that they will continue to serve our National Health Service with dedication and commitment. And I think this whole House, I'm sure, is thankful for their service to our NHS. But as we have heard, it is absurd that thousands of British doctors trained by our NHS at great expense, funded by the British taxpayer, are currently unable to find jobs in the NHS after graduation. So in a time of crisis for the NHS, we don't have a penny to spare, and every pound needs to go even further. It's a great waste of talent and capacity. And it's not fair to young doctors either in the system who are being beaten to entry-level NHS positions by doctors from overseas with decades of experience. So I would gladly give way.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. I wonder whether he's given any thought to residents like George and Dennis in my constituency, both British citizens brought up here, but actually went to work abroad either because they're dual citizens and wanted to be able to learn in double language, or because of the COVID delays, and who will not be included, and actually wonder whether they should be included within this second tier of graduates from places like Iceland and Liechtenstein. I wonder if he's got any views on whether we should be excluding British citizens.
I thank that contribution. I'm actually about to turn to a specific issue about British citizens very shortly, so hopefully I'll pick up those issues very shortly. But I would just reflect that more generally, there isn't anything progressive about a system which promotes a brain drain from some of the most deprived and underdeveloped communities in the world with significant health needs. To have doctors and nurses on significant scale come from those systems, take away the resources spent in those systems on education and training for our benefit in the West and in a developed country, isn't genuinely progressive at an industrial scale. And so I think it's important to welcome the provisions in this bill in addressing those challenges. But as the Honourable Member in the Liberal Democrats has raised, I would like to press the Secretary of State and the Minister now in her place on the specific language of the bill which seeks to prioritise graduates from medical schools in the United Kingdom rather than UK-based or UK citizens who are medical graduates. I've been contacted, as other members in this place have already raised, by a number of my own constituents affected by these potential provisions. And that includes Alicia, who is a British citizen, schooled here, grew up here, her family live in Ickenham in my constituency, and she's a first-year medical student at Queen Mary University of London's campus in Malta, which my honourable friend from Stevenage mentioned earlier on. When she enrolled last year, she was given a guarantee by the university that she would face no advantage compared to students on the London-based campus. And we've heard that of course, there can never be any guarantees. There's not a legal contract this government makes with individuals, that this House, we know, is sovereign and can make different decisions in time. But I think there are issues of fairness about the retrospective applications of decisions that we do make that can affect people's lives, particularly at crucial points like studying or getting a job, making those crucial decisions which have major impacts on their future life chances. She studies a British curriculum. She'll be awarded the same degree qualification as her peers on the London campus. However, if the bill's current wording is interpreted strictly geographically instead of institutionally, it would mean that she is categorised as an international medical graduate despite being a British citizen studying at a British university on a British medical degree. So I would ask the Secretary of State to look at this specific issue in greater detail, ask her and officials to take away this point and look at modelling the number, or sharing at least the modelling of the number of UK citizens we project would be affected this academic year by those changes. And if, as has been suggested by, for instance, Queen Mary, this is 40 or 50 individuals, whether further changes could be made which may ameliorate this impact on UK citizens, at least in a transitional way that wouldn't bind us in future academic years yet to begin. And also ask that officials take away to have discussions with Maltese counterparts about our important and ongoing strategic relationship in health and other key areas. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is much to welcome in this bill. I know that medical colleges and societies strongly support many of the provisions, and I hope that they will be a start of a broader process of a comprehensive workforce plan that will address the many challenges in workforce planning, in training and development, the numbers of bottlenecks that exist throughout the workforce system. And so we have a training and development system of medical professionals in this country that delivers positive results for patients and better and fairer outcomes for those applying to study, learn and train as well. Thank you.
Neil Duncan Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as the final contributor, I shall try and strike a slightly different tone in the debate. Now, over the last few days, I've been contacted by a number of constituents who are likely to be affected by today's emergency bill. Now, one of those is Dr. Khan. Dr. Khan works as a resident doctor at Poole General Hospital's emergency department. He trained overseas and has been working in the NHS for almost 3 years, and he also has a young family living in my constituency. As an international medical graduate in the NHS, he's concerned that the proposed emergency legislation on UK medical graduate prioritisation will have a negative impact on people like him. Now, while I support a sustainable domestic medical workforce, implementing these changes mid-cycle in 2026, after applications have closed and commitments have been made, is, I believe, a breach of procedural fairness. There are some further concerns that my constituent has raised that I'd like to share. The technical proposal to use immigration status, such as indefinite leave to remain or citizenship, as a proxy for NHS experience is both blunt and unnecessary. The Oriel application system already specifically collects data on whether an applicant has more than 6 months of NHS experience. This existing evidence-based metric should be used to prioritise those already contributing to our health service rather than relying on immigration status. Now, many of Dr. Khan's colleagues have relocated to this country and planned their lives based on rules in force when the applications opened in late 2025. To change the rules now, while we are in the middle of the interview window, causes immense personal distress and undermines our long-standing commitment to fairness. And there is a genuine risk to the workforce. Our NHS relies heavily on our international staff, and today's bill risks damaging the UK's reputation as a fair employer and could lead to an exodus of skilled professionals that the NHS, in my view, cannot afford to lose. So will the Minister consider, when she responds, providing clear transitional protections for the 2026 cohort that are already here? Consider that any new criteria should be implemented prospectively for 2027, and that any measure of NHS experience should utilise the data already collected rather than blunt immigration-based proxies. A few days ago, I asked a written question as to the impact that the proposed changes to rules around indefinite leave to remain for health workers would have on the viability of the NHS 10-year workforce plan. The response from the department was that no such assessment had been made. I fear, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we are now making the same mistake again. Those who are already here and making a contribution need to be acknowledged for their service, and I would welcome any assurances that the Minister could give to Dr Khan and all those like him that are already a valued part of our NHS.
Brings us to the front bench contribution. Shadow Minister Dr Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to respond on behalf of the opposition. But before I do so, I should declare my interest as a consultant paediatrician and a member of the British Medical Association. Madam Deputy Speaker, medicine is a vocation, but it's also an art as well as a science, and training takes a long time. After, in general, 5 years as a medical student, new resident doctors need to train further in a specialism such as orthopaedics or ophthalmology, or like myself, in paediatrics. Postgraduate training varies in length and structure between the specialties, but in broad principle is divided into a foundation programme and more specialist training. The foundation programme is 2 years long and teaches a variety of skills. Specialist training is more specific, and there are well over 60 different specialties in which people can choose. And it's these two phrases, the foundation programme and the specialist training, that the bill refers to. We have a situation where there's been a huge surge in the number of applications per training post. One of the reasons for that is there's been a substantial number of increases in the number of medical school places. That's caused by action by the previous Conservative government to improve the number of doctors in the long term. The previous government opened 5 medical schools in Sunderland, Anglia Ruskin, Kenton Medway, Edge Hill, and very close to my constituency, Madam Deputy Speaker, in Lincoln. The first students for those universities graduated in 23, 24 and 25, increasing the number of students looking for posts. There was also widespread expansion in the same time around existing medical school places. And of course there was the pandemic. During the pandemic, students who'd applied for medical school and accepted offers found themselves able to take their exams. And the teacher assessed grades meant there was a huge increase in the number of successful applicants who got the grades compared with that which was statistically expected. And so the government lifted the cap, and there was a huge amount of medical students at that period, and many of those qualified last summer. So that's the reason why there was a huge increase in the number of local graduates. And then aside at that point, the Secretary of State, in response to my honourable friend, the member for Farnham Boredom, talked about his pledge to double medical school places. There doesn't appear to have been an increase at all in the number of medical school places this year. And there was a statement from the Department of Health and Social Care at the weekend to suggest that it's not a government commitment. He was asked if he was standing by his pledge, and he seemed to say no, so I'd be grateful if the Minister could clarify. Because in 2024, I had a visit to the Royal Derby Hospital. The Secretary of State said, and this site here in Derby will be part of delivering the doubling of the number of medical school places that Labour is committed to make sure the NHS has the staff it needs to treat patients on time. So on the 4th of July, and then he encouraged people to vote in the general election. So can he confirm, does he stand by his pledge? And if he does, when does he expect to start delivering upon it? But UK factors, Madam Deputy Speaker, are not the main cause for the rise. In fact, the BMA has published figures it's got from FOI, which shows the number of UK graduates applying for training programmes went up from 9,273 in 23 to 12,305 in 25, an increase of about a third. But over the same period, the numbers of international medical graduates applying for specialist training went from 10,402 in 2023 to 20,803 in 2025, a doubling of applications. And this surge in numbers has left British graduates facing unemployment. Some may pursue careers overseas and not return, while the valuable contributions are appreciated from the international medical graduates. Many do complete training and go to return to their home nation, which could leave us with a potential shortage in the long term of consultants and GPs. So the government is right to step in to prioritise local talent, and as such we support the principles behind the bill. But there are some issues and some questions. Firstly, the foundation programme applications are in progress. The application window closed in October, on the 8th of October. Pre-allocation outcomes were due in mid-December. Foundation school applications due 26th of February also delayed. The Foundation Programme website states allocations can only occur once the bill receives royal assent. That delay in itself, the uncertainty associated with it, is difficult enough for young doctors and their families. But the Secretary of State is adding an extra layer of uncertainty by adding Clause 8, the right to withhold activation of the bill to a day of his choosing. Why is he doing that, Madam Deputy Speaker? And what is the Foundation Programme and those are people who run it to do? Should they wait on a will he, won't he, when will he allocate it, will he not? Should they allocate places anyway on the basis people need to know, as he said already, where they live and sort their arrangements out? Or will they have to reallocate it if he activates it after they've allocated on the basis that he hasn't done it yet? This is not the way, Madam Deputy Speaker, to treat professional, hard-working people. And as my honourable friend, the member for Fareham and Boredom, said in his speech, this is not just about doctors, it's about patient safety. Patient safety now and in the future. The Conservatives have submitted an amendment that will activate the bill at royal assent. I would urge the Secretary of State to do what's right for the country and for patient safety and to support it. Secondly, Labour have forgotten the British people, those we represent and should prioritise. I will say more as we consider the amendment specifically, but under their bill, foreign nationals completing a primary medical degree in Iceland, Norway, Liechtenstein, Switzerland and the UK are in the priority group. But a British citizen who trained in the USA, Canada, France, or even Malta's campus of a UK medical school would not. The Honourable Member for Sunderland talked about the likelihood of international medical graduates leaving the UK after training. But surely this is an argument to ensure that British trainees, wherever they trained, if it's a suitable degree, are prioritised. The Conservative amendment ensures that British people are always front and centre, and we would urge the opposition to back it. The honourable gentleman raised the issue of British citizens earlier on in his speech. Now, I'd like to clarify, for the avoidance of all doubt, Madam Deputy Speaker, that when we say British citizens, we do mean those from England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland. There are other clarifications I'd be grateful if the Minister could address in her winding up. First of all, military doctors. What position is in place to ensure that military resident doctors are able to access the posts they need? What impact will this bill have upon them? Particularly as if the world is more dangerous now, they spend more time in the future overseas than they do at the present time. As Conservatives, Madam Deputy Speaker, we believe in meritocracy. And as such, I support new clause 2 in the name of my honourable friend for Runnymede and Weybridge. We all want excellent doctors. And I'll say more about this as we go into committee stage. But a random allocation does not encourage excellence. It produces stress and it produces uncertainty. It does not encourage excellence. So I support this amendment. To summarise, Madam Deputy Speaker, we agree with the principle of the bill, but we encourage the government to accept amendments that encourage excellence, to think through the detail, to put politics aside and do what's right for the country, to prioritise British citizens, and to activate the bill immediately at royal assent.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it is a pleasure to close on behalf of the government. And I really welcome the support of the opposition spokespeople here this afternoon, the chair of the Select Committee. And I'd like to put on record my thanks to them for meeting me in advance of this bill and for airing their concerns with us. Because there clearly is, and from the many contributions this afternoon, there clearly is a broad base of sympathy and support for the measures in this bill to support our NHS staff right across the House. Because these staff have been at the sharp end of every ill-conceived policy of the past 14 years, since the previous government lifted those visa restrictions, as outlined by my friend from Bournemouth West in 2020. And the last government's failure to do any proper workforce planning has led to patients struggling to find a GP appointment, while GPs struggle to get a job, bottlenecks for resident doctors, and an over-reliance on overseas workers, and a refusal to foster our own homegrown talent. So while I also welcome that support, I do find it slightly ironic that some of the opposition speeches were around the need for clear and consistent routes and clarity That is exactly what we are intending to do now to fix that mess. We will be bringing forward wider issues in the workforce plan, which, as the boss said earlier, will be in the spring. That is as a result of the concerns of particularly the Royal Colleges and other stakeholders around training and making sure we do that properly. And we will obviously be bringing that forward in due course. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to time is of the essence, I'm afraid, so we can pick up more in the committee stages. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I was a manager in the NHS, I worked alongside many doctors from overseas, and I want to be very clear in messages this afternoon from this dispatch box. You are, of course, welcome here. The NHS is and always will be one of the most diverse employers in the world. This bill is about bringing future generations into the health service and giving them a secure future I think we all know they need. It is about sustainable workforce planning, so patients are no longer at the mercy of the market. And it is, crucially, about fairness. How is it fair that every year the taxpayer picks up a £4 billion bill to train our medics who can't get jobs? These taxpayers deserve a return on their investment. How is it fair that the medics in this country who put themselves forward to train, make sacrifices, get into debt and work long hours just to find themselves trapped in bottlenecks? Now, colleagues, there are a number of points I am going to try and address in due course. Can I just commend my friend for Sunderland Central, both for his experience in outlining some of the capacity and demand issues that people like him as managers have to face, and also the really important point about our workforce needing to reflect our society and the great work at Sunderland. And I was very pleased to meet the leaders at Sunderland and Dr Wilkes to look at the work they're doing so that we can take that elsewhere. That's exactly what we want to do. And I commend my friend from Carlisle, mum of the nurse, as she outlined to us, in putting on record the work of the Pears Cumbria School of Medicine and the example of growing doctors steeped in Cumbria and those health inequalities. And I'll be absolutely pleased to meet with them to discuss that further. Why do we need emergency legislation? I think the member for Thurrock was also right to highlight the soaring numbers that we are seeing and the way we are losing people, and recognising that it was all going back to front. We do need royal assent by March the 5th at the very latest to ensure change happens this year. We don't want medics to face another year of bottlenecks. Specialty training offers will be made from March, and any delay will risk vacancies in August. So this emergency legislation gives the NHS the certainty and stability it needs to carry on bringing down waiting lists and keep us on the road to recovery. And those people who are applying for those posts need enough time to make decisions about their lives, where they will move, finding accommodation, sorting childcare, and they deserve enough time to get on with that. In terms of the prioritisation for training posts, a number of colleagues have raised these issues. So let's be clear, for posts starting this year, for specialty training posts, for posts starting this year, we will prioritise UK medical graduates and others using their immigration status as a proxy for having significant experience of working in the health service. Now, colleagues may wonder if there's a bit of a pulling strings to include Irish doctors in that prioritisation, but I can assure you that is not the case, Madam Deputy Speaker. Ireland is included in that because of our special and long-standing relationship with Ireland and very similar epidemiology. And I can thank the member for Southampton for the important points he raised around McGee and working with devolved institutions. And I can assure him officials have worked very closely with officials in Northern Ireland on this, and if there are any other issues, please for him to raise that, but we have worked very closely on that point. From next year, 2027, immigration status will no longer automatically determine priority, and I accept some of the points from my friend from Toole. It is perhaps crude is the term he uses, but it is a proxy for this year. Next year, we will bring forward regulations to prioritise whether someone has significant experience as a doctor in the health service or by reference to their immigration status. And I know this is a point raised by the Chair of the Select Committee and many others, but we will continue to work with all partners and the devolved governments to agree that criteria in time for the autumn application round. Now, on this issue about international staff, a point made by the Chair of the Select Committee, my friend for Birmingham, Edgbaston, member for Uxbridge and South Ruislip, all raised, and as did others, the issue of foreign doctors. Let's be very clear, international staff play an important role at NHS, and they always will. The NHS might be the most diverse public body in the world, and we would not have it any other way. But we are recruiting doctors from abroad, sometimes even from countries that are short of medical staff, when there is already a pool of applicants at home. As my friend from Morecambe and Lonsdale said, we're not about nicking other people's workforces. Homegrown doctors are more likely to work in the NHS for longer and be better equipped to deliver healthcare tailored to the UK's population because they better understand having been trained in the UK's epidemiology. It is not fair for British taxpayers to spend over £4 billion training medics every year, a point made again by my friend from Worthing West and Cannock Chase. It's not fair for doctors who struggle to get into specialty training places either. And as my friend from Birmingham Edgerton said, it is a responsible government that gets a grip of this. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will refer back to more of the amendments in the committee stage, which we are moving on to. But we are seeing the green shoots of recovery at our NHS as we repair the damage done by the last 14 years of the NHS. We are turning another page on that decline. But because the decision to lift these restrictions in 2020 has done untold damage to the system, to staff morale, and contributed to a national mood of cynicism and pessimism, especially among the young, we do need to act. And I think these points were well articulated by the member for Weald of Kent, and so expertly as always by my friend, the member for Bury St Edmunds and Stowmarket. Yeah. So I do want to end by talking about the many young people who will be affected by the changes we're setting out today. When I speak to young people in my family, and my friend from Ipswich said that these are not abstract statistics but personal costs. When I speak to people in my family, my constituency, or even in my parliamentary staff, those who have uniquely breached that first barrier of getting to a medical school from a state school in their locality, I'm disheartened to hear how many of them feel their careers would be better served by moving abroad. And in the 1970s, James Callaghan said if he were a young man, he would emigrate. I don't want young people to take that path. I would rather say to them, by all means, travel, see the world, enjoy that time. But my niece is currently in Australia. We sometimes call this the Bring Talia Home Bill, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are great opportunities for you all in this country, and we want you all to be rebuilding the NHS with us. The NHS must play its part in training our young people and keeping top talent in the UK. And if colleagues agree that's worth doing, if they want to keep our people here, they should all join us and vote for this bill.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Under the allocation of time order of today, we now move to the Committee of the Whole House. Order.
Medical Training Prioritisation Bill.
I remind members that in committee, members should not address the Chair as Deputy Speaker. Please use our names when addressing the Chair. Madam Chair, Chair and Madam Chairman are also acceptable. We begin with the question that Clause 1 stand part of the bill, with which it will be convenient to consider all amendments. New clauses and clauses stand part, as on the selection and grouping paper. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And in the interest of time, which I appreciate is difficult for colleagues, I'll start and I perhaps will address most of comments in the amendments at the end of hearing from other colleagues. I think we've got the gist of most of those issues. But can I just be clear that in this session that I'm restating our firm commitment to this bill, and all clauses stand part of this bill. I think if I can turn to some of the clauses that perhaps need some expansion. People, apologies. If I can turn particularly onto Clause 4, and to be clear, how we're defining a UK medical graduate and the priority group for the purposes of this bill. A UK medical graduate in this context does exclude those who have spent all or the majority of their time training for their medical qualification outside the British Islands. This means that where a person has obtained a primary UK qualification but has studied mainly overseas, they will not be eligible for prioritisation as a UK medical graduate unless they fall into another group who is to be prioritised under the bill. While internationally educated graduates from overseas remain an important part of the workforce and can continue to be recruited under the bill, we are committed to growing homegrown talent who are more likely to work in the NHS for longer and be better equipped to deliver healthcare tailored to the UK's population. I think on other clauses that colleagues outlined, if I can just refer briefly to Clause 8, which sets out the territorial extent and commencement for the bill. As I've noticed previously, this bill does extend to England, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland, and we have worked closely with the devolved governments to ensure that it meets all needs and provide consistency, and we're grateful to them for their support in bringing these measures forward so quickly. This bill will engage with the legislative consent motion process, and the devolved governments have committed to commence this process with their parliaments. To ensure the necessary systems, planning and operational capacity required for successful implementation are in place, the bill will be commenced on a day or days the Secretary of State may appoint by regulations. And as my right honourable friend, Secretary of State for Health, outlined during his speech for second reading, this is an important fail-safe to ensure we're not in a position where a law is enacted that we cannot implement effectively at the particular time. And if I can just expand on that, and I'm happy to do that after we talk about the amendments, the key issue here is around the ability of the NHS and the training providers to be able to deliver the measure. That's why it's a fail-safe. So we need to be very clear at that time that they are in a position to deliver that. People have talked about the strikes and so on. That would be one consideration. There are many other considerations. We are asking them to do something very difficult, very quickly, and in order to make sure they have the capacity and the capability to do that and to do that safely, as was outlined by other people, we are reserving that particular measure to be laid at a later time rather than that at the end of this session. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I will come back to the other amendments when I close momentarily after we hear from other colleagues.
Shadow Minister.
She doesn't have to.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to talk to the amendments placed by the opposition. So Amendment 9, first of all. Amendment 9 would require that from 2027 priority is given to British citizens on UK foundation programmes, as well as interviews and places on the speciality training programmes. Clause 4 defines what's meant by medical graduate. A UK medical graduate is defined as a person who holds a primary UK qualification within the meaning of the Medical Act 1983, Section 4. However, it does not include a person who spent all or a majority of the time for that training for that qualification outside of the British Islands. The Secretary of State had stated his intention to prioritise UK medical graduates, but he's failed to protect all British citizens in doing so. Our amendment would ensure that British citizens who study on an eligible medical course overseas would still be prioritised in the bill. There are many scenarios where it may be the case that we need to ensure we're protecting British citizens. For example, a spouse, partner or child of a serving member of the UK Armed Forces who's completed their relevant training overseas while the relative is posted, perhaps in Cyprus, or perhaps a student at the Queen Mary University of London who has completed the MBBS course at their Malta campus but received a UK medical degree. Or a young British citizen who studied in the US or France perhaps, owing to family location. Or, given that the largest bottleneck is not in training places but getting a place in medical school at all in some cases, British students who've gone to study overseas because they're of their fervent desire to become a doctor. These are all entirely possible and plausible scenarios of British citizens who've completed their relevant training and wish to bring their skills back and relocate to their homeland for the rest of their career. But they may not be currently covered by the government's prioritisation model. The government's prioritisation model is currently based on where the degree was taken, rather than necessarily on who did it as well. The Secretary of State must ensure that we do not overlook our own citizens if we're to fairly address the competitive landscape for training posts. The opposition is therefore pressing Amendment 9 to be accepted by the government. Amendment 10 is a probing amendment to explore the effects of the bill on military personnel. As a Member of Parliament with a large number of armed forces community, I know that medical trainees are an integral part of our serving community. The world is becoming an increasingly dangerous place, and we may see junior trainees sent abroad earlier in their career than is currently the case. It's clearly wrong to penalise those very people who are working amongst our armed forces and caring for them in their brave work. They ought to be provided with optimal opportunities, and the Secretary of State has a duty to make sure they're not overlooked in this regard. I'd be grateful if the Minister is able to cover that in her response. New Clause 3 would require that the Government make an annual report to Parliament about the impact of the Bill's provisions on the number of international students at UK medical schools and the financial impact on UK medical schools. We talked about the bottleneck and the balance between UK and international students training at UK medical schools. Clearly, becoming a UK graduate will now come with significant premium. So what impact is that going to have on British children getting to complete their choices and become doctors if they want to? What incentives does it provide to universities to increase the number of international students? And what effect will that have overall on UK medical schools? I also want to talk about New Clause 2, Madam Deputy Speaker, in support of New Clause 2, put forward by my honourable friend, the member for Runnymede and Weybridge. And that talks about places for UK foundation and specialty training programmes and the importance of allocation on merit, because we all want the very best doctors. I want to talk a bit about the foundation programme itself. Now, when I became a doctor, Madam Deputy Speaker, that was, believe it or not, 25 years ago this year, my experience was that I applied for a job as a junior house officer, as it was called then. I applied for the jobs I wanted. I was interviewed by the consultants who would have been supervising my training, and then I was offered the jobs. The experience of students today is very different. First of all, they are allowed to put in a preference. They are allowed to say which deanery, which foundation area they would like to work in. But that's all. After that, it goes into a computer system. And the computer system gives them a rank, a single rank, not based on anything they've done at university, not based on whether they got good results or they worked hard or anything like that. And then the computer system will go through on a first pass. And if the first choice is available, it will give them their first choice. If it's not available, because by the time they get down to them on the list, those places have gone, it will just miss them for now and go on to the next one. When it's completed its full pass down the whole list, it will start again. And when it comes to them next time, it will give them the highest preference that's still available. Once they've been allocated a foundation deanery, the process starts again within the locality. And when I say locality, I mean that in the loosest possible sense, really, because if you're applying for the Trent rotation, for example, one could be posted in Lincoln or Boston, or Nottingham, or Derby, or Burton. The individual doctor has essentially no control and very little often preference over where they'd like to be. And my honourable friend from the Weald of Kent talked about a student in her locality who had gone through and not been able to get a place despite being top, I think, a third in the university class. And I think it's clear that that's not fair, giving people no opportunities to control their futures. And by the way, if there's no right of appeal, so having been given their place, it's that or no place. The Honourable Member for Sunderland Central talked about ordinary children from the North East. And as an ordinary child from the North East, or was an ordinary child from the North East, I agree with him that it's important that people have opportunity. But it's a quality of opportunity, not a quality of outcome that matters. And I worry that this system creates an equality of outcome. Equality of outcome. And so the parties support my honourable friend's amendment in that regard. The opposition front bench has also tabled Amendment 1. Amendment 1 requires that the bill's provision takes effect on the date of royal assent, as opposed to a date at the discretion of the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, which is how it currently stands. The bill is deemed to be necessary a piece of emergency legislation for the government in order to prioritise medical graduates in the United Kingdom for places on medical training programmes. When he announced the bill in an attempt to avert industrial action by resident doctors in December, The Secretary of State told the House he had been working intensively with his team to see how quickly we can introduce legislation. Yet the bill as presented does not commit to a date when these measures will be enacted. Instead, the power lays in the Secretary of State's hands, giving him a clear bargaining chip with future negotiations. It is clear that the government intends to pass this legislation urgently, as they've said, but without a commencement date, there are clear concerns this bill is just a negotiating tactic to prevent further industrial action by resident doctors that can be scrapped at a later date. There remains the prospect of further industrial action despite this legislation being introduced. The Secretary of State should not be asking Parliament to pass a bill that he's no intention of enacting if the BMA doesn't play a ball and hold off strikes. Either the Secretary of State thinks this is emergency legislation and needs to get on and make it enacted, or he doesn't. It's vital that it's enacted straight away, as students are due to be given places now for their training programmes. They need to decide where they're living. We cannot have a situation where their lives are on hold and measures to prioritise UK doctors are held off to a time when he feels like he's finished dangling a carrot in front of the British Medical Association. The opposition are clear, while we're supportive of the principles of the bill, it must be used for offers that are made this year. Amendment 8 clarifies that the definition of a UK foundation programme in Clause 5 means a programme where the majority of training takes place inside the United Kingdom. A foundation programme is defined as an acceptable programme for provisionally registered doctors within the meaning of the Medical Act 1983, Section 10. It's vital to clarify that a UK foundation programme is a programme where a majority taking place inside the United Kingdom. The reason for that, Madam Chair, is that currently the GMC can approve foundation programmes overseas. And if it does not explicit that a foundation programme needs to be in the United Kingdom, that creates a loophole where a foundation programme could be approved overseas and create a back way into the system, thus circumventing the measures that they've tried to put in place. I encourage the Minister to look at that carefully as the bill progresses. In summary, Madam Chair, we support the bill, but we have some concerns about some of the clauses and have made some amendments that we'd hope the government would look carefully at. Thank you.
I call Liberal Democrat spokesperson Helen Morgan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The amendments tabled in my name raise some concerns about the impact on fairness, transparency and smooth functioning of the NHS, notwithstanding the Liberal Democrats' overall support for the bill. First of all, I want to address Clause 7.1. This clause would allow ministers to change who is eligible for prioritisation through the negative procedure, meaning such changes could be made unilaterally without meaningful scrutiny. In practice, this hands the Secretary of State the power to redraw the boundaries of opportunity, the power to decide who gets prioritised for medical training places without Parliament ever having a say. For a decision that affects people's lives, careers and the future capability of our health service, I think that's unacceptable. And while I don't doubt the intentions of the current Secretary of State and frontbench team, it opens the door to the risk of political whim or prejudice influencing who gets to access career-defining opportunities in the future. That's why Liberal Democrats have tabled amendments 2, 3, 4 and 5 to reverse this and ensure any changes must be subject to full parliamentary consent. Secondly, Madam Chair, I want to address the timing of the bill's implementation. The government intends to apply these new prioritisation rules midway through the 2026 speciality recruitment cycle. So let's reflect on what that means in practice. Doctors already working in the NHS have entered this cycle under one set of rules. They've paid for exams, secured visas, arranged travel, uprooted their families and committed themselves to the NHS. To change the rules halfway through the process would not only be potentially destabilising for services, but it would be very unfair to those individuals, many of whom are plugging urgent staffing gaps right now. We're already facing real workforce pressures. The last thing our NHS needs is a wave of dedicated doctors forced out by uncertainty or pushed to leave the country because government moved the goalposts after applications had already begun. For these reasons, we believe the bill's provisions should come into force from 2027. We must protect frontline services and we must protect the integrity of the application process. To address this problem directly, we've tabled Amendments 6 and 7. These amendments would safeguard those already in the 2026 application cycle, ensuring that they're not deprioritised, because that's a simple matter of fairness. Madam Chair, we've also tabled amendments to improve the transparency and long-term impact of this bill. Across the NHS, we face severe shortages, not just in general practice, but in radiology, oncology, mental health, and many other specialities.
I will give way.
I thank the Honourable Friend for giving way, because last year research by the Royal College of Radiologists found that 76% of England's cancer centres had patient safety concerns due to workforce shortages. And whilst we welcome the government's recent commitment to end the postcode lottery of cancer care, I wondered if my Honourable Friend agrees with me that really the government needs to publish an assessment of the bill's impact on doctor numbers broken down by speciality to ensure that cancer treatment is not delayed by staff shortages.
Well, I thank her for her intervention, and I agree with her fully. And that's why we've tabled new clause 1, requiring the government to publish a report on the impact of this bill on the number of applicants for both foundation and speciality training, and crucially to break this down by speciality. If applications fall as a result of these changes, the government would be required to assess the impact on the total number of fully qualified doctors entering the NHS. This report would be produced annually after 3 years, allowing time for a full training cycle to complete. It's a sensible safeguard, ensuring that we do not inadvertently exacerbate the very workforce shortages we are trying to address. Finally, Madam Chair, I want to return to the core principle at stake. We are not opposed to the bill's objective. In fact, we support the principle of prioritising those who've trained in the UK, but that principle must be implemented fairly, transparently, and with proper oversight. I will touch briefly on the amendments tabled by the official opposition. Amendment 9 would require British citizens to be prioritised for places on UK foundation programmes and for interviews and places on speciality training programmes from 2027 onwards, while Amendment 8 would require a UK foundation programme to be a programme for which the majority of training takes place inside the United Kingdom. And I'm not convinced these two amendments are consistent with each other. Surely the purpose of the bill is to ensure that the £4 billion spent every year on training doctors in the NHS is an investment in the NHS, and those who are prioritised for speciality training have experience of both the workings of the NHS and the epidemiology of the UK and their own locality. And then Amendment 8 looks broadly sensible in that context. But Amendment 9 would prioritise British citizens regardless of their place of training or NHS experience, and this seems to me to be potentially counterproductive to that aim. So we will not be supporting Amendment 9. In conclusion, Madam Chair, Amendments 2, 3, 4 and 5 tabled in my name would strengthen parliamentary scrutiny by replacing the negative procedure with the affirmative procedure, ensuring any future changes to eligibility receive proper examination. Amendment D ensures that devolved nations also give consent before any changes are laid before Parliament. Amendments 6 and 7 ensure the fairness of the process in the current year, and News Clause 1 seeks to ensure that the bill is meeting its objectives of lessening the workforce crisis by speciality. These changes don't undermine the bill, they strengthen it. They protect fairness, protect parliamentary sovereignty, and protect the NHS workforce from unpredictable and disruptive changes. So while we support this bill, we urge the government to adopt these amendments. They'll ensure the legislation works for patients, for staff, and for the long-term strength of our NHS. Thank you.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Madam Chair, and it's a pleasure, as always, to serve under your chairmanship, and I beg to move new clause 2 in my name and in the name of many others on this side of the House. I'll redeclare I'm now a non-practicing doctor, and my wife is a doctor. I'd like to start off by saying that I believe that ambition should be encouraged and success dependent on the talent and the hard work of the individual. But the sad truth is, unfortunately, in a vocation in one where we really want to have the brightest and the best and encourage and support that, the signal being beamed out by the NHS and its various arms and quangos is quite different. And we've already seen this over the years in terms of how the NHS treats competence and excellence amongst doctors, where someone could be the best doctor in the world and be treated just the same as someone who is just about competent. No other workforce or operation would approach employment and celebrate and supporting success in that way. But I don't think I've ever seen as egregious example of a complete ignoring to the extreme of talent and merit than the preference-informed allocation system. Now, the Shadow Minister has laid out some of the details behind it. I would really encourage members across the House to look up preference-informed allocation and read how it works. The soulless, computerized, algorithmic method by which it treats human beings and allocates them to a random number. This random number, which is then the sum total of their dreams, their hopes, their ambitions in terms of placements, or as they make the first steps into their medical career. PIA looks to me, preference-informed allocation, as something better suited to the dystopian sci-fi programs that I enjoy watching. It's better suited to Logan's Run or The Prisoner, where people are allocated by numbers. It is not the way that we should be treating people in this country. It is outrageous that this has been brought into force, and we in this House should stand up for merit, and I really hope that the Minister will affirm at the dispatch box today that the government will dismantle this awful, awful scheme.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am grateful to members at this hour for their contribution to the wider debate and for the considered amendments that have been put forward. So I am going to respond briefly to those points of amendments that have been put forward. On Amendments 6 and 7, they seek to widen the scope of who is prioritised for specialty training starting in 2026 by prioritised applicants who worked as a doctor in the health service on the 13th of January. While we welcome the intention to recognise the importance of internationally trained doctors at this point, we cannot accept this amendment at this time. It would mean the bill is ineffective in delivering on its intention to tackle bottlenecks and ensure we have a sustainable medical workforce that can meet the needs of the population. Just remind the House again that the bill does not exclude anyone. In particular, there are likely to be opportunities in specialties such as general practice, core psychiatry and internal medicine, which historically attract fewer applicants from the groups we are prioritising for 2026. International medical graduates will also continue to have opportunities as locally employed doctor roles, which could lead to NHS experience that might count towards future prioritisation as we look to make regulations to set criteria for what is considered significant NHS experience from 2027. With regard to Amendment 10, which seeks to ensure members of the armed forces are not excluded from prioritisation due to having undertaken medical training while on posting outside the British Islands, we cannot accept this amendment as we believe it's not necessary. That's because medical cadets do not spend time outside the British Islands as part of their UK medical degree. Whilst cadets would undertake their elective with the military, and this may be overseas, this is no different from other civilian medical students, many of whom undertake electives overseas. As such, we do not believe medical cadets are disadvantaged by the bill. On Amendment 9, Amendment 9 would include all British citizens within the priority group so that British citizens will be prioritised for the purposes of the foundation programme and specialty training from 2027 onwards. It has no effect for 2026 specialty training as British citizens are already prioritised by virtue of their immigration status. So we cannot accept this amendment. To do so would risk a significant increase to the pool of prioritised doctors that would compete with UK trained doctors. This amendment would incentivise the expansion of the market for overseas medical schools, including medical schools working with foreign governments to grow the overseas campus sector. This could offset any increase in postgraduate training places and undermine workforce planning. Now, while British citizens will be prioritised for specialty training places in 2026, this is a proxy that is necessary for practical reasons, and from 2027 we want to prioritise applications with experience and training based in the NHS. But again, prioritisation does not mean exclusion. International medical graduates who are not prioritised will still be able to apply and be offered places if vacancies remain after prioritised applicants have received offers. However, it is important we do not incentivise actions which will undermine the bill to reduce competition places for UK trained doctors so that homegrown talent can become the next generation of NHS doctors. Turning to Amendment 8. This would limit the definition of a UK foundation in Clause 5 to only include programmes where the majority of training has occurred within the UK. Now, while I can understand the desire to do so, the number of doctors on a foundation programme within the meaning of the Medical Act 1983 and where the majority of training occurs outside the UK is very small. Indeed, I understand there's only one such active training programme where there are fewer than 25 doctors on the programme this year, of which fewer than 5 doctors applied to continue their training in the UK. And as such, there's no material impact on the bill, and therefore we don't think an amendment is necessary. However, we will keep this situation under review. With regards to Amendments 2, 3, 4 and 5, they change the procedure for making regulations to set additional priority groups for specialty training from 2027. And these regulations will prioritise additional groups based on criteria indicating a person is likely to have significant experience working as a doctor in the health service or by reference to their immigration status. So to be clear again on our intention, the bill sets out on its face the groups of people who are to be prioritised for specialty training from 2027 onwards. The delegated power is limited to adding to this list by reference to significant experience working as a doctor in the health service or immigration status. And so whilst I'm sympathetic to the desire for more parliamentary scrutiny, as outlined by the Honourable Lady, we believe that due to the limited scope of the power, the negative procedure is justifiable, and therefore I encourage the member to withdraw her amendment. On Amendment 1, this is about the commencement of the bill. It seeks to change the commencement of the bill from being commenced by regulations to being commenced automatically at royal assent. And as my friend the Secretary of State outlined, the commencement clause is important, and I think I have addressed this point. It is a fail-safe which, given the tight timeline for introducing the bill, will ensure we're not in a position where a law is enacted that we cannot implement effectively for whatever unforeseen reason. So there is also a question about whether it is even possible to implement, as I've said, prioritisation if, for example, the strikes are ongoing, given the strain they put on resources and the impact that could have on delivering the bill. Our objective is not just to move quickly, but to get this right, and that's why these considerations are key to the commencement of the bill, which is why the government believes it needs the ability to commence the bill when it makes sense to do so, and for those reasons we cannot accept the amendment. On new clauses 1 and 3, we don't think these are necessary because the data is already published, or as we've said, we would be seeking to monitor the impact. New clause 2 would require the allocation of individual candidates to foundation and specialty training places on merit once the requirements to prioritise certain applicants have been met. We consider this amendment unnecessary at this time because existing recruitment systems to foundation and specialty training already assess the applicants on many of the merits outlined by the amendment. The bill does not alter that. It simply ensures that UK medical graduates and other eligible applicants are prioritised. We will keep, to the gentleman's point, we will keep the current system under review, and I think the Secretary of State was clear of that, but we do think that the only changes is best done by the established guidance rather than through legislation. On the final point, I'd just like to reiterate our support. Again, a lot of honourable members have raised the issue around our relationship with Malta and Queen Mary, the work that is done there. It's very, very clear that's an important relationship. We have a number of work ongoing with them in the medical field as well as other. Of course, that's an important relationship. We are not excluding anyone. We are making sure that the prioritisation works best, and we will, of course, keep all of that under review. So I really do thank honourable members for their constructive debate on this important legislation. Thank you.
The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. With leave of the committee, I will put the question on Clauses 2 and 3 stand part together. The question is that Clauses 2 and 3 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to Amendment 9 to Clause 4, which has been selected for separate decision. I call Stuart Andrew to move Amendment 9 formally.
Formally.
Amendment 9 proposed to Clause 4 as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Division, clear the lobby. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Tellers for the ayes, Paul Holmes, David Simmons. Tellers for the noes, Stephen Morgan, Imogen Walker.
right, 91. The noes to the left, 378.
The ayes to the right were 91. The noes to the left were 378. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. With leave of the committee, I will put the questions on clauses 4 to 6 stand part together. The question is that clauses 4 to 6 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to Amendment 2 to Clause 7, which has been selected for separate decision. I call Helen Morgan to move Amendment 2 formally. Amendment 2 proposed to Clause 7 as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Division, clear the lobby. The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Tell us for the ayes, Zoe Franklin, Claire Young. Tell us for the noes, Stephen Morgan, Imogen Walker.
Lovely, thank you very much.
ayes to the right, 61. The noes to the left, 311.
The ayes to the right were 61, the noes to the left were 311. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlocked. The question is that Clause 7 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to Amendment 1 to Clause 8, which has been selected for separate decision. I call Stuart Andrew to move Amendment 1 formally.
Formally.
Amendment 1 proposed to Clause 8 as on the amendment paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
Tell us for the ayes, Paul Holmes, David Simmons. Tell us for the noes, Stephen Morgan, Imogen Walker. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 88. The noes to the left, 310.
The ayes to the right were 88. The noes to the left were 310. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlocked. The question is that Clause 8 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order, order. That concludes proceedings in committee. Order. Whip to report.
I beg to report that the committee has gone through the bill and directed me to report the same without amendment.
Under the order of the House today, we shall now move on to the third reading of the bill.
Now.
Minister to move third reading.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that the bill now be read a third time. And I'm not going to use the time to rehearse any of the arguments today. I think we have had some good discussion today. I would like to take the time to thank the Leader of the House, the Chief Whip, the Parliamentary Council and business managers, the public servants in my department, NHS England, who have worked so hard to bring this together, and the devolved governments for their support. They really have worked well together to bring this important measure to this place. And I'm also grateful to all colleagues for scrutinising the bill so thoughtfully and thoroughly over the course of today's proceeding, and as I said previously, for meeting with me last week to go through some of those provisions. I do think it shows how Parliament can put its shoulder to the wheel and get stuff done in the public interest, because we are acting in the public interest, because we were elected on a mandate to fix our broken NHS and make it fit for the future, and we will not succeed in that goal without our workforce, who are and who will always be our greatest asset. And when I was working in NHS during the Leasehold Reforms, I had a front row seat to see the devastating impact of those on staff morale. I saw how patients bore the brunt of some of that collapse in morale. And when our workforce does well, our NHS does well. And that is why we're working to restore confidence and renew belief amongst frontline staff. This bill is another step on that journey, and I urge colleagues to come with us and see it through.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. Shadow Secretary of State. The question is that the bill be now read the third time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Petition. Pippa Herlings.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to present this petition on behalf of Elizabeth Spain and the South Cambridgeshire Climate and Nature Group in my constituency. The petition states that peaceful environmental protesters are being criminalised through excessive charges, harsh sentencing and negative media treatment, and that the Public Order Act 2023 has introduced restrictive protest measures which deter people from exercising their right to peaceful protest, undermining the United Kingdom's long-standing commitment to freedom of assembly, freedom of expression and non-violent civil disobedience. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the Government to introduce legislation to repeal the Public Order Act 2023.
Thank you. Petition Public Order Act 2023.
Petition Brian Leishman.
Good evening, Madam Deputy Speaker. I present this petition on behalf of my constituents from Tillycountry, who have had nowhere to call home for 2 years now, and for those people from across the United Kingdom who also have had their lives impacted by reinforced, autoclaved, aerated concrete in their homes. I also want to note that this builds on a similar petition circulated locally, which gathered over 200 signatures, showing the strength of feeling in Tillycountry and beyond. My constituents deserve answers and accountability, and all they ask for is fairness. This petition requests that the House of Commons urge the Government to hold a public inquiry into the handling of RAAC by national and local government, to introduce legislation to require the maintenance of a high-risk building register, to mandate reporting of building defects by surveyors and other professionals, and to introduce a 60-year liability for developers for building defects, and to consider compensation measures such as a ban on levying interest on mortgages on homes condemned after the discovery of RAAC, and the restoration of first-time buyer status for affected homeowners.
Thank you. Petition, reinforced autoclaved aerated concrete in housing.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Richard Fuller.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I start by thanking you and through you, the Speaker, for permitting me to speak on this important constituency matter. And can I also welcome the Minister, and for the benefit of those who may be not familiar with the process, the Minister will probably likely be very limited in what he can say specifically about the topic I'm raising today. And the topic, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a proposal by East Park Energy for a large-scale, ground-mounted solar plant and battery energy storage system spanning North Bedfordshire and also the constituency of Huntingdon, which is currently under consideration as part of the nationally significant infrastructure project process. East Park Energy spans 1,900 acres of land, and to give some perspective, that's larger than Gatwick Airport, on what is currently open countryside, and engulfs the rural parishes of Purton and Swineshead, Bolnhurst, Keesoe, Little Staunton, Staplow and Dean and Shelton in my constituency, as well as the parishes of Hale Weston and Great Staunton in Huntingdon constituency. 74% of the land is classified as best and most versatile agricultural land. And East Park is one of 6 nationally significant infrastructure projects impacting North Bedfordshire. I've called the debate to discuss with the Minister the impact that East Park Energy could have on North Bedfordshire's local residents, landscape and rural character, and to raise with the Minister points specific to the proposal that warrant, in my opinion, serious consideration for its rejection. Now, East Park Energy would permanently and fundamentally change the rural aspect and character, would transform open countryside into industrial land. I think it's important, Madam Deputy Speaker, we stop referring to these with the rather cute term of solar farm, because the truth is they are industrialised complexes. And in this case, it's one made up of 700,000 solar panels, each up to 3 meters high, along with fencing, lighting, CCTV, inverter stations, transformer units, battery storage infrastructure, and cabling. That sounds a long way from what we understand as a farm. Now, proposed mitigations to plant trees to screen the development are usually insufficient. Even if planting to screen the panels succeeds, it will take years for these trees to mature, and even at full maturity, large parts of the site would still be visible due to its topography. This will be a huge, permanent, unmissable, miles-long change to the local environment of this part of England. It won't blend in with the existing environment, it will crush it. Now, it is important to say we're not against solar farms in general in Bedfordshire. In fact, we have 44 solar farms already operational or proposed in both Bedford Borough and Central Bedfordshire, which are the 2 local authorities that traverse my constituency. But this specific proposal is different. Now, given my interest in financial matters, I hope I'll have the discretion just to make a couple more general points, Madam Deputy Speaker, about finance of solar farms, which I know the Minister will be aware of. First of all, with these large solar plants, it's important that we know that we're paying the cost of capacity but not of output. That excessive capital costs are excessive because of the inherent process inefficiencies in solar farm. That's fine as long as it doesn't end up on the public purse, on investors, but ultimately investors look for return, so indirectly it does end up on us. Second of all, we're paying for the cost of variability of output from solar plants, the hidden costs of changing the national network to cope with this new factor of energy production. Thirdly, it's important that we note that we're paying the cost of buying energy produced, but not necessarily needed or used, and therefore paying essentially for wasted energy. Now, in addition to those points, which I know the Minister will be aware with and have already factored in, the combination of solar-generated energy with energy price arbitrage via battery energy storage systems, in my view, fundamentally changes the economic case for solar, and certainly from a public benefit point of view. Returns to investors will already be supercharged by the addition of new capacity in the form of battery storage. It's a very significant additional investment. But that additional investment only makes sense financially when the purpose is to arbitrage energy costs, producing energy at low price points to sell at high price points. And that isn't really the intention of trying to get low-cost energy. And also, Madam Deputy Speaker, the overall structure of the contracts, which the Minister inherited from previous administrations, and just speaking as a business person, it directly encourages maximum financial leverage. That means taking on as much debt as you can in order to maximize returns to investors. And as we've seen in other areas, particularly with Thames Water, the problems that we have when we see parts of our infrastructure, public infrastructure, with the amount of leverage that can be put up and then essentially returns privatised, losses socialised. I'd just be interested in the Minister's observations about that. So can the Minister advise if the government has put in place or has plans to put in place a limit on the debt ratios that large-scale solar plant operators can carry? I did a quick check. I can't see that's in place at the moment. I'd be interested in the Minister's thoughts about that. Tied to that point, again from a financial point of view, Madam Deputy Speaker, is my own understanding about corporate and political risk. In the case of East Park Solar, I am concerned about the corporate history and about financial viability. That's no disrespect to the business, but merely to say that they have no prior experience in developing or operating such large-scale solar projects. There are substantial issues of project failure or poor management, and therefore the risk that the current developer might sell it on to somebody else with a whole new set of investors, a whole new objectives. And I'd also be interested, the Minister may not be able to speak about this, but at least one political party in this House has raised the risk about stranded assets, that they might cancel projects in the future. Now, that really is an issue that the government should be taking on board and putting into its consideration, not because they agree with it, but if there is such a change in government, then it is the people of North Bedfordshire in this instance that will be left with those stranded assets, and of a scale, essentially 3 miles that way and 3 miles that way of solar panels with no economic return and no financial viability to remove, because I don't believe, and again the Minister will correct me, that there is a requirement for an escrow fund to be put in place for the removal of plants should a business go bust. So can the Minister say what weight is placed on the historical experience of applicants for these large-scale plants in having had experience of installing and operating such plants in the past? Does it factor at all or not? Now, in many of the debates, and I've reviewed a number of these debates, Madam Deputy Speaker, the issue of best and most versatile land has come up. The Minister must accept that at 74% of land area, which is the proposal of East Park Energy, 74% is best and most versatile. That's a pretty high proportion, well in excess, I think, of almost every single plant that's been adopted or accepted today it's a generational loss of arable land. And I'm afraid the proposal from East Park Energy lacks any serious demonstration of seeking lower grade land or indeed brownfield land, and it appears to be at odds with national policy, which is to avoid using best and most versatile land. I know the Minister himself, obviously this is a moving target, and I don't mean to quote the Minister back to him, because actually what he said was very sensible. He said in debate on the 15th of May of 2025 that I'm not going to put a figure on it right now, but we have clearly said that it is important to find the right balance when it comes to best use agricultural land. From Hansard. I think the Minister, he won't say today, but Minister, 74%, come on now. So can the Minister advise if the use of best and most versatile land of a proportion of 74% and at the scale that is East Park Energy will be an issue of weight in the appraisal? I don't expect him to say yes or no in terms of whether it's right or wrong, but when ministers have said in the past, in previous debates, that it's important not to use best and most versatile agricultural land, that food security is important, and then gone on to say, but solar will only take up 1% of land, it implies both that it matters, the use of best and most versatile land, avoiding that, it matters not to use it, but also it doesn't matter. So which is it? At 74%, this seems to me to be quite a central point. But I want to come to two final points, Madam Deputy Speaker, which I think are of particular significance here, and to make the Minister aware of the broader issues. So there is an issue of consideration, which I think is called cumulative impacts. So I want to put on the record what this proposal for East Park Energy will be coming into in terms of the local context of North Bedfordshire, my constituency, and the surrounding area more generally. So, Minister, the first thing that you should be aware of is that Bedfordshire, for the last decade or more, has been growing in terms of housing growth at between 2 and 3 times the national average. If you look at the census of 2011 and census of 2021 and look at the number of households, essentially in my constituency and that of my colleague, the Honourable Member for Mid-Bedfordshire, the level of housing growth is 2.5 to 3 times the national average. As he will know, that's great for the country, but it does put a strain in terms of what is going on with infrastructure around it. Second of all, Bedfordshire has 6 nationally significant infrastructure projects on the blocks right now. That's a huge, huge amount. So to enumerate them for the Minister, right now, Black Cat Roundabout, the A428, which is in the direct area of East Park Energy, that is the country's largest ongoing road project, due for completion spring 2027, there or thereabouts. Second of all, East-West Rail, that is the country's 3rd largest railway project, proposed to drive a line between Bedford and Cambridge, cutting through the constituency in my North Bedfordshire constituency. Thirdly, Universal Studios. This is the most significant inward investment that the country has, one that started under the last government, supported by the opposition at the time, and now brought home by the government and supported by the opposition today. 10 million visitors a year with all the people movements that entails, and also the ancillary development that will come around that. Further away, Luton Airport expansion to facilitate that, a doubling in size from 18 million to 30 million passengers a year. And then very specifically, a new settlement in Thamesford. Madam Deputy Speaker, Thamesford, as I say in this House, is currently a village of 400 residents and 7 sheep. The government is highly likely this year to take forward the proposal from the New Towns Commission that Thamesford should be the site of at least 40,000 new homes. 400 residents to over 100,000 in land that encompasses and abuts and maybe embraces land for East Park Energy. And on that specific point itself, it seems to me you can have one or the other, but you can't have both. And with that, I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you. Thank my honourable friend for giving way and for raising this debate this evening. He's giving a very thoughtful and important speech, and he has spoken eloquently about the cumulative development in both of our constituencies. And of course, that's putting both central Bedfordshire and Bedford Borough under significant strain from a planning perspective. Does he agree with me that it would be important for the government to support our local authorities so that we think holistically about these developments and so that we make sure that our landscapes are protected, that our local communities are listened to, and that to the extent possible we can secure the agricultural land that we need to secure food security into the future. There's a reason why we have so many farmers in Bedfordshire, and that's because we have fantastic agricultural land. Wouldn't it be a waste to build on all of that land, in the case of this East Park Energy, on the altar of net zero?
Well, my honourable friend makes an important point, and I think it's two important points in there. First of all, the importance, certainly if you look at World War II, that London would have starved without agricultural produce produced in Bedfordshire. But more importantly for the Minister's ears, for the Minister to recognise that we are supportive, actually. We know the government has a growth strategy. We may have different disagreements on national economic policy, but we want to do our bit. And in fact, the people of Bedfordshire are doing their bit and a lot more. But the Minister will appreciate, with so many projects happening all at once, at some point those things are going to break. And my honourable friend makes an important point about that. But turning specifically to East Park Energy's documentation about this, I have to say it chose not to be comprehensive in the scope of its evaluations and was insufficient in the depth of its analysis. So, for example, it completely omits any reference to Luton Airport expansion, to Universal Theme Park, and any potential new town at Thamesford. It dismissed the need for an assessment of Black Cat on the assumption that construction would be finished before East Park Energy starts. But there will be consequential effects, including further construction from the change of Black Cat roundabout. It dismissed the need for an assessment of East-West Rail on assumption. But this is highly likely there will be an overlapping construction period should East-West Rail go ahead. It lacked any assessment of medium or long-term effects, such as permanent land use change and increased perception of the urbanisation of the area. It provided no consideration of the over-concentration of solar development in North Bedfordshire. We're part of the 1% Club, my constituency, which is constituencies where over 1% of the land area will be covered by solar panels. And it ignored the impact of overlapping construction periods that it would be adding to for 2.5 years or 30 months. So just imagine all this traffic going different, building Universal Studios, getting construction because we want to have shovel in the ground and start building at Thamesford if the government decides to go ahead with that. Trying to build East-West Road, just completely ignore that. So from the point of view of actually understanding the impact of what it is going into, the proposal presented fell short very significantly indeed. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, before I yield to the Minister, as I said, I fully know that the Minister is very limited in what he can say about specific projects, and that the Secretary of State himself would not be able to comment at all given his role. As I mentioned briefly to the Minister earlier, I'm perhaps in a small minority on this side of the House who has agreed with the Secretary of State on some of his criticisms of past energy policies, even though I may not agree with everything in terms of his remedies. So I hope the Minister will understand that this observation comes from a positive place. Madam Deputy Speaker, the role of the Secretary of State or his designated minister in making a decision is a crucial step in an evaluation process. It is a step that the public must trust, is one that assesses each proposal individually on its merits, not just on overarching goals. There have been 12 solar panel DCOs for evaluation since July 2024. Each of them have been approved. So I would encourage the Secretary of State, for those who may be old enough, not you, Madam Deputy, but certainly me, to remember the Oklahoma musical, where there was a song, "I'm just a girl who can't say no." No, it's a very old reference, but I'm very old. But the importance of that, Minister, is my encouragement to the Secretary of State to avoid any caricature that he can't say no. Because in the case of East Park Energy, my personal view is that there are considerable and specific reasons why he can say no.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I congratulate the Honourable Gentleman first of all in bringing this debate tonight, and actually, although I disagree with some of what he said, the tone of his remarks I think are particularly welcome, and I'll respond to some of his points, but given the time I won't be able to respond to them all. I do want to make a general point to begin with, which is that I appreciate many of these issues, and planning issues in particular are always contentious. I think we all know that as members of Parliament, these issues are raised regularly. I hope I've always given the impression that although we might make decisions as a government that people will disagree with, that I always am keen to hear the points that the Honourable Gentleman has raised and that other members do, and I want to continue those conversations. Helpfully, the Honourable Gentleman said at the outset that I won't be able to comment on the specific application that he references, and it's worth just for those outside the House just being really clear about why that is, that this decision will come before my department for a decision. I personally, as the Minister with a policy interest in this, don't see the papers for these decisions, and I'm not engaged in that. My noble friend Lord Whitehead usually makes these decisions, or my right honourable friend the Secretary of State. But it is important that no minister that has a role in this speaks about the specifics, and I know the honourable gentleman understands this. However, I do want to talk in more general terms around how we make sure that solar projects, which are really important, are rolled out sensibly and sensitively, and I think that's really at the heart of many of his remarks. First, I do want to just take us back slightly to the bigger picture here about why solar power is so important in the first place and why it's at the heart of the clean energy mission. We know that at the moment energy bills are still being set far too often by the cost of gas, and renewables, and deploying renewables faster than we have before is the way that we reduce our dependence on volatile fossil fuels and protect bill payers now and into the future. It's also the economic opportunity around how we create thousands of jobs in communities right across the country, and of course, as a government that still cares deeply about tackling the most existential crisis the planet faces, the effects of climate change that we see all too often, and I'll return to this point later, are not something we can put off to tomorrow. They are hugely important that we tackle now, and so this mission is critical. And the reason that solar is right at the heart of this is that it is by far one of the cheapest renewable energy sources that we can deploy, and it's able to be deployed at scale, and so it is critical to our mission. Now, our aim in the Clean Power Mission is to achieve at least 45 to 47 gigawatts of solar by 2030. We're at around 22 gigawatts today. And so if we're going to deliver that, a combination of ground-mounted solar, but also a rooftop revolution as well, and I'll come back to that point, we do need to deploy rapidly. But at the same time, we also have a commitment to doing so sensitively for the communities that host that infrastructure, and making sure that those communities also gain a benefit from hosting it on behalf of the country. Now, if I pick just some of the Honourable Gentleman's substantive arguments, first of all, the question of how we balance the need for this infrastructure across the country and the fact that it has to be somewhere with the adverse impacts that communities face, but also the potential benefits that communities face from hosting some of this, is exactly what the rigorous planning system we have is about. The views and interests of local communities are key to that, and I know the Honourable Gentleman has engaged in the process in the specific one and has made representations already, and he will obviously encourage his constituents to do the same. That feedback is hugely important, and people should feel like that has a serious role in the decision-making process, because it does, and therefore it is worth participating in that process and making those submissions, turning up to those meetings. It really does matter. The planning process itself obviously considers many of the issues he raises: visual amenity, protected landscapes, land use, food production, safety, and traffic conditions in the construction of them. And it does require, in the nationally significant project system, that considerable community engagement is undertaken before a decision is made. And the level of that engagement and the quality of it is considered during the decision-making process. And it is a mark down for these projects if it's not taken seriously. The Honourable Gentleman raises the really important point about cumulative impact, and I agree this is a really important issue for us to wrestle with. Now, I don't pretend that we have a single answer to this, but the idea that we should plan holistically, I think the Honourable Gentleman made the point earlier, to make sure communities are not facing multiple projects and all the cumulative impact that comes from that is something we want to tackle. Now, there are two ways we are doing that. Of course, I'll give way.
On the record, when the Minister talks about cumulative impacts and projects, the point I was trying to make is one consideration is solar farms and cumulative impacts. The other is there's a lot of other types of infrastructure going on. Could the Minister be clear that cumulative impacts include consideration of both?
I'll come to that point. Part of the wider work we're seeking to do across government is to holistically, strategically plan where infrastructure is built. The land use work that DEFRA is doing, for example, is about looking at the whole of the United Kingdom and making sure that we've got a plan in place for what future land use is so that all of those things are taken into consideration. But I'll come to that point in just a moment. I just want to focus on the legal requirement around a cumulative effects assessment, which is set out in environmental regulations. The government has published advice which summarises the process for undertaking that in relation to NSIPs. And the wider point that he raises around the cumulative impact of housing or universal studios or transport is also really important. My department obviously has an interest particularly in how we plan the energy system, but we are seeking to work much more broadly right across government, and the land use consultation which DEFRA launched closed in April of 2025, and the outputs from that and the regional workshops that have been undertaken are now being analysed, and that is the first time we've really had a national holistic plan to bring all these things together. The second point from an energy perspective, which is what I'm responsible for, is the Strategic Spatial Energy Plan, which is the first time in our history that we will plan strategically the energy system that we need and make conscious decisions about where do we site energy infrastructure so that we are not needlessly building the grid infrastructure that goes with it. So we are building next to where we need it the most, reducing that impact on communities and really taking into effect that the cumulative impact of those. We should have been doing this a long time ago, and I don't blame any particular government for this, but we have rolled out a huge number of renewables projects across the country without doing any of that strategic planning, and I think that is a huge failure in the past. And of course, as a result, we're now spending huge amounts of money building the grid to connect it. We have to do that, but it is a shame we didn't plan it more strategically in the first place. But we start from where we start, unfortunately. I'm conscious of time, Madam Deputy Speaker, so I just want to quickly refer to the land use point, first of all, and the use of farmland for solar projects, which I know is raised regularly and is an important point to raise. Food security is also our national security, and it is hugely important. The planning policy does make clear that wherever possible, developers should utilise brownfield, industrial, contaminated or previously developed land. Now, I understand the point he made about the particular site, which I can't comment on, but he helpfully quoted me to me, and helpfully I still agree with me, which isn't always the case. I'm not going to put a specific figure on it for obvious reasons, but there is very much a determination in the process that we should be using lower quality land wherever possible, but that doesn't mean that we can always do that. And I think we do need to realise that there are projects where that's just not possible. But if we zoom out just a little bit, Madam Deputy Speaker, even in our most ambitious deployment scenarios, only 0.4% of UK land would be devoted to solar in 2030. Just in concluding, there are a number of other points that I won't be able to come to, but I'll write to them with some responses on them. In the context of what we're seeking to do, I'm not complacent about the impact that these projects have on communities. I genuinely understand it, and I read all of my correspondence from people who write to me about these points. And the Honourable Gentleman is obviously absolutely right to raise these issues. But what we are seeking to do is to build the infrastructure the country needs in a way that takes into account the local impact. Communities may feel that hasn't been done, and for that I apologise, but we are seeking to build a strategic system going forward that deals with many, many of these issues into the future, so that communities feel this energy is not done to them, but is actually something that is part of their community and that they welcome, and at the same time helps us deliver our missions as a government. Solar power in this country remains hugely popular, despite the number of issues. The planning process is rigorous. There is not an automatic yes coming out of the planning system. We look very carefully at every single one of these applications. They take a huge amount of consideration, and it is important that communities feel that and that they know that these applications are taken seriously. And if they don't feel that, then we have to do more as a government to make sure they have confidence in that system. But as we deliver this clean power mission, solar will play a really important role. We want to bring communities with us, and I commit to doing more to make sure that that is the case.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Order, order.